Hello, hello. It's time for Tina's RPG show, I guess. It's going to be a good one today. We've got a good show for you today. You're going to enjoy this one. So I'm not even going to delay it. I've got a couple of announcements. We're going to get through these real quick, and then you're going to get to watch some Chrono Trigger. SGDQ 2022 on-site volunteer applications are closed, but if you'd like to help out with any of our off-site volunteering positions, keep your eyes on our website and Twitter for more information. It's going to be coming up pretty soon. If you're watching this on YouTube, come on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in watching our live content, starting weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. Your subscriptions, gift subscriptions, Prime Gaming subs, and bits help support weekly hotfix content. Like this is one of those. That's that. Consider supporting our daily content if you enjoy these hotfix shows. Games Done Quick Highlights is a channel that features highlights of our Games Done Quick hotfix shows. Seems pretty obvious. You can use !highlights in chat to learn more about that. It's super fun. The stuff that they've been putting up there, it's a blast. It's a great way to spend just a little bit of your time and get to relive those moments that they were super fun the first time. Turns out they're still very fun and you'll still enjoy them. Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern, we've got No Category Left Behind. It's a show about category extensions, unusual category speedruns, things like that. Super fun. You're going to want to catch that Monday, 7 p.m. And finally, I've wanted to show a run done by Dine since this show started. Dine is one of those people who, whenever he picks up a game, the game just kind of falls apart, and he gets a really good time in it, and it's really fun to cheer him on. So I'm going to shut up, and I'm going to start just cheering Dine on. Hey, Dine, this is your show now.
Thank you very much, Tina. Thank you for having us. I am Dine Nuatari. I've been running this game for a couple of months. With me tonight, today, I got Asriel Hobbs and B-Dude, both also very good and experienced runners. 100% is defined in the community by all the side quests given by the Guru of Time. So we'll be doing the main story and then everyone else's specific little side quest. We'll be going through the Black Omen because what I've learned when I picked up the game is Black Omen is also a side quest. And then doing the good old Lavos fight.
Not only is it a side quest, it also has way too many goodies that from this point, you get way too much out of it to not want to do it.
Yeah. Black Omen's basically a giant grind. All right, so if we're all ready, do the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck. Have fun, sir.
Good luck.
Oh, I'm going to need it.
Yep, good luck, Dine.
So in traditional RPG fashion, naming characters one letter is always faster just because of text draw. Chrono Trigger is a little bit interesting in the fact that only one character can be named that name. So instead of naming Chrono O, I name him 9, so that Robo gets the very special O.
Now, not to be confused with, you can have the same letter as long as they're not the same. One can be capitalized, one could be lowercase. Being Luca, we'll call lowercase a. Ayla, we're going to have uppercase a because it's quicker to name her that. So those are considered two different names, quotations.
Why 9? Because it's close to O. You can really name Chrono whatever you want. I just do 9 because it's an up input and you're good to go.
Yeah, the timer doesn't actually start until after naming Chrono, which is why you can take the time to kind of name him anything you want as long as it's one letter.
So here we're just going to be grabbing some good old money from Mother here. We're going to be needing it for a nice little shop before we go over to Luca's little invention here. But before we even do that, we have to get one of the best girls in this game. Not mechanically, I just really like her.
With a lot of RPGs, renaming characters for speedruns, you'll typically start at the end of the name and delete to the first letter. But in Chrono Trigger, if you did that, it would leave all the spaces as digits. And you wouldn't actually save any time by doing that. So that's why we delete from the beginning to the end.
Since we need to actually talk to a shop or something to actually get Luca started up, we're going to go do a quick little shop here, get us some stuff we're going to need for pretty much the first hour or so of the game. Handful of tonics, a couple of shelters. Some shelters are basically a full heal that you can use on any save point and or the world map.
Nice little candy dance, Dine.
Got to do something in this time. You're kind of just sitting there waiting for Marl to finish her shopping.
So we're going to be doing a menu here to change the battle speed as well as put our memory onto cursor. You could do it as early as inside Chrono's house, but we don't want to do it in Chrono's house since the kitty can actually cause a little extra frame lag. So we'll actually end up doing it around here instead to save us a couple of frames.
And like,
Which will save the frames I lost just by having Chrono stand there and do nothing.
and like Railkun mentioned about the candy skip, it is possible to skip the candy cutscene with Marl, but ultimately you still have to do the cutscene when you return. So it really only, if successful, it really only saves like 1 second total.
Yeah, Candy Skip's more useful in like a New Game Plus type run, where you're just basically running here to fight Lavos and that's it.
Yep. And if you're not consistent with it, and you do get it sometimes, it makes your first split an inconsistent, 20 seconds higher or lower, which I don't like doing
Anymore.
Yeah.
It really messes with the sum of
It does,
best.
yeah.
Wait,
So,
where did she go?
as a quick question, we know that this is 100% glitchless. Candy skip to me sounds like a glitch. For the purposes of this category, what sorts of things are considered glitches and what's on the table?
Candy Skip really, the community doesn't define it as a glitch because it's pretty much movement based. And so like, you always talk to the people where it's like people think encounter skips are glitched because encounter skips are just movement based by avoiding tiles. In this, we won't be using, there's something called the fade out glitch where you can carry save points and or room transitions much further than you should. So in something like any percent no LSS or any glitched category, you can skip the first boss, Yakura, by just carrying a save point into that room, doing a save reload, and then the game just figures you beat the game. So there'll be no like back in time glitches where we can reset plot flags. We won't be throwing elixirs on bosses. The Green Dream item is very buggy, especially with Frog. Normally, you're not supposed to be able to throw items on bosses, but if a boss has more than 30,000 hit points, you can queue up, I believe it's Frog Slurp Cut, and then go into the item menu, which will allow you to throw items on a boss. We can't do that. There's also the unequip glitch, where you can actually have a character with no helmet or no body armor, which raises their elemental resistances by quite a bit. It also gives you a pretty big magic boost. So if you take off the helmet, you get 10 magic points. If you take off the body armor, you also get another 10. So it's a free 20 magic. With this early in the game, it's very, very powerful. And you also end up giving yourself 75% resistance to all magic except fire.
Good skip.
Yeah, much like the candy skip that we were just talking about, Dine mentioned, basically just evading or running around enemy triggers. He just did one there it's called bird skip. Essentially, you're just kind of squeezing past the enemy trigger, which is why we don't consider it a glitch. And you'll see him do weird movement like that quite a few times throughout the run, where he's like inching a pixel here or there. But I'm sure we'll talk about it once we get to it.
That bird skip is allowable for 2 pixels that you can be on, and then you have to make sure that you're holding up and run at the same time to actually avoid that. So even if you're on the right pixel and you're not holding run, you will not get that skip. There's some few things that are quite precise like that. Yeah, we'll mention those as we come along those. Till now.
One of the really nice, rewarding things about Chrono Trigger is the movement. The movement is only tracked in one direction. So you can do the little zigzags there, and you don't lose any time because you don't decelerate.
However, we've learned in some spots, if you do that, you'll change the positioning of your characters a little bit, which can change some fights like, I don't know, maybe Sun to Sun, maybe?
Sun to Sun, yep. That was a painful experience.
Too soon.
But Chrono Trigger's just got very rewarding movement. It's nice that you don't have the random encounters. It makes going from point A to point B... I'd say the movement's probably one of the more enjoyable parts about this run.
I would
Also,
have to
with
agree.
being able to consistently go around encounters, again, the encounters that we do have to take, we'll talk about a little bit more, but you can consistently run away from them all very quickly, which also makes a nice bit of consistency in the run pretty much throughout the entire thing.
So here we find out the princess is really our good friend Marl. And the entity ended up taking her. Because the entity, depending on which way you look at it, is either Lavos or the world trying to just shoehorn Chrono along to help itself out against the giant space tick.
I thought he was a hedgehog.
Potato, potato.
So this is when they kind of talk about a whole time paradoxal thing, which I don't know how much you really want to get into it or not.
And this is this was the thing I was talking with you, Dine, about, like, this whole grandfather paradox or whatever they call it. Like, it doesn't even make sense in the Chrono story, because, like, using Ayla as an example, you have her in your party, so she's like removed from 65 million BC. So why doesn't the future change with her removed? So I think, like, that's a good example of why this doesn't make sense to be inserted into the story.
When you really start digging into the story, you're not changing the future as much as you are just deleting and remaking futures.
That's a good way of putting it.
Hobbs and I did a lore-based run. And the more we started to learn about the lore, the more it just really didn't make sense. There was a couple of, like, very interesting tidbits, but...
So we're going to be taking a couple of fights to grind up a little bit. We're going to make sure that Chrono gets Cyclone, and Luca's going to get Flame Toss, so that we can get Flame Whirl for pretty much immediately after this forest area.
One nice thing about Chrono Trigger is if you have the save battle cursor, you just need to hold X and it will automatically queue up an attack on the first available frame, regardless if you're on tech, item, or attack. So a large chunk of the SNES speedrun is leaving a character on tech, and then hitting X just to queue up attacks to leave that memory cursor intact.
Makes it a lot easier for the memory throughout the run, because now you only have to remember 2 things instead of 3 things, and you can save a good amount of time for start of battles and such. There are a couple fights. Sorry, I'm just going to finish off this one part real quick. There are a couple of fights where holding X for even just a little too long can get you into some trouble. Like, I'm thinking, like, the second phase of Master Moon, if you hold it a little too long, Luca can accidentally get an attack in instead of doing a fire punch. So you have to be a little bit precise on certain fights.
We did get we got Chrono Trigger on the PC. Did get a PC release. Which holds up, I think, pretty well.
As long as Luca doesn't get slowed in this fight, we should be looking pretty good.
Well, so far so good. These Nagas are heavily physical resistant and very weak to fire. Chrono Cyclone will do about 17 to 20 damage. And you can see here with Fire Whirl, it just ends up doing just dummy amounts of damage because of their fire weakness.
And I'll say, regardless of the category, minus New Game Plus, like, the beginning here, I would say pretty much plays out very, very similar.
Yeah, it's usually up to Yakra where it starts diverging between the routes. Can you do any mini glitches from this run on the PC? No, you can't. RNG manipulation and all the glitches have been patched out from what the community has been able to find. Then again, the PC hasn't been looked at terribly too much. But things like the unequipped glitch, fade out glitch, save anywhere glitch have all been removed from what the community has done for testing.
After playing the good old organ, we get to go through. I like the movement through the cathedral here. It's pretty fun. It's not like super precise, but it is still like there's a lot of corners and stuff you have to try and avoid, and you can make some tight corners around like the railing and the walls and such here. Pick up a nice little power tab, but we'll be using almost immediately right before Yakra.
Yeah, you'll see Dine taking quite a few detours to get either power tabs or speed tabs or magic tabs in it. It just goes to show how valuable they are for the amount of time that we spend to go pick them up, especially the speed tabs.
Speed is probably the
speed-
most busted stat in this game.
Yeah.
Speed is just... It's so weird how they did it with this game. So every other stat maxes out at 100. Speed maxes out at 16. So it's very easy to just max out a couple of characters' speed stat and then be golden. Not golden, but it definitely makes the run quite a bit easier.
I also feel Chrono kind of caps out very quickly, too.
Yeah, Chrono just has a naturally high speed stat. And then
his weapons.
He's got a lot of good weapons.
We're also just doing a little bit of extra grinding here so that we can get Slurp Cut on Frog, so that we can learn X-Strike, because we're going to be using that on Yakra. Which, fortunately, we have a move that does a nice AoE that destroys a whole bunch of these Nagaets, and we were talking about before, that have such high physical resistance. Not a problem when we got Fire Whirl. Now, the one big thing about movement in this game is you'll see from someone learning it versus someone who's played it for a while, diagonals are a big learning curve. And once you learn how to use your diagonals, you'll notice you just start saving a lot of movement time.
Coming from FF6, where there was only 4-way movement, I kind of carried that muscle memory into Chrono Trigger when I started learning it. Because diagonals just scared me because they were such a foreign concept. But once I got used to them, it was definitely... Dungeons just felt a lot speedier.
Luckily, these guys all
So this is
line
a
up.
forced fight. This is just a forced fight we have to take. This opens up the door to Yakra after we end up showing off our organ skills once again.
The real question is, who's playing the organ?
I believe Frog.
I would think Frog.
I think he's probably the best suited.
All the way from there, too. That's amazing.
He's using the tongue.
How does he know what to play?
There's always notes left on every organ or piano ever. No one ever
good
clears
point.
that off.
Yep. Now, Dine, you are doing a little bit of manip in this run, right?
Yeah, I'll be doing or attempting Magus's castle. None of the early game manip, just because
Yeah.
it's a little too hard to come back from.
I agree.
The first hour 15 minutes of the manip is quite stressful and not very marathon happy. So definitely I would go non-manip for this too.
We'll get more into the manipulation later on.
Wait,
This run will have some RNG manip, but the whole run will not be manipped. It makes a lot of the rougher segments just a little more consistent.
So the main thing to know about this fight is when Yakura is close to Frog, you won't get a counterattack. So basically what we're really doing is we're going to be X-striking 6 times, and we're going to be watching Yakura go over to around the Frog area. Now, usually after the 2nd or 3rd X-strike, he tends to walk away a little bit. You'll have to wait for a second, and then he'll mosey on back.
And another thing with this fight is if one of your characters is dead, he will not do the counter. You can just kind of go crazy on him. So
This is the wander we're talking about.
Say that again.
This is the wander we were talking about where he kind of goes to the middle.
Yeah.
If you go for an X-strike there, you'll get Druid.
If Luca dies in this fight, it's no big deal.
Oh, I guess that's another thing we can talk about a little bit. So there's an entire TP route that we have to try and follow. Basically, whenever you learn a skill, say you needed 10 tech points to learn a skill and you got 20, you would get 20 for that skill, but you'd also get 20 on the next one as well. And that's just a bug in the game's programming. So we abuse that in certain spots. We want to make sure that we're learning skills when we want to, so that you kind of maximize the amount of TP that you get throughout the entire run. And so there's a few spots where you don't want Luca, for example, we need her to learn Flare before the end of the game for a really broken tech we have. So if she's dead and she doesn't learn something at the right spot, you're kind of in trouble to try and find a whole bunch of extra. It can be up towards of like 240 tech points in some spots.
Yeah, if you muck up real bad.
But with that being said, it is a little bit more lenient in the first hour. Up to learning magic with Specchio, the tech route is really not that crazy. I think you really only need to worry about what is it? Just the skills of
Flame Whirl and X-Strike.
yeah, just the stuff that you've learned now. So after you learn magic, it automatically bumps all of your characters up to learning. So all of the spells there or techs they were supposed to learn prior to learning the magic. So for example, with Chrono, he would learn Slash automatically as well as Lightning.
So with the TP, someone in chat's like a bug, not a glitch. It's in the game's coding. The only way to avoid it would to be anytime someone came close to learning a tech, you would have to leave the dungeon, go back to the Millennium Fair, fight Gato for 1 TP, and then go back into the dungeon. So trying to avoid something like that that's just inherently in the game's coding would add
So much time.
probably an hour to an hour and a half to the run of just running back and forth to the same spot.
And keeping track of that for 7 characters.
Yeah. So there's some points, there are some just inherent game bugs or glitches, depending on which side of the fence you're on, that are just unavoidable. So in the run, you might as well allow it just for more of the enjoyment's sake than anything else. Kind of like with FF6, how like magic defense is broken, but we can use it just because there's no way to avoid it. The TP glitch or a bug, whatever you want to call it, in this game works the exact same way.
Now we're just going to go and bring Marl back home since we saved her from the deep dark, depths of the abyss. And everyone should be happy that we're bringing her home. We brought her from disappearing to a nice, warm, cozy bed, and everyone should give Chrono a big old parade. That's what I would assume, at least.
So this game is very unique where you can build up your run gauge even if a menu is open. So a lot of the times for encounters, you just hold L and R, you'll open up the menu for a brief second and then close it, and then you can run away without the enemy getting in action. Now there will be some enemies that just naturally outspeed you, so you have to kind of take the bop to the forehead, but for the most part it's a very safe and consistent way to escape encounters.
Now there are also unrunnable fights. A lot of them are the ones that we try to avoid because A, they're not worth taking, and B, they're pretty slow, and C, they're unrunnable. But there are a few, like Black Tyranno or Tyranno Lair has a lot of them, so it's usually one of the more stressful points, especially after you just went and defeated Magus, which is a pretty rough fight as well. That's part of why knowing where to go and how to avoid the encounters is pretty important.
So for anyone looking to learn this, there's Chrono speedruns. There's a website just dedicated to a lot of good resources. The Discord is also another good source of resources. There's a lot of pictures done by Red Slash, which is basically one of the big brains of the game. And he got pictures for every movement screen for about the first 2 hours of the game. And it labels out all the chests we grab, where the encounter tiles are, how to skip them. So if you get a little worried with the movement, you can always just pull up a map and kind of just know where you are with it. I know the majority of us have spent way too many hours looking at those maps, just trying to get familiar with every map set and where we can run, where we can't run if we need to do a backup.
To answer the question in chat, RNG manipulation is allowed in the glitches category.
Why is that, Hobbs?
That is because it is unavoidable in a lot of situations. And you also wouldn't be able to prove it in some situations.
So it turns out we don't get a big parade, by the way. In fact, we're going to go to court for kidnapping.
There are PC runs on the leaderboard. There's a nice spiffy button you can push. It says PCDS, and it will show you their runs. The PC speedrun of the glitchless category is what, like 40 minutes faster?
Yeah, it's either...
I think Fella's got like a 4:36 or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say between 40 and 50 minutes, probably. So the actions that we've taken, I would say, have been pretty passive up to this point. All of the stuff in the fair, but they were on purpose to try to get the guilty verdict here. By getting guilty, it saves roughly like 5-6 seconds. And the second juror is really the only, I guess, RNG with it. It's like, I think it's like a 54% chance that the second juror will say guilty. And it's not like a reset point or anything. It's just a nice little 5 seconds that you can get sometimes.
PC is faster than SNES because of instant text boxes, and the end result screens after battles just go much quicker.
And the auto battle that they just added.
Yep.
50% increase on auto battle now, I think.
Yeah, with the newest patch. So we got not guilty. We can tell because the second juror is on the right-hand side.
And that's the only guy that we don't actually touch any sort of flag for. I believe he is the one for the cat at the fair. So it basically comes down to, we're going to say it's random, but it's basically like a frame-based thing on whatever frame it is. He'll either say, I'm just going to choose guilty or not guilty, because honestly, I don't know.
Just flip a coin. It's nice if you get the guilty, but it's by no means needed to get a good time in the run.
You save roughly 5 to 6 seconds off of a couple of extra text boxes, but that's about it.
And depending on how you mash in the screen, it can be even less. That whole courtroom section is just very laggy to begin with. So if you're mashing to your heart's content, you can actually create more text box lag, which will lose you time.
Fun fact, if you also get not guilty, you get a nice little bag that has an ether in it for you. We don't grab it because it's not worth the time to grab it, but, you know, casually, if you wanted, I guess you could get an ether there.
One nice thing about the Chrono Trigger run is the money route is very, very lenient. We end up getting infinitely more than we'll ever need to spend, and we do overbuy a lot of items, just for the sake of it makes shopping easier.
Shopping easier, and sometimes things can get a little out of hand, and then luckily you have enough stuff to basically cover you on worst case scenarios. A nice little HP MP recover because we don't get an autofill at all, and we're going to be needing Basically, it's basically MP that we're really worried about. MP that we're going to be needing for all the way up to Dragon Tank here.
So I think.
Yeah, we're.
Go ahead, Don.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think you mentioned a few days ago about waiting for the guards to come let you out. I actually didn't know about that casually. I always like tapped on the gate, and so I didn't even learn about that until like last week.
It takes a long while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like as a kid, I would just go make lunch. So we're using Cyclone on these guards. Cyclone is a 25% physical damage increase over attack. So if we could get a crit, it would be faster, but Cyclone is just the consistent kill. And then with those shield guards, what you want to do is line up Chrono Sprite pretty much to go right through the middle of them. If you get into an encounter, it's just very slow. You have to wait for both the shields to kind of like veer to the left before you can deal any damage to them, because their defense gets set quite high in memory.
Now we're going to pull some Metal Gear Solid Snake stuff here. Make sure these guards don't catch us. They do. They have a bit of a timer. On this guy, if he looks to the right, you can basically just run yourself over there. You shouldn't get caught unless you're like walking. This guy's a little bit tougher, I find, but for the most part, it's not too bad.
Yeah, these guards operate on a 24 frame cycle. So the guard on the left gives you a full 48 frames before you get caught, where the other guard gives you only 24 if he decides to do the quick right look.
This is a fight where we actually want to wait just a little bit, wait for the guards to come in, and then you can cyclone both of them. Saves us a turn, because you can't quite get that cyclone off on both of them right off the hop. Almost like.
And we also need 8. We also need 8 MP coming up for the next boss.
Not only did Dine get 1 mid-tonic from each of the guards he knocked out, he can get an optional 5 safety mid-tonics from this guard as well. Which he is doing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just for safety.
Yeah. Dragon Tank is definitely the first actual hard roadblock, I would say, when learning this run.
This boss definitely tripped me up a lot longer than I thought it would.
Yeah.
This game it operates on a 4 frame rule system. So it's more of a reaction based game instead of an anticipation based game. In this boss, when I was learning, it was very easy to like think I was targeting the head and you end up slashing the body, which really just ruins the whole fight flow.
So we're going to be waiting for the heal hurt here first, so that we can kind of get a quote-unquote setup going. Basically, just so we don't get our damage negated right off the hop. We have to kill him at a somewhat precise moment, so that because right near the end, he'll start healing a whole bunch, and then basically anything that we've done at our super low level basically all gets wiped away, and we already barely make it through this fight alive as it is.
So we're at 2-3. 4-3. Very nice start.
Mm-hmm.
So you want 4 attacks from Chrono and 3 from Luca on the head. A crit will make it so you get 1 less attack, and since we have to do an extra one with Chrono, that extra crit basically saves us a turn. We can just go straight into starting to take out the head gone, which is the one that heals, and now we can start using Fire Whirl.
So we do with Cyclone, Fire Whirl, Cyclone, Fire Whirl. It just works out better for the ATB that way, and we don't need to do 4 Fire Whirls to kill the body and the wheels. If we were to start off with Cyclone off the bat, the Dragon Tank would just respawn with doing a full heal anyway, so you end up losing a lot of that damage.
And Chrono didn't get rocketed, so we're good. GG's.
Yeah.
Very clean fight. Yep.
That was almost a gold, even with the save.
And it's actually very close. Like Dine was saying, it's or maybe B-Dude was saying, it's you're very close to death already. And if you don't mash to kill the wheel after the head's gone, it will do that grind attack, and it really screws up the fight. It potentially ripping the run. So it's very, very tight
Taking
fight.
40 damage on both characters is very rough when you don't have 40 hit points to release
Yeah.
a spare.
When you start off at like 110, 120, and you've already taken one of those.
Yep. So that guard there, if you run just straight down out of the stairs, you hit an event tile that triggers the guards to start following you. If you hold kind of right and then run up to the guard and run down, you skip a couple of text boxes and you skip the animation where Luca holds her gun up. She says we have to fight out, and it saves these guards running into you as well. So it's nice little movement tech there to save probably 7 or 8 seconds.
And after we get through these little bit of cutscenes, we're actually going to hit a spot that is pretty movement heavy as well for probably like the next 10 minutes or so, really.
Yeah, this is, like you said, like coming up, this is probably some of the hardest movement tech, I think.
Yeah,
Especially
trying to get through the lab and then
yeah,
the
like
dome.
after Guardian. Yeah.
Yeah. Me and Hobbs have been in contention on the best of how to take like one specific screen for like 2 weeks now.
That's one of the fun of the game is that, like you do have a lot of like movement options, and there's a practice ROM, and it's always nice to see like saving a couple of frames here and there, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you go, if you can save 3 frames over a couple hundred room transitions, it's you're just putting money in the bank at that point.
Now, as far as actually like picking this up as a speedrun, I think it's actually not too bad just to like get into it, because there are nuances, but there's a lot of fail safes as well. So you can actually, I think it's a pretty easy run to pick up to just at least get started on.
Yeah. It's fun. It's one of the more consistent speed runs I found. Like, you're definitely going to lose time on splits from here and there, but
Yeah, I found the fights to be relatively easy. So I think ultimately, as you're learning it, you'll probably put more focus on like the fights, just because it always seems like the forefront of something to focus on. And then you'll after like a couple runs, you'll realize how much time you're losing to your movement.
We're doing a nice little thing here where when the rats steal, a nice little text box pops up, and we're actually using that to go over top of a couple of enemy tiles, because it's not going to trigger it until you close that text box. And so Dine I don't know, he was having some bad movement there, and he just didn't seem to be able to skip them, and so I guess we don't get to do those fights.
I'm sorry. I wanted to throw for content.
That's my job.
We all throw Hobbs. We all have good pitching arms.
Yeah, that was some very clean Lab 16 movement.
Did you mention the Berserker yet?
I have
Okay,
not.
he just one of the items he got while running around the rats and stuff just a few minutes ago was the Berserker, and that will get a lot of love throughout this whole run. It's a 50% damage increase, and it also provides protect status.
Yeah, for 33% physical damage reduction.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice accessory. On top of that, your character will attack on the first frame possible without any input, so it's just all around really nice as long as you can afford to use it in the fight.
So in this fight, the bits have 200 HP, and so we're going to want to take them out first, because what happens if you attack the middle while 1 or 2 of them are up, Hobbs?
If you attack the middle when both of them are up,
We'll go with both of them first.
with both of them, he will do a triple tech.
And it hurts a lot.
It hurts a lot. Yeah, it's like 100 damage or something like that.
It's at full health, you won't die, but you'll be really close. And then if there's just the one, which he will do it anyways, so we want to try and kill both the bits at around the same time, since if one lingers for a little too long, you'll get attacked with a move called Amplifier, which also hurts, but at least it's only on a single attack, or a single person. But also if there's, here it is, the amplifier.
Yeah.
Amplifier's really not that bad, but it's gonna happen. Just, you know.
Yeah, unless you like line it up like perfectly, which doesn't always happen because sometimes Chrono will hit a crit that you don't want him to hit on one of the bits, or Marl will hit one when you were expecting her to only do 40 damage. And you have to like try and work around when you think a crit may or may not happen, which doesn't work out very well a lot of the time.
And I believe
Now I'm gonna use Luca's turn to heal. I don't like Chrono's hit points.
good idea.
Not a bad idea.
Not going. This is a two cycle fight regardless. I could probably also heal up Luca for a little bit of safety, but her damage is kind of in the wash, really, no matter what.
Crit on the 0.
Unfortunately, the body doesn't take any damage from Luca's flame toss, so you just got to resort to the 20 damage that she does.
Nice crit.
Yeah, Marl seems to crit quite a lot in this fight.
It's strange.
Yeah, it is really strange. It is really nice, but you need to account for it too, because like if you kill like B-Dude said, if you kill one of them too early and the other one's up too long, that he's gonna keep doing.
Oh. All right, I'm glad I healed Chrono.
Perfect.
I was just really hoping that wasn't going to Luca.
That was calculated.
Yep. Got that was all manip to get that crit on it.
Oh yeah.
One Chrono crit. Oh,
So you really don't want Luca to crit. Luca does just very minimal damage. You really want to see either Chrono or Marl get it in just because of that double damage. And Luca doing 20 to 40 really doesn't make much of a difference. Weapons, the crit rates are weapon tied. Some weapons will do additional damage to enemy types, but they really don't get a crit bonus versus certain enemies. At least not from what like data mining the game's code suggests.
There you go. That's the first. Well, other than Yakra, Guardian and Dragon Tank are probably some of the more stressful fights early game because, as you saw, we gained 2 levels per character in that fight because we are so under leveled at this point.
One of the nice things about Chrono Trigger is experience doesn't get divided. So if Guardian gives us 500 experience, each character is getting 500 experience. And then every character that's in your sub-party, obviously we don't have any now, but later on in the game gets 75% of that. They don't get any tech points, which kind of sucks, but everyone at least is still getting very healthy chunks of experience in the background.
So when you want to swap them in, they're not completely useless. Like if you're playing a Pokemon game or something, you have to bring in that level 10 into your level 40 party.
Trying to level up that Magikarp.
Yep.
I think in general this game was very lenient with that. Just it's very story driven, with it also being relatively short. I really don't think it was ever intended to ever be like a grind type game.
So these next couple of rooms, well, more so specifically this room, can be a little bit nerve-wracking, just trying to get around these bugs. You can get around them really quick, but it is also really tight. And one little bonk or just taking a corner a little too sharp, and then you just lose 10-15 seconds off of having to run from a fight.
One of the good things about practicing movements in rooms is all the enemies start at static locations. So you can make a save state before the room, and then the room will always play out the same. Obviously, like once your movement gets better, you might have to wait a little bit here, or you'll find you have an opening to get through something a little quicker. But it does make practicing rooms a lot better in something like Link to the Past, where you have several different patterns for each room, so you don't have to really react.
Luckily, after a couple of those stressful boss fights, we have a nice little section here where we can just kind of not quite put the controller down, but just hit A for a bit, decompress a little bit, and think about what you need to be doing for, well, probably about the next 20 minutes or so at least.
Just regret Protodome exists. Think about the 5 slimes.
Oh boy, the good old slimes. Maybe even that first slime. You never know how that first slime's really gonna go.
Yeah, that first slime we there for a while. We could set up a tent.
It's with the way that the damage rolls and the RNG string work, you can sometimes get a 2 attacks on the first slime, and then that's it. I've seen upwards of 7.
Yep, same.
And
7,
he only
definitely.
has 10 HP, so that means you're hitting a lot of ones.
Robo critting 1.
The best.
Oh.
Yep. Robo can hit anywhere between 1 and 12.
And when it has 10 HP, that's
And then when
a
he
swing.
hits for, yep. And when he's hitting for 1, you're like, come on, buddy, you can do a little better than that. I believe in you.
It's always the worst because you're excited. You see him go for the crit, and you're like, yeah, here we go. 1.
Yep.
Well, not only did I lose time watching that crit, because crits, an unnecessary crit will lose you time because of the extra animation time. Crits, if you actually need that extra damage, will save time just because you're still saving a turn. But when you see those unnecessary crits, and then say one does only 1 damage, it hurts. Ooh, I haven't seen this strat.
It's a Dine strat right there.
That's the Dying strat.
All right, Dine, I believe in you. You get 5 greens. Come on.
I can't believe that worked. I've never. I was like, I know I need to walk somewhere on the catwalk, but I don't know where.
Were you trying the beaded walk?
I was trying to, even though I've never watched your video.
That was so wrong.
Yeah, he does it on the top one.
I don't care. It worked.
It did work.
So your hitbox does get slightly bigger when you're running. So there will be some encounter skips. There's one encounter skip coming up where we'll be walking past enemies, because if you run, you end up triggering an encounter. But if you walk, they say nicely in powered down mode.
And now we have probably the best boy in this game coming up here. And I can say with full confidence that no one in this call has ever lost this race.
Nope.
Not
never.
once.
I'm sorry, you can lose this race? I didn't know that.
So there's a consistent way to do this race, which is boost on the first and third time you get ahead of Johnny, and then kind of just stay away from him. There is a slightly faster way when you're kind of bonking against Johnny. It does save a little bit of time, but you can definitely find yourself just him kind of whiplashing ahead of you right before the finish line.
You also want to make sure you
Or
don't
if you end up
boost
just-
a little too early right at the
Yes.
end. Most people say about 20 to 25 is when they'll do the boost. If you get a little antsy on it and you hit on like 30 or a little above 30, Johnny will just come and steal that first place from your Mario Kart style.
Yeah. Uses the blue shell.
Beautiful.
Easy.
I totally didn't feel that in my old endings run.
And there is a perfect Johnny race of constantly bumping the entire race. I've only ever seen it done once.
I think I've seen Red Slash is one of those guys where it's just like he touches the game every year and still is in tip-top form. And it's always fun to watch him just like mindlessly bounce off Johnny forever in a day.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Sure.
Dine, you asked yesterday. That's a good example of when to do Luca.
Yeah.
I was going to say, what's the decision
that
making?
was like the perfect fight. So this is the fight coming up where we have to walk by. We have to do this walk 3 times. So those robots are going to be asleep the whole run.
There's some spots in this game because before a cutscene actually starts, characters will walk to their spot. There'll be a few spots where we'll kind of run past where we want to go and then bring it in so that the character's kind of in spots so they do a little bit less walking. You can save yourself a couple seconds here and there doing that.
I think Dine was showing us what not to do.
Yeah.
Yep. Look, I was just so excited to see Robo, okay?
You needed to hear the music.
I need to hear it. I need it in my life.
Just can't give them up, can you?
Just can't let them down. The amount of mashups on YouTube on this song is amazing.
Hey, like I said yesterday, Mitsuda said he never heard the song before.
So obviously we have 4 characters here now, and we can only take 3 of them. So we're going to be putting Marl on the bench until probably another 3 hours, where she gets to be in for one fight that's her own side quest because she's kind of forced to be in it.
Yeah.
And then she'll be on the sidelines for the rest of it.
Hey, don't forget haste.
Oh yes, haste. Marl's point in this game is to do haste.
Twice.
He gets some action on the rebels.
She gets to stare there and look at him as Magus gets to whiff.
She's the cheerleader on the Rebels, so I don't know if that's considered action or not, but she does get to be there.
Whether you pick Luca or Marl to stay really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. We just pick to bring Luca because it's the top option.
XP might play into that, but I'm not sure.
I think normalization.
Yeah.
Maybe for the Hekrans fight, but then I don't know if Marl getting that extra level would also normalize things.
Possibly.
All right, 7 hit points. 2 hit points.
Okay.
Oh, let's go, Luca.
Hey.
Three's good. Three's good.
I'll take that. All right, so we didn't waste 30 seconds there chipping away 1 hit point at a time.
And yes, haste and berserker Magus will definitely be used in this run. Specifically on 2 fights. But that's much later.
We hate slime so much, we're just not going to take this one.
Mm-hmm.
We need to save the Malding for the next one.
Yep.
I'm on dying. Do it.
What? Oh, the slime nip?
Yep. 5.
I don't know anything about it, and everything Jerry's told me about it, it's just bad. You feel bad about yourself for doing it.
5 greens.
So the slimes are basically frame based on what you get here. There's going to be 5 slimes, and it'll be a difference of, reds and greens. Greens are good because they have lower HP. Lower HP or just lower defense?
Both.
Lower HP
Okay,
and
it is
defense.
both. Okay.
Yeah, they have 1 less HP than the reds. And the RNG.
Let's go, Robo.
Yeah, the RNG on which ones you get. It starts when you enter this room.
Now, Diane's trying to avoid not hitting a green and a red at the same time because it'll create a nice little counterattack that takes about 1,000,000 years to watch.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah, most cases it's definitely not worth it. If you could get like 4 or 5 with a cyclone, I think it might be worth it. But it also is going to come down to the damage value from that cyclone. So
There you go. They do have 9 HP.
yep.
It's also each red. So even though if a green is surrounded by 3 red and you hit all 4 of them, you can get 3 counterattacks. So this fight can actually spiral out of control very, very quickly if you try to greed it. Especially if you get 2 greens and 3 reds like that, and they're all grouped together, and you get a cyclone, you can just sit there through 6 counterattacks at 30 to 40 damage each.
No, they were nicely segregated in that fight. That was actually a pretty good slime fight.
Yeah. Chrono is nowhere close to learning Slash. And to take, considering most enemies give like 5 to 10 TP, taking an additional 9 to 12 fights to learn Slash would not make that one fight faster in the grand scheme of things.
You're also
Now,
full
during
health.
this little password thing, yeah, he is full health. During this password thing, there's a fun little thing where you can just actually hold all the face buttons because we need to spell Zabby, X-A-B-Y. And if you just hold them all down at the same time, the game will just put them in the correct order for you. And the timing for it is not, it's pretty lenient for pushing it all down.
Our only tech, the only TP we've learned after Cyclone was Yakra was really just bosses.
Yeah.
And like the odd random encounter we've taken, but like we haven't really been going for a lot of TP.
We're changing the battle speed for this next fight because on a battle speed 1, it's already pretty tight on a battle speed 2, but the leniency on a battle speed 1 is non-existent. And if you don't get the Cyclone off on the first turn pretty quickly, it's going to become a very rough fight very quickly.
Yeah.
And with the way that we do the strat for Hecarim, we also want battle speed 2 set for Hecarim as well. So might as well make both fights a little bit more lenient.
And that's a good time to do that menu there because A, your slimes are still pretty quick, but you also have a little bit of time to heal before this fight because you will want to be full health because you're going to get attacked 6 times. And if they focus on
If everything goes
if
all right.
everything goes right, you get attacked 6 times. And if they all focus on Chrono, which is the guy that's doing all the damage, it can get dicey very quickly. Which is why Luke is on standby in case she needs to chuck over a tonic.
Yep, she's just basically a heal bot in this situation. So a lot of the Chrono Trigger fights are, you can dumb them down to very, very simplistic things. We're going to do 4 Cyclones, 1 on the front row, 2 on the back, and then 1 on the front. That's the whole fight. Luca's going to heal if we need. We do this to avoid a lot of the R-Series really scary AI scripts. Doing Fire World doesn't save you a Cyclone, so it's not worth the extra animation time. So as long as you leave the slime fight with 8 MP, this fight you're pretty much golden with. Since we lived through the 3 attacks, the 3 front guys will do Rocket Punch, which deals about 15 to 18 damage each. So I know everyone's above 60 hit points, so I know they're pretty much guaranteed to live, even if they get all single targeted.
And if they end up if you get attacked 3 times on this fight, or like 3 cycles, they'll start doing the punching you back and forth move, and instead of taking 15 damage on this, I think it does like 40-ish.
It's a lot. Yep.
Yeah.
I would say
A good
also
clean fight.
That was a gold segment. That was surprising with that slime fight.
Yeah, and I would never hesitate to, like, if you're to use a tonic with Luca on that fight either.
No.
Like there's really no shame in it.
There's lots of just dead animation time. You can queue it up. Item throws are 2 to 3 seconds. Better off to lose that than potentially lose the run.
55 minutes.
And
Yeah, like it's better than going back to Millennium Fair.
it also allows you to mash with Chrono a bit more too, which is kind of nice. The only downside is you need to keep in mind that Luca will be on items for the next fight.
My PB in this is a 532. Obviously, we're not expecting a PB, but there are a couple of fights and a couple of segments that can go very wrong. So just because I'm a spaz, I like to put the estimate slightly higher, just in case if you do end up... I've had a couple of really bad Lavos fights, and that's like a 10-minute time waste right there. So better to be a little bit safe than sorry for estimates.
Even if like we died on our series there, we would have gone back to the beginning of the factory, and that would have been another 10 or so right there too.
Yeah.
Please try to account for those.
Magus, you can very easily lose a couple of minutes just from a bad pattern.
Dang, Robo lagging behind there.
I know.
So this is a lore reasoning that Chrono Trigger provided for only keeping 3 party members. What is it? Only 3 people can travel through the gates at the same time.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they get sent to the end of time. So that means we have to leave all other party members here. some arbitrary number that the game came up with.
So after we talk to good old Specchio, everyone is going to learn their tier 2 and tier 3 tech. And this is where the tech route really starts to come into play. Basically, everything we've done before this, it just doesn't matter. Because now we're put at a set known point. So Chrono's going to learn lightning, Marl's ice, Luca's fire. And this is where we're going to kind of be a little more mindful of taking extra fights when we don't need to.
Just a little reminder after you finish Specchio, make sure you go hit up that bucket.
Bucket, yeah. Thank you, sir. I ran to Gaspar and I was like, I forgot that.
So good old 3 laps.
Yep.
Not
definitely-
4?
Yep, not 4 laps.
Well, at least Chrono is centered in his animation.
You are able to fight Specchio after this, if you want. For the speedrun, we don't. If you do fight him in this form, he gives you one. Is it one extra magic tab? I think that's all
One
he gives
magic tab.
Yeah.
And he's really easy.
you. Yeah, I think it's just like, what is it, 5 or 6 magic techs on him, and then the fight's over.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I was honestly surprised they put a different form of Specchio for being this low level. Because I think this disappears at like, what, level 7 or 9?
Either that or 10. Something
9
like
or
that.
10.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember if it's at level 10 or if you're...
I think it's determined by your party leader's level. So basically Chrono for the vast majority of the game.
Yeah, I know 10 is the magic number. I just don't remember if it's below 10 or 10 or lower. That's the only part I don't remember.
I think it's your max level of period, regardless of who's in the party. At least that's what I thought.
So we're just grabbing some speed tabs here. Well, speed tab and a magic tab. Easy to grab, pretty quick to grab, and obviously going to be very useful. Speed tabs, like we were talking about, was super broken. Quick little shop.
Melchior, just a swordsmith. Nothing else going
Nothing
on.
weird about him.
Yep, just a nice old man.
One great thing about this game is that you can do equips inside shops, which save a good amount of time.
That's the only time we'll do it, but it still feels very nice.
I think isn't that the only time we even buy weapons?
Yep.
It's kind of crazy. We buy one sword. That's it.
And the only reason we buy the red katana is it gives Chrono +2 to magic.
Hecaton Cave is also very short in the speed run. We're not going to take any of the encounters. In fact, we're going to skip like 2 or 3 of them. And we were just run straight to the boss, and you'll see that as the common theme across the whole run.
So there I put Marl on ice, even though she's not going to do an attack, and I moved Chrono down to lightning. This is just setting him up for Yakra. Just for, once again, we kind of got a little bit of dead time with the runaways. So you might as well have your tech set up for the next fight coming up.
So not this fight, but the next one we don't take is a relatively precise skip. Trying to do it quick can get you in some trouble because you're supposed to be holding straight down to skip these bats to hit a nice little slant and you'll go right past it. But if you're hitting down left on the right spot, you will get the fight. So you're kind of hitting this knife's edge of I want to go fast and hit down left at the right spot, but I also want to... There you go, nice skip.
Beautiful.
They don't teach you that one in school.
Actually, I probably had the most trouble with that one out of like all of them for some reason.
It feels so simple, but it's so easy to muck
Yeah.
up.
So just for people to know, we will be taking a nice little break after this fight. This fight does take about 3.5 minutes or so. We have a lot of wait times while he's doing the obligatory hit me and see what happens, to which we will not hit him because we do not want to see what happens.
This
So we've talked about some techs giving you a damage increase. This also applies to dual techs and triple techs. Marl and Luca don't get any extra damage bonus for antipode. It's just faster. It's faster to have them do that than sit through two different animations from Marl casting ice and then Luca casting fire.
And since we've all just learned magic, no better time than the game to give us like a magic tutorial cave, which is essentially what this is. Hecarim only takes damage from magic. Well,
Yeah, pretty much almost everything in this cave is like that. Very high physical defense, but very low magical defense. There, he's egging us on, try and hit me, and we're just gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna heal. I'm gonna chill. Get a nice little prompt on the top, and then we can go back to regular business.
when learning this game, it was a little weird. Even though he says that the counterattack break, he'll sometimes still be stuck in the animation. As long as the text appears at the top of the screen, you can do magic and he won't counter.
That's something who actually pays attention to what's going on the screen would notice. I don't think I ever noticed that.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah, it looks a little scary to do magic when he's still in that animation, but it works. It's fine.
So Cyclone is like this and Yes Indeed are his big damaging abilities. We're in phase 2 now, so he's going to start throwing them out. So Chrono is going to be the one healing, but we also need him to throw in some damage so we can finish him off before around his third counterattack phase. I think it's right before.
Yeah, I think it's, what is it, 50% is when Hecarim changes up his RNG. Yeah, he changes up
Below 50%.
Yeah, he starts doing, like B-Dude said, the Cyclone. He starts doing the more powerful attacks instead of just like the bubbles. The fight gets much more dangerous.
So we're leading off with Chrono here, since he's going to start throwing out. He's going to throw out 2 Cyclones, and Chrono being the fastest, we're going to be able to hopefully get a heal off after the first Cyclone, and make it so that in case someone else gets hit by it, because he'll tend to do what we call the double tap, where he'll just attack the same person. Obviously, we can't survive a double tap.
Come on, big bucks, no whammy. Yeah.
No double tap.
Hey. Yeah, I told you.
Or a whirl stretch for the win.
It's never worked for me.
Gotta have faith.
Just need to get
You
better.
gotta have faith, B-Dude.
There you go. Hecarim's done.
Easy fight.
And then I think that's about our break time there.
Yep.
All right. Well, I think it's time then, yes, indeed, for a brief counterattack break. Now's a great time to stretch your legs, get some water. Basically, the game is about to start at this point. All of the groundwork's been laid, and the real Chrono Trigger begins when we come back. And we're back. It's time for more Chrono Trigger, but just real quick, for anybody who's just showed up recently, we've got a couple of announcements. SGDQ 2022 on-site volunteer applications are closed, but if you'd like to help with any of our off-site volunteering positions, keep your eyes on our website and Twitter for more information. It's going to be coming up pretty soon. If you're watching this on YouTube, I hope that you're enjoying it, but you should come over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick, where you can watch our live content. You can watch these things happen as they're happening. Weeknights, we tend to start at 7 p.m. Eastern. Weekends, we tend to start at 1 p.m. Eastern. Your subs, your gift subs, your Prime Gaming subs, and all of the bits that you've been cheering help support weekly hotfix content. Please consider supporting our daily content if you enjoy these shows. GDQ Highlights is a channel that features highlights of GDQ hotfix shows. Use !! highlights in chat to learn more about that channel. Finally, make sure that you tune in on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Hey, that sounds familiar. For No Category Left Behind. It's a show about category extensions and unusual category speedruns. If you enjoy kind of neat, off-the-wall speedruns, that's where you're going to want to be. And now, once again, it's time for Dine's RPG show, I guess.
Thank you very much, Tina.
So after just beating up Hecarim, we get a nice little whirlpool here to send us, obviously, back home. Which I only learned about a week ago that you can actually go back into that whirlpool and head back to Medina instead of having to do the long walk all the way around going through a couple of portals. And I felt a little embarrassed about that one.
As you can see, Dine's sitting on the bottom of the stairs. If you're holding just down on the directional pad without running, it'll put you at the very last possible frame before exiting. And we're waiting for Tabin to talk to his wife up there before leaving, and that flags Tabin available to pick up the item we need.
The Tabin
And you
vest.
just need that text box to open. You don't need to wait for it to close.
Correct. Yep.
The Tabin vest is a very useful piece of equipment for Luca. Gives her, I think, 50% fire resistant and +2 to speed, with also just a lot of good defense. She'll be using it for a very large chunk of the run.
So you were talking earlier about how we'd have to come back to fight Gatto to get tech points, that we don't do that. So why are you doing this now?
So we're just setting up here. We need 40 points much later in the run, about 2 hours, 2.5 hours from now, to get the Chrono doll. We need 40 silver points. This is just the best time to get it because we're never going to be this deep in the Millennium Fair again. When we come back the next time, the furthest we'll go is the Norman Beckler's little auditorium, and that's it. No, and Gatto is just, you could maybe make an argument for the soda pop drinking and do that 8 times, but
You also have to destroy your controller.
yeah.
I still think this would be faster though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think even if you were to use turbo, I think this would still be faster.
And these 3, not sure if you mentioned it, but these tech points are considered into the TP route too.
I just kind of figured they were inconsequential. You only got like what, 1 tech point per fight?
Per fight,
Yeah.
yep.
So coming through this teleport, we actually they always have 2 kind of linked together, so you open up one, then you'll get another one at the end of time. And this one just so happens to bring us back to 600 AD. So let's check out that new teleporter right there. See what we got going on over there.
Why don't we go check out the 65 million one yet?
Because it
I didn't
scares
bring
me.
sun lotion. So again, we're coming up to the bird skip. This will be the 2nd time we do it.
Very quick.
Oh,
Faster than B-dudes.
So if you, the bird skip happens if you're on an even amount of pixels on the Y coordinate. So if you do a diagonal dash up to the up to the bridge and then kind of just follow the top of it, as long as you stop somewhere near the same spot, you kind of know if you can do the like 2 pixel or 1 pixel shuffle to get yourself in the right location.
so we had to go talk to the guy on the bridge there to set the flag for when we come over to the castle so that we can get an item so that we can actually go and do the entire bridge thing. And it's one of those small flags when, especially when you're first starting out, it's so easy to forget.
Oh yeah. And you see him doing some text canceling there. It pushes this conversation forward very, very quickly.
You have to make sure that this is one of those times when you want that text box closed, because if it isn't closed by the time you take the stairs, you have to go back and do it again because this guy won't come up.
It's so easy to forget going to the bridge. It's just such a small thing. He's like, hey, where's the food? And it's like, don't worry, we'll be your Uber Eats for the day.
There's a few spots within like the next roughly a half hour that are kind of like that.
Yeah, it's very easy to forget one thing and end up losing a minute, minute and a half.
Yeah, especially since we do come through here a few times and we do the run so often. You just kind of lose track of which time you're coming through.
And now that we've given him some jerky to, less soldiers than there were before, we were only here, what, 45 seconds ago. A couple of guys have dropped down.
A lot of them are just tired. You know, they've been awake all night. They got the overnight shift.
Now you can talk to this captain again, and you will get a gold helm. We don't have any use for it that we have found, and it just wastes you some time. But you can get one there if you so please.
I totally never got it by overmashing.
Nope.
I didn't know you could not get it until a while in. The fun fact about these fights, you only need to attack Ozzy 3 times, and his skeleton boys will disappear. You can also attack one of the skeletons once if you so please, just to let him know who's boss.
I got to assert dominance.
Yeah, I mean, you got to show people what not to do every once in a while.
As you can see, we do significantly less damage to them than we do to Ozzy.
Now, no one ever talks about it, but that angle is really hard to do between those 2 guards.
Yes, it is extremely hard. It's so easy to get caught on the top or the bottom, and you can't run below the most southern skeleton either, which sucks.
Now, we have been taking a little bit of damage here. We're going to be swapping out our party. So this is about the last time you're going to see Morrow for a while. But we're going to be doing some setup before we fight Zombor here.
Now
Bring Robo in.
Robo still has the Berserker. Are you really going to risk that?
Sure, it'll be fine. I have all the faith in the world for Robo.
Yeah, he's totally only going to hit the top.
Oh yeah. Oh no. We had a good talk beforehand.
Nice.
Whether he listens or not is a completely different story. But you know what? You got to let him grow. You got to let him be his own person.
So for the Zombor fight, if you do too much damage on the bottom half before you kill the top part will do a doom, which it's roughly like 100 damage per character. So
yeah.
you want to avoid that pretty much at all costs. You can typically only take like 1. So Dine's gonna be trying to see or keep track of how many times Robo hits the top or the bottom. If he hits the bottom twice, he's gonna switch Chrono to attacking a single target to the top and switch off this Cyclone. But hopefully, like we said, Robo will stick to the top damage. Which looks like,
No, 1 and 1.
Well,
good so far.
can't complain about a 1-on-1 because you're on a 1-on-1. You're basically just gonna kill both the top and the bottom around the same time. The top does have more HP than the bottom, like an extra 160, but it also takes a whole lot more damage.
Oh, big
Ooh.
bucks. Nice. I think this is the first time I've had Robo actually get hit with MP Buster.
Now, Robo getting hit with the MP Buster is really nice because now we're going to be swapping over to Slash and to Fire, which will do a little bit quicker, does a little bit more damage than a regular attack will. And this should be a pretty much quick wrapped up fight.
Yeah, this is a very good fight.
Should have maybe had Robo attack.
Yeah, Robo killing the top is most ideal for sure. Now Dine's going to be doing one of the bigger shops that we do in the run. He's going to be selling all of the ethers. They're just not needed, and all weapons except for the air gun. And that takes place much later in why we keep the air gun. He's also buying a bunch of shelters, revives, heals, and mid tonics.
And
Like
this
he
basically
mentioned-
carries us to like the side questing part of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And like Dine mentioned earlier, like we overbuy. We have so much money, we overbuy mid tonics like crazy. Like he just bought like 50, and what you might only need 20 to 30 at most.
Yeah, it's good for like newer runners to pick up extra because Mega's fight can go wonky very quickly.
Reminder, you're going to want to do a menu after this.
Yeah, I kind of forgot to swap Robo off.
feel like I forget that menu like 50% of the time.
Okay, we're just showing how much having this guy throw his hammer away lowers his defense.
Good little exhibit.
Really good content.
Look at that difference.
I never knew as a kid you could get rid of their hammer until like New Game Plus, where you just like end up doing Fire 2.
So Denadoro is actually pretty fun because there's a lot of skips, and there's one skip in particular where if we don't hit it, you're losing, like 4 or 5 minutes of extra encounters.
Yeah, it's like 5 encounters total.
Yeah, it's a gauntlet of 5 encounters and all of them are unrunnable.
Yeah.
I would say if you're going for like hardcore PB attempts, that's a run killer.
Now, it's not like it's super tight or anything, but it's definitely something you want to be paying attention to. Like this guy, we have to hang a little bit low to avoid him.
A lot of the
cannot
rooms you're just
stop.
so used to holding diagonals to run through. And it's that one room where you got to tell yourself not to do that.
But anytime you basically see Dine holding a corner or holding a wall, this is the room, by the way. You want to follow basically that nice little green line. Then we skip everything.
Little
get the
secret
shimmy.
path. Yep, little secret path down here. We're gonna be skipping the. Is that the silver stud?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're gonna be picking up the silver earring. A silver earring is 25% max HP. That'll be used for Chrono and Luca on quite a few fights.
And
That
Megas.
second run had me a little nervous.
It gets a lot of
sure.
love, much like the Berserker throughout the run.
Mountains are nice. Mountains are nice. And apparently, if you just be nosy, you get rewarded. So you can take that out into the world.
Now, as straightforward as the Masamune fight is, it can be very dangerous, which is definitely worth taking a safety save here if you're new to the run.
I always look at it for marathon runs where it's like, I'd rather lose the 3 seconds to save than lose the 5 minutes to get back to the boss.
Yep.
So for that skip, you saw Dine was just sitting there for a little bit. We wait for the bird to throw the rock, and at that point, if you run over, he's not going to knock you down into, because that's an unrunnable fight with 4 enemies. But it's a little bit tight, and you don't want to go too early, and it's really easy to go just a little early, and then he knocks you in, and then you lose. That's a good 1.5-minute fight at least.
All right. So the main goal of this first phase is we want to make Mune very sleepy. It's one of the few times we actually use Hypno Wave. All right, we got lucky.
Okay, there you go. So you want Mune to be asleep instead of Massa, since Massa will more or less really do nothing here, whereas Mune has a chance to make people be confused, and that tends to not be ideal when you only have 3 characters and 2 of them are using dual techs. Let alone the fact that you're probably going to go wake up Massa again anyways if you're confused, and then now you're going to start getting hit with, I think it's X Strike.
Yeah.
And I can't speak for every RNG window, but I would say for a lot of them, if you attack with Chrono on Massa before going Hypno Wave, the Hypno Wave tends to fail.
Yes.
I think, yeah. So you definitely want to wait for the Hypno Wave in this run first before attacking.
I had most of my Massa fights were like 3 or 4 Hypno Waves, or it's just like I just started killing them outright.
Yep.
And then once I stopped attacking with Chrono, it made things a lot more consistent.
Now here's Skip Leg Daemon. Again, we're basically going to be doing the same thing. The first half of this fight is not too worrisome. He doesn't hit very hard. He does have one tech where he'll do about 80 damage, and he has another one where usually he does it right afterwards where he'll say pain, and if you let that go, that move will hit a lot, but we have Chrono here to do slash so we can take care of that. Once we get into phase 2 where the fight can get pretty scary.
Here, you're just really hoping that Chrono ends up critting a lot.
Yeah, for me, when I'm doing this fight, those crits, I mean, are not only nice, but they do open up the room for a bit more healing if need be. I know it's kind of weird to say that, but like, that's essentially 2 attacks. So that means in a time where I probably wouldn't have healed, if I had like 2 crits, I would probably heal more so.
So because we saw that wind attack get put onto Robo, there's a really high chance that he's just going to follow up with that pain attack. So Dino's just sitting there waiting for it, and then boom, get a nice slash out, and we can just continue on with our life. Because if you attack him when he's charging up, he'll hit you with a counter, and then the move afterwards is what really hurts. Okay, so we're doing 86 on Robo. He'll do like high 90s on Luca, so we know we're into phase 2. Got to whittle down the last half of his health now because he's hitting so much harder. Chrono's going to be doing a whole lot less attacking and a whole lot more healing for the most part. Unless he splits the damage around, but like basically from this point on, if he hits anyone other than Chrono after this heal, we're probably going to have to heal up.
Yeah, this is where the fight really kind of like starts to slow down in terms of damage being dealt.
Yeah, watching MP in fights like this is a really good indicator to let you know like how close you are to the end. It just you can count HP, but I find looking at MP is a little bit easier.
I can't count that high.
So another Chrono attack or 2 would probably kill at this point.
Ours would be full sending right now.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Everyone's still healthy. They can all take 1 hit.
There you go. Easy fight. He actually wasn't too mean on that one.
No, he was actually very kind. You can get what's called the God fight. He just kind of walks to the bottom of the screen and really does nothing. Very rare to see, but it's always a welcome in the middle of a run.
Little confusing at first if you don't know what's going on, but once you know about it, you're like, oh, this is amazing.
I had no idea what happened the first time I seen it. I was like, I got super scared because I didn't know. You kind of like, the more you run it, and the more you get a feeling on when he's going to start charging up his tornado attack, and you got to dissipate it. But when he does that, like he just doesn't do anything, and it just throws the feeling of the fight completely off.
And then you'll never see that gold again.
Nope.
So now we're kind of hitting the little spot where it's like, make sure to hit a bunch of triggers before you actually go to the next spot. So like we have to go talk to Tata so we can get the hero medal. Then we have to go and talk to Frog to get the sword hilt. But then you have to make sure you talk to Melchior so you learn about the Dreamstone before you go to 65 million BC. And each of those 3 little things, it can be really easy just to forget one if your mind is wandering or if you've done a bunch of attempts throughout a day.
I've never completely skipped Melchior and gone to 65 mil BC and wondered where the dinos were.
Or gone to Frog without the Massimian.
Yep. Never done that.
Nope. Yeah, like I said before, you go through these areas so many times. It's really hard to keep track of the order of events.
Especially if you've had one of those days where you reset a lot. Everything just starts merging together.
It's all one big blur.
Yeah. You've seen Millennium Fair so many times. It's felt like 3 or 4 years have gone by.
Not manipulable.
Wait, Melchior's name is on this sword. But he's in 1000 AD. That don't make sense at all. Must be his grandpa.
Yeah, he must be Melchior the 13th.
Yeah.
All right, no new this visit. The news have a different percentage to show up. I think it's 1/3 going into Frog and then 1/4 leaving Frog. Kind of weird. They set the possibility at different rates. But we do have one more chance to see them. Some people think the news are good luck. Some of us have seen news and our run just completely taken a nosedive.
How bad would the run have gone if you didn't see the new, though? That would have been worse.
Oh, yeah.
Think about how much worse the run could have been.
I don't know. Magus usually decides that. Magus is the big gatekeeper. And it always seems on the new fights, we end up messing up the Magus.
That's what it seems like, yeah. So everyone gets excited about new, and if I don't see one, I'm like, all right, I think we got a run today.
Don't worry, we'll definitely see a new in Ocean Palace.
I'm indifferent to it. I just scream new. Forget about it.
I think it's a reactionary scream. You don't even think. They're just like,
You don't even
oh, yeah, there's a new.
You don't even think about it. It's just so ingrained in you.
That we literally come here so that we can talk to him, show him the sword. He's like, oh, I need Dreamstone. And then we can go to 65 million BC. And that's literally why we're here. So I think if you go to 65 million BC now, the reptites aren't there and our next character isn't there. And you're just kind of like, well, there's nothing to do here.
You could go new hunting.
Could go new hunting.
You could farm feathers and fangs and horns.
Yep. Probably good for the speedrun.
Get an extra rock helm, I guess.
Get the rock sword and rock bow.
All right, now we've gone to every portal that we have unlocked.
Gotta remember, Robo's not on laser spin.
So these guys are weak to magic. I think it's just straight up magic. And Robo has the only one that's screen wide AoE.
That was
And these guys can put people
horrible.
to sleep.
Yeah, this fight can turn into a disaster very quickly.
Luckily, Robo didn't get put to sleep, so we're chilling. So one of the things you want to remember at the end of the Mess Moon fight is make sure you see what Robo's MP is at, because you want to make sure that you have at least 6 MP. I think it's 3 MP a cost.
Yep, just 6.
If you don't have that MP when you're going to Melchior, you can eat the cake, and that gives you a full heal for a little bit of time, but it still saves you on a shelter.
It is a really nice safety if you're unsure, because it does do full party.
Or if you're slow on the inputs like I am, going to take a little bit of damage if you leave Masa pretty wounded.
Yep.
I haven't had anyone die on that fight yet, but I could see how that'd be disastrous.
Yeah.
Now, even though Robo made those fights quicker, we will lose a little bit of time because with Robo being here, Ayla gets some extra dialogue and such trying to figure out what a robot is. But you save more than having to bring Marl in and do... I don't think Antipode would even hit everything.
No, it's like you slash the one side, then Antipode the other side.
And Robo needs tech points anyways.
So Dine's going to be picking up the second Berserker, which is going to require some tricky movements to get it on one cycle.
One thing we haven't really talked about is chests from the side can be awkward to grab.
What?
Oop,
This is fine.
Yeah.
totally fine.
It's just next to runaway. I wasn't hugging the mountain well enough. Normally you get those dinos with these little koalas.
Yeah, chest pickups is an art and a tech that gets overlooked a lot until someone tries going like, how did I not pick up that chest? Each chest almost feels like it's unique. There's some where like from the side they're easy to pick up. Some feel impossible. Some it's better to take a little bit of an extra roundabout to pick it up on the top just because the side just never seems to work. And you just kind of pick that up throughout time.
Yeah, you want to use like it's some type of like, it's like a mashing before you get to the chest. It kind of like buffers opening it in a way.
I just hold the A button. So we're waiting for Robo to dance 4 times here, then he'll stop. And then we can talk to Ayla and then have a bit of a soup drinking competition for the redstone that she's like, oh yeah, this redstone. Totally have one right here.
One of the big things is not to bring Marl here, because the only reason we don't bring Marl here is because she wants to dance. Robo and Luca just kind of like just stand there and watch everything from the sidelines.
Like a 30 or 40 second loss, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty hefty.
Oh, look at this mash.
Come on, 14?
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, nice. So you don't need to mash super fast here. A lot of us trying to make a game to see how many bowls of soup we can drink. You can just mash at a very, very slow rate and do it. But it's, like I said, it's a fun game we like to play.
And so now it turns out that our gate key has been stolen. So now that we have a redstone, we can't go back. So obviously you bother the chief.
Mr. Rex asks, wait, that's not a tail, it's a scarf. Yes, Ayla does not have a tail. It's a scarf. I know a lot of people always thought it was a tail, but just from her running animation.
But she has a move called Tailspin.
True.
Also true.
We've hurt a lot of people's feelings lately telling them that it's not a tail.
Just because Toriyama was involved in this does not mean that random people have tails.
Chrono is clearly Goku, and he's completely fine.
Oh, that's true. Chrono is 100% Goku.
So running through this jungle can be a bit of a learning curve as well.
It's the best and worst feeling all wrapped into like one nice burrito.
There's a lot of corners to get stuck on, or just even like random little paths depending on which way you're looking. Like this stump is one possible one, but you also want to stick closer to the edges to avoid a whole bunch of encounters. So you're playing this mini game of, I want to be close to the wall, but I don't want to be scraping the wall, but I don't want to be too far off the wall so I don't get encounters. And it's interesting. That's the little bit of a, that one spot right there you can get stuck on so easy.
Drives me nuts. Like, there's just no rhyme or reason to it, because sometimes you'll just like blow right through it with no problem.
I had one or two runs where like I kept getting stuck on that little southern bridge, and like I couldn't even walk to get out of it. I was like, I don't know what I did wrong, but I regret everything.
So this is a forced fight that we have to take, but it's pretty quick. A slash and 2 attacks, and away we go. The next one is also forced, then everything else we can skip in here. So that would be a wasted frames crit.
In most fights, we are trying to either run away or kill without getting attacked, because getting attacked does obviously waste time. So if you're quick on that fight and this fight, for instance, Stein's going to try to do lightning first with Chrono before getting attacked. And
once he gets shocked, he does nothing.
Exactly. And on the previous fight, if you attack with Ayla very quickly on the left one, you can finish the fight without getting attacked.
Are we in for a good Nisbel?
No.
Did Ayla just crit there?
He crit on the first attack.
Oh.
I think it'll be the laggy crit fight. Where it's like you're praying for phase 2 to go well.
I only remember the one where Robo crits or the one where she crits at the end.
Okay. I knew there's something about a crit.
Yeah, if Robo crits or she crits at the end, I know those are good fights.
So after we totally fight this fight and not run away, we get rewarded with a save point. Do a little bit of a... This menu is pretty fun to do. When you have your stuff all set up, it's really quick.
It's one of the only menus that we have that allows us to pretty much like mash equip most of the gear.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Now, Nizbel is a fun fight because we can actually make it quote-unquote pseudo-scripted. The only part that isn't scripted is just the amount of crits that Ayla gives off. But basically, we're going to wait for Nizbel to do an attack, and then we're going to hit him with lightning. And from that point on, ATB is basically known for where he is. And from that point on, we just kind of do our business.
Yep.
So we get an early attack.
Fight's at least starting nicely.
And now we just basically hope for Ayla to get 2-3 crits. And then it's
Hold
the
X
crits
and
aren't
go
like,
to town.
yeah. There's one. And the crits aren't even like... They're just time saving. If we didn't get the crits, you just have to do a little extra healing, do an extra phase. But it's not like we need these crits or we die.
All right, so that's 2 attacks. Chrono.
Now we're going to wait after the 2 attacks because he's going to be doing his electrocution here pretty soon. We're going to... If you're sitting inside of a menu while an animation is going off, you can actually lag out that menu a little bit. So we try not to be sitting in menus during animations. There's 2 crits.
Nice.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good.
Now we're going to want to heal because we're going to get electrocuted once more. But we're only going to heal Ayla and we're only going to heal Chrono. Because even though we talked about all the stuff that Robo needs,
Living through this fight isn't one of them. There's no possible way to get 3 heals off with this setup and how Nizbel's ATB works, especially
And Ayla
without
does so much
ruining
more.
how the fight works or flows.
Yeah, so we let Robo die in 2 fights intentionally, and that is routed out in the TP.
we should be... yeah, this should be wrapping
yeah.
up real quick.
Yeah, it's a very nice fight. Oh yeah,
Ooh.
Okay.
this should do it, right?
I think it's on this one, yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
That's
the fight just works out really nicely. If you sync up Chrono's, I think B-Dude already mentioned it, but syncing up Chrono's attack with Nizbel's attack allows Chrono to get 2 actions in, and then a third ATB.
That's about the perfect fight that you could ask for in a run, really.
More crits.
Now we got our gate key, which means we can go home, which means we can go make go talk to Melchior, we can make up the sword, then we can go over to Robo. Aw.
Oh,
If you exit the house, kind of one of the corners of the door, you can skip that text box. Or you can hold straight down and hit the text box.
didn't hold it long enough there.
I found sometimes it's fight dependent, or if enemies get some movement that kind of almost counts like an attack, and so I'll just wait like that extra half a second if I see
Yeah.
like some movement or something. But if like no one moves, you can basically do like a quick in out of your menu, and that's enough. You've halted enough stuff that you just boom boom and you're gone. Like I said, this is one of the spots where it's really easy. It's really easy to just be like, okay, I got the Dreamstone. We're all good to go. And then you just head over to Frog with the 2 broken pieces of a sword and a stone. All right, let's go kill Magus. And he's like, I can't do anything with this.
What do you want me to do with this?
That's roughly like what? That's like 3 minutes lost.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If you make it to
Traveling
Frog,
back and
it's
forth.
like 3 minutes.
Yep. That is a long path down in 600.
It's a big walk of shame.
Yep.
that I may have had to do once or twice.
I've caught myself like halfway through the walk, but it still hurts.
Now we just kind of sit back, listen to one of the best tracks in the game.
Yeah, there is a tech in this game. When NPCs, I'm sure somebody could explain this better, but when NPCs are doing actions, if you run your character into them, it like pushes their actions forward. I don't really know how to do it on this instance, but it can be done to speed up this scene a little bit.
I've been told just push against Meckler when he's reading the book,
Yeah.
and then stay away from him.
Yeah, I pretty much just hang out at the bottom of the table and just let them do their work.
Yeah, sometimes I'll do laps to get like day in, but I just watch Luca praise the stone.
Never actually thought about this. I think it's kind of amazing that he fixed this sword without a forge.
I know, right?
Magic.
He just put the raw dreamstone on the table between the two pieces of the blade, and it's just like, all right, I know what to do.
Luca, give me some jumping jacks and away we go.
Yep.
So this is a pretty lax little part after Nisbel. It's a pretty lax section, but it's kind of nice because once we get into Magus's castle, it is very much not lax.
No. We're coming up very much to the big info dump, or one of the big, like, longer cutscenes. Heavy parts of the run, which is, this game doesn't have a lot of them, thankfully, but the frog cutscenes were nice as a kid. Now I kind of wish we could just skip them out.
There we go, 3 for 3 on bird skips. Don't even know if there's an encounter there.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see an encounter.
I didn't see nothing. Hard to push that narrative off when you get stuck on the sprite.
Yep.
You went a little too high and you're like, still good, still good. Wait, we're what, 0 for 3 on the news now?
Yep. I think we just give Frog this sword that's twice the size of him. We're like, here you go, buddy, have fun. Hope you've been doing arm day.
I always think it's interesting, like the whole thing about getting the Master Moon's about, you go through the trials, if you get the medal, you go and you beat up the twins, and you put it all together. Frog does literally none of that. We're like, here, you deserve this legendary weapon. He's like, okay, I guess.
You are the hero, after all.
I mean, he's no Pierre.
No, you can't hold a candle to Pierre. So here we just get an info dump about Frog's backstory. He's a squire to Cyrus named Glenn. Cyrus is out to defeat the dastardly Magus. And of course, we got to see a couple of heroic deeds along the way.
Meanwhile, Glenn gets generic guy sprite.
Generic Pierre sprite from Poirier.
Yeah. And they didn't even have to travel that far to get to this frog here. Walk what is this, like 20 seconds of walking? Boom, we're there. Time to get the hero medal.
Cyrus gets it from a frog. Tata finds it in the lake. Frog just gets it given to him. This thing's more common than a nickel. It just gets passed around so easy.
But Frog doesn't work for any of this stuff. He does a lot of work like between now and up to getting that stuff, but like actually getting the 2 pieces that he needs to become this legendary hero. He kind of is like, here you go, take it. Okay, yeah, no, I guess I'll go kill Magus now.
And then we have Cyrus bullying Magus, and then Magus, with self-defense.
Never heard this take.
It's the take that nobody likes, but it's true.
Magus hasn't done much wrong yet.
Magus did nothing wrong.
He's just a disturbed child. It's fine.
I always like this cutscene where the first time you have like Luca and Robo sleeping, they're separated. And then in this scene, you see Luca resting up against Robo.
I like how nobody's using the bed.
Yep.
We got a nice bed there, and we're all going to sleep on the ground. Nice dirt.
So, casually, you would have the option to take Frog all the way back to Specchio to learn magic. But it's really just, it's too long. It's too long of a trip to go all the way back there to the end of time. And we're going to be using the Berserker on him anyway. It's just more efficient.
I was about to say, Frog's not going to have very many chances to cast magic.
Yeah, Frog is just Berserker with Mass Immune, and that's the best use for him.
Honestly, Frog is marginally more useful than Marl.
Yeah. The
That's
Mass
only
Immune
lore
just
related.
does such good damage.
Yeah.
Here we get to find out that he was a bit of a wimp for most of his life until Cyrus died, actually. Like, even though apparently he was really skilled with like swordplay and stuff, he's like, oh, I can't hurt people. That's mean. Even though they're beating me up, I'll just take it, I guess.
I think this is where Cyrus recognizes or talks about how good of a swordsman Glenn is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he just says he thinks he's a better swordsman than Cyrus.
I guess part of the whole coming of age thing with Frog here too is feels pretty guilty with. He probably feels like it's his fault that Cyrus died, because here he like gets scared and can't actually like do anything, even though he's quote unquote the better swordsman. Not that he would actually really be able to do anything to Magus at this point in time, anyways. But it gives him that motivation. And here he's working for that hero's medal. Floats right up to his face. The tongue out always sends me. He's not just out, he's down and out, tongue out, everything.
He's fast asleep.
Well, it's hard to tell, but it looks like his butt's kind of in the air a bit too. So he's just head down, out. Now probably one of the most iconic NES RPG scenes.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers when they saw this. Like, whoa.
This was one of the cutscenes they added into the PlayStation, DS, and PC versions that I really enjoyed.
Oh yeah, that one's pretty sick. It almost makes CT on the PlayStation worth it. Almost.
No, YouTube exists.
That version has got to add like an hour or so with just load times.
I almost want to try it.
You have fun with that. Let me know. Let me know how it works out.
So here, Frog is like, "Hey, I saw you guys use magic. I don't know where, but he's like, hey, do you think you could go get me some of that?" And nope.
And this bat skip here, skipping these is very, very important. Getting into that encounter and running away is not a big deal, but after you run away, there's like 30 rats that like
so many. They all come out of the woodworks.
Yeah, and not only is it laggy, lags down your game, but if you don't get ahead of them and exit the cave, you get into a fight with them as well.
So here we're gonna attempt some RNG manipulation throughout Magus's castle. That's why we did the save reload. Hobbs knows a little bit more about how the the reloading RNG windows actually works.
Yeah, the RNG. I mean, I'm sure others could explain it better, but the RNG only moves during battle, but also on the save screen.
What I hoped I did there is something called a bright load. We're basically just waiting for the save screen to get to the brightest possible before hitting A. This puts the RNG at a known window. So RNG in this game goes from 0 to 255, but it's stuck to 16 windows, or 8 windows on the load screen. So it's very easy to manipulate because it's all just pattern recognition. We were kind of talking about it at the start of Nisbel, which kind of makes a non-manipulated run kind of impossible because once you've run it enough, you just start noticing patterns and then you know how to exploit them.
And the reason that Dine chose to do manip here and not anywhere else or earlier is because with the levels and everything that we have right now, if for some reason the manip does fail or he messes up manip, he's able to just continue with the non-manip route as if nothing changed.
This is
It's
when we
relatively
get,
safe. Yeah.
With the manipulation, you get really attentive on like every action that happens in every battle. And this is when running into extra battles will throw off your manip, so you get really focused on not running into stuff you don't want to have happen.
Yep.
So Halation 1 has a fully manipped route that he worked on. And overall, we're still using the non-manip route for this run. We are using a lot of his manip added to it. So we kind of incorporated his manip into the route to allow us to kind of keep our muscle memory where it would benefit us the most. I would say Magus Castle's debatably one of the best spots to do manip. With how Magus is.
Yeah. We'll get a little bit more into it after that, but there's a lot that goes into pre-Magus and then during Magus.
Yeah.
So far, it's looking good.
Yeah, we got the 102, 103, 44.
Yep. I just noticed it off the bottom slime. If the bottom slime is like in the curled up position, it seems to be correct.
Oh, so you like to do an equip here before flee.
Yeah.
So we can get the Berserker on. That seems useful.
Very important.
It seems like a very important strategy.
So this first attack, if he's on the right RNG, he's going to do 200 damage.
And then assuming this all goes well, we actually get a very, very nice and easy Flea fight. Where Flea is going to just kind of watch us as we just attack and attack and attack. With Frog. And no one else, for the most part.
But we have to count.
We do have to count.
I just learned to count to 8. It's okay.
Man, I only have 4 fingers. It's hard.
It is hard. I know.
I keep going 1 to 4 and 1 to 4, and then I get confused.
But this is called an AI lock. I don't know if B-Dude actually said that, but essentially, like their Flea's and Frog's ATB are pretty much tied, and then what Frog's Berserker does the damage or does the action, and then Flea decides to wait.
Flea can't find a target because Frog's berserked and he has the lowest max hit points.
Right.
So Flea just kind of sits there and laughs over and over again.
Yeah. So it's with the RNG manip, it is a very easy fight. It's very, very quick too, especially with how many crits. Frog's getting.
So now we got to count to 8.
Yep.
And this is a fight where if you're doing non-manip, generally you want Robo to be dead, since 3 characters up will make it so you see the stare a lot, which does a lot of damage. So you try to have the stare kill Robo, because then you don't see it anymore. With this manip, we actually want Robo to be alive, because on the next fight, we're going to have him die, and he's going to need the TP for later on. Clean.
So the reason we don't get the stare attacks on the manipulation is we're in the RNG window where just Flea doesn't have the option to use it. So it makes the fight a lot more consistent and just a lot more safe.
So coming up to Slash, like the Flea manip is pretty easy. The Slash manip, on the other hand, literally takes up an entire screen of mine just to look at.
It's so much that goes on in that fight.
There's a lot of things, but it's so worth doing. Okay, so after this fight, we are going to do a little bit of a heal up on Chrono. Frog should... Frog should be okay.
No, we'll mid-tonic both.
Okay.
Because
Frog is at 156.
Frog lives this fight with 1 hit point at full.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot it was
that type.
close.
Yeah, it's very close.
Yeah, isn't it like only like 6 or 7 HP or something? Even with just saving the time on the first phase with Slash is worth it.
Because the way that this fight kind of works without the manip, he's going to be after this first phase, he's going to be walking around, and then depending on who he targets with the Slash attack, means he can attack either just one person or all 3 people, and then all of a sudden you're spending way more time healing than you are trying to attack, because you're having to heal up all these people that are taking a whole bunch of damage early on, and it can just drag on real quick. Like, I'm sure pretty much every runner has a Slash fight where they're like, I've never been close to this one gold that I apparently got at some point.
Yep. Where Frog just crits to the heavens.
All right, that's the 1 HP we were talking about where Frog survives. Now, he does die to the finishing attack here, but between phase 1 and phase 2, the battle closes and it technically starts another one, and you never start a battle with someone dead. So he's going to come back with 1 HP, and then we kind of just work with that. Yeah, there's a lot of making sure you attack after certain attacks. You're going to be maybe holding Robo's X so that he attacks right away. Making sure we don't want any ATB leakage from doing something a little bit too slow, because that can throw everything off. So for how long every action of this is, and making sure they're happening in the right spot, making sure Frog is critting when he needs to crit. There's a lot to keep track of for this fight, and that's why it's so complicated, I would say.
Yeah,
I think that's a good word for it.
It definitely is. I find myself just reading the notes and not even looking at the screen. I'm just like listening for what they're doing.
Yeah. Basically, like, double check. You don't have to like worry about Frog inputs much, which is nice. That's one less thing to really worry about, but you're like, okay, just make sure you're like, just make sure in some spots I'm not on Robo and I'm attacking when I should be healing with Chrono or something like that, because then that throws everything off the rails, and then you're winging it. And usually, as you can tell from the manip goes, we cut it close in a lot of spots, because we know with it being right that it'll work. But if you go off those rails, it gets very dicey very quick off of winging it on cutting it way too close.
And this is all working towards being on the correct Magus that we want as well. So it is very important to do this fight correctly and stay on our RNG afterwards.
So we mentioned it kind of before with like RNG strings and stuff. There are certain spots where you basically hit, I don't know, like RNG funnels almost. So like getting up to Magus, there's only 6 RNG windows that you'll hit. So regardless of what sort of RNG string you've been on at any point throughout the run, there's only 6 possibilities that you can get after basically taking down Ozzy. So you can kind of shoehorn it in, even if you're not manipulating, just kind of knowing if you're going to have a good or bad Magus. But because we're manipulating all this, we're basically manipulating for a very good Magus.
Have you ever seen Chrono not need the mid-tonic there?
If he doesn't get hit with the slash, you can skip it. I think it's just most, like, if you're probably a little faster, maybe a little slower with the inputs, he's in a slightly different position. It's a bandana.
Now, there's one thing we haven't really talked about, but I don't think there's like a correct name for it, but we call it basically the double tap when you're like in menus or something. And my theory is if you're hitting a directional button and you hit the A button a little too quick, it'll just give you an extra, say you're trying to go down to give Luca the tonics or something. If you hit it a little too quick, you'll end up giving it to like Frog or something.
Yeah.
So that's always something you got to kind of, you want to be very, you can't buffer your inputs. You got to be very precise with them. Or else you, instead of having Luca have the speed she's supposed to have, Frog, who we don't use for a very long time after this and for only a very short amount of time after this, has an extra speed that really doesn't help us at all.
And not to add any more stress than is already in the run right now, but Dine will be coming up to some pretty tight encounter skips. And it's very crucial that he gets them without triggering. There's a lot of Ozzy traps as well that can cause some issues.
Yeah, this is why it's even off manip. Magus's castle can be pretty stressful because of it's so easy to just randomly lose a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, even before Magus. From hitting encounters that you didn't want to hit. There's the Aussie maze that we're going to get to. Falling down that can sink a bunch of time.
Oh, the trapdoor rooms just sucks.
I'm pretty sure we've all hit the trapdoor room where Chrono's foot isn't even touching the hole, and he still falls down the hole, and you're like, okay, nope.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I just need to get better.
Yep.
It just sucks because like you get in that groove and you feel like you're doing so well, and then all of a sudden just that one pixel.
It's just that one thing happens. Oh, okay.
Just little damage is so good.
Just a little airborne.
I'm actually surprised I either thought you were going to take 2 shots or no shots on that.
Yeah, I was
I don't think I've ever seen you
surprised.
only take the 1.
I was surprised I only took 1.
Yep. If you hold up there after you hit, you'll only take the 1.
So you just want to make sure you're not moving, and when the police hit, and they'll just roll right by you. You don't have to watch anything. This is the nerve-wracking room.
You're
We're gonna
basically
take it
just
nice and
counting. Yeah, you're basically just counting diamonds.
I probably winged that room way more than I should.
Me too. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
This
Okay.
is the encounter skip.
Basically, get right to the corner of the stairs, and then you can hold straight up. And because you're holding straight up, these guys won't try to hit you at all. But trying to do it quick, and then you hit an angle right afterwards can burn you. And those are all unrunnable fights, so you have to fight them out.
It's
And
amazing.
they don't give you enough TP. It is amazing.
And it's honestly doubly worse because you have to fight those. What do they call it? Not the magicians, the jugglers.
Yeah.
And those they just take a little longer because they switch back and forth between physical and magical resistance. And when you're already like, kind of tilted for hitting the encounter, it's just that extra little bit of stress to figure out how to deal with a fight that you don't normally do.
Tough to remember, like, do they start on magic? Do they start on physical? So out of these, we have 3 forced fights here. The first one and the third one are unrunnable, but for some reason, this middle one you can run from. Even though they all technically, like, pincer you in, we can just be like, which is good because this fight is not good to fight.
No, this is not a fun fight at all.
Then finally we got our good friends, the jugglers we were talking about before, but we can hit them all. You don't actually need to do damage, you just need to hit them with a magical spell. And luckily, we have Hypno Wave. It'll put them all to magic defense, and then Chrono and Frog are just going to X-Strike every single one of them. We'll see 1, maybe 2 attacks. As long as they don't both go for Frog, we'll be fine. Also, just so you guys know, we're going to be taking a little bit of a break after we beat up on Ozzy, which will be basically in this next room here, and then we can come fresh to beat up the big baddie of this place.
It is also crazy, like how the game just like hands you gear and stuff that you need, or that's like really good gear, especially like the speed belt that we're about to pick up here in this chest. The speed belt is just. It's so used through a lot of the run, too.
Until we get the dash ring, like, very, very at the end.
Yeah.
But +2 speed when your max is 16 is very useful.
Yep. We also got the dark mail in the guillotine room.
Are we going to be seeing some dark magic or something here soon? Some shadow magic, maybe?
Possibly. Hard to say.
All right, so as B-Dude was mentioning, we are going to be paying attention to the chain damage. I think that Crimson Rain I got in that first encounter might have pushed me to a non-optimal fight, but we won't know until the last one. The first 3 damage values are varied. So even though you're getting 3... the first 3 chains damage might always be the same, but we're only looking for the last one.
We're looking to see like a 133, a 132, a 130 is fine.
126, I think.
130.
No,
130? 130 is fine. We can deal with the 130.
Yeah.
We can get a good 6-barrier fight out of that.
I have not practiced this.
I don't think I've ever gotten a 130.
I think we've gotten like 130 once.
But I think that should be about our stretch break from right about there.
Yeah. Just gonna finish up this equip menu. All right. And we'll take a nice little stretch break.
All right. So, thank you so much for the run so far. I hope everybody's enjoying it. I definitely am. And yeah, as was said, now's a great time to stretch out, get, some more water, get a snack. When we come back, we're going to be bullying a magician. And we are back, and I know that everybody's really, really excited to watch us beat up some magician guy or something, but I'm going to make you wait. I'm going to tell you about these announcements. So, SGDQ 2022, the on-site volunteer applications are closed, but if you'd like to help out with any of our off-site volunteering, keep your eyes on our website and our Twitter for more information. It's going to be coming up pretty soon. If you're watching on YouTube, come on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you'd like to watch our live content. We start most weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and on weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. Your subs, your gift subs, your Prime Gaming subs, and Bits Cheered all help support weekly Hotfix content. Please consider supporting our daily content if you enjoy Hotfix. Games Done Quick Highlights is a channel that features highlights of our GDQ Hotfix shows. Use exclamation point highlights in chat to learn more about it. And finally, the next show that we're going to have is Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have No Category Left Behind, which is a show about category extensions, unusual and wacky category speedruns. It's super fun. You won't want to miss it. Right now, what I don't want to miss is Dainu Atari doing really good at a speedrun.
Thank you very much, Tina. All right, so as we were talking about before the break, we're looking at that last chain damage to kind of dictate which kind of Megas fight we have. Once again, this is just pattern recognition due to the RNG being very, very simplistic in this game.
One thing that we've been kind of not really alluding to too much, but with tech routing, we wanted to make sure that Chrono got spin cut before Aussie. You can, if you don't get it, you can take the bats afterwards to get spin cut. This gives us fire sword because we're basically looking for fire barriers. Since fire sword does the most amount of damage, lightning we can deal with by having Chrono cast lightning, but it does like half the damage. Shadow, we take damage, but it's only on a single character, but we can't do anything about it, so it's kind of a wasted turn. And then ice is basically the same thing, but everybody takes damage. But because this is manipulated, we should be able to get through on this RNG window hopefully pretty well. We're gonna see how it goes. Megas is a pretty tough manipulation because just waiting a little bit too long and his ATB ticking can change it. So it's quite tight and precise, and honestly a little bit scary. Yeah, there's a lot of looking back and forth and like looking at your damage values and stuff, making sure everything works out.
And even if you're not doing the manip and following the script, the known script for this fight, just doing this fight on the non-manip route, or just doing the non-manip route is probably your first real, like, oh crap, what do I do? Like, it just takes a lot of time to learn.
It's very much a battle of attrition.
Yeah. Like, we've mentioned a couple, like, you know, somewhat harder fights to get used to, like Dragon Tank and such, but this one really does take, there's a lot of little nuances that you'll pick up after like doing it a couple times and watching what other runners do.
Like, we could have put in a fire sword before that attack, but doing so would probably change what we would get for a barrier here. It's just small things like that. We've even found, trying to make some of these manipulations, that you would get a different barrier. So say Chrono and Luca both need to get healed. We've got different barriers from Chrono healing Luca and Luca healing Chrono instead of them healing themselves. There's very small little things like that have gone into all of this.
And then, since you can't control Frog, did you mention that already?
Not really. Go for it.
Okay, so yeah, you want to kind of keep Frog dead until you actually need him. Because he's berserked, he's going to attack without you doing anything. So if it's on a barrier that you actually want and Frog is still alive, you need to be very careful, because if he does 2 attacks, it's going to switch the barrier again. So it's just a lot of juggling, you know, different stuff back and forth.
And everything's looking good so far. Now, these crits alone kind of help, I guess, but not really from Frog. I mean, they still do some damage, but we need to do, I think it's 2,200 damage, give or take, before we get into phase 2.
Yep, he has 6,666 HP total, 2,222 HP pushes him to phase 2.
So even though, you know, only 1/3 of his health is one phase, the second phase goes like, this first phase is probably 80% of the fight.
Yeah, it's very true. When I saw the health values the first time, I was like, "There's no way."
Wait,
Looks like we got the push.
I did not expect that to push.
I didn't expect that to push either.
We missed the juicer sword, but whatever. And I healed Luca. I thought we were in for another barrier. This is going to be a very interesting fight.
We'll just have to 2-cycle it. Fine.
Yeah, for phase 2, Magus is really just going to be doing dark matter over and over again. With the barrier on Chrono, it's going to do only roughly like, what, 200 damage.
Yeah.
Just short of, yeah.
Yeah. With no barrier, it's going to do 300 damage. So you really need to pay attention to when the barrier falls off of Chrono.
Because Chrono has a relic on right now that raises his HP by 25%, and he's at full health right now. So without this barrier, you're living with like 20 HP.
And he's got the Dark Mail, which also reduces dark damage, or shadow damage.
So we're going to be reviving people here, but we're not going to be healing them. We're only going to be healing up Chrono. Because they're going to die to the next dark matter anyways. We're going to take it a little bit safer here.
Yeah, there's just no way to heal and continue to do damage. It's just... By the time you healed people up, he would be doing dark matter again, and it's just a waste of time.
Yeah. As long as you got one person alive, like reviving with Chrono is quite quick, just because he has such a high speed stat.
Yep. And then reviving Frog first is, I would say, pretty crucial, just because Frog is passively doing a lot of damage with his crits and regular attacks.
Yeah, Frog, it doesn't really look like it at times, but Frog does dish out a lot of damage outside of the fire swords. The Moss Immune, or a lot of Frog swords in general, just give him a 24% crit chance. Obviously, if you gave him the hero medal, it would go up to 34. But Frog in general is just a very crit-heavy character. I believe he has the highest crit rate generically across. Like, Chrono's Rainbow Sword will give him 70%, but a lot of Frog's weapons keep him at that nice 24%.
This is like a 214 Magus. Really, really good time.
World record pace, baby. I even changed my spreadsheet this morning.
Ooh, look at you going all fancy.
Look at me. So Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless did get a new world record last night by Fellwanger. Got a 5:23:44. Previous world record was a 5:25:24.
12, I think.
12, yep.
Okay. Got the first bit right. But yeah, no, this is a very good Magus time. Like a sub 215, you're laughing.
It's been a pretty clean run outside of running into like one or two small encounters, but I'll take it to the bank.
All day, every day. So now this is usually the part of the run where you can kind of take a little bit of a break, rest for a little bit, and then you immediately have to go into another dungeon that is pretty stressful with the amount of skips, and you can sink a lot of time in Tyranno Lair by just not hitting skips.
I hate Tyranno Lair. It is by far the dungeon I hate the most, outside of like Black Omen.
Yeah, especially since like you just had all that excitement of Magus Castle, and then you come here to the boring Black Chrono fight.
Even Nisbel too.
Yeah, they're both kind of sleeper fights. This is actually your first bathroom break of the run too. It's like 80 seconds.
So here we get.
So that little cutscene that we saw was interesting. I don't remember the exact. I think it's just a bit of a time paradoxal, or is it just a dream thing?
Just a dream.
It is just a dream thing? Okay. I've heard different things about it.
Like foreshadowing for Chrono and Marl being married.
But somehow not being the king and queen.
Yeah. And like in Chrono's mom's house.
Yep. Well, someone's got to look after the cat.
He does a really good job with that.
Oh, we did the mashing.
Yep.
Uh-oh. It's okay. You're healed up.
Yep.
I don't think I've ever actually seen that happen during the cutscene.
If you're just like absent-mindedly mashing, it allows you to sleep in the bed before Kino talks to you. It's okay. We're just extra sleepy.
They have to come here to get the little bit of a story trigger of Ayla being like, we need to go fight back against the Reptites since they came back to this place and burned down the entire village. Otherwise, if you just go to where you should go, she's not going to be there yet. She's still busy yelling at this old man, who I think is chief of this tribe.
Yeah. This is the pacifist tribe of 65 mil BC. The Ioka people, the Laruba people, which Ayla and Kino rule over, are the more aggressive tribe against the Reptites.
Yeah, I actually didn't know about that until you mentioned it the last time we did commentary.
Hobbs and I did a commentary run for a good friend of our, Corporate Image, for a marathon run last week, and we learned a bunch of stuff about the lore we never thought was in the lore.
Yeah, it was like a solid week of just like studying Chrono.
So that first fight is forced. You can't get around it. The second one, the same thing. After this, there's a couple of easy skips, but also a couple of pixel perfect skips as well, which we have some pretty cool little setups for. Like, this is one of the easier ones. Just make sure that you can remember to hold down right and you'll skip it.
Yeah.
Hug the wall and you'll skip it.
It looks like you can hug the wall and get around them, but you really can't.
Now this one, we want to make sure we move 2 pixels to the left after holding up against the wall, and you'll be able to skip it nice and quick.
Or you can be Corp and just YOLO it like a madman and get it no problem.
Yep. Or you can be me and you do 2 pixels, yet it doesn't let you have it anyway.
Yep. It does 2.1.
Yep.
Those were very clean skips.
Yeah.
The second one has a nice setup. For me, it's the white pixel on Chrono's boot. I line it up with the single dark pixel in the mud. And that seems to work for me. I know people go off like hand position or foot position.
The movement there just flows really nicely for it because you're like sliding right up towards it.
And this is the last time that we see Frog for a couple hours. He gets to be put on the bench with Marl.
And Robo.
And Robo. Well, Robo kind of does some stuff here and there.
And it wouldn't be an Akira Toriyama game without pterodactyls.
At least the pterodactyls make sense here.
Oh, what am I giving
So
you? Silver earring.
Yeah, we're removing the speed belt from Luca so that way Chrono can get it. That way him and Ayla have similar ATB due to their speed. And then also, I think Luca also has the lowest HP here, so giving her to the silver earring really helps during the Nisbel 2 fight as well.
Since she can sometimes barely live as it is.
Exactly, yeah. That fight can get very scary very quickly, so the silver earring really does help with that a lot.
You really start to feel like you feel your underlevelness through a lot of it. Like Magus fights one of them, but Nisbel is definitely Nisbel 2 is one of them where you really feel like just 30 or 40 extra hit points would make everything like so much nicer in that fight.
And Nisbel 2 is kind of the same thing as Nisbel 1, where it's pseudo-scripted. Kind of, you know, you do the same thing, and then there's 1 or 2 spots where, like, as long as you don't do this, we'll either have a good fight or it's going to have a little bit of a longer fight. Just push the button.
It doesn't work. I tried.
Just push, it's right there.
Just punch the button. Rolo kick it. You'll be fine.
If this button works 65 million years later, I'm going to flip.
Well, you know, WD-40 takes some time to work itself in.
Yeah, you know, a few million years here or there. Something like that. And even though everyone says Kino is kind of useless, we need to come and save Kino here because we need him to do one thing.
We need him to teach us how to flip switches.
So he's going to show us how to open up this mouth here. And then we immediately, well, not immediately, but we do it within like a couple of minutes of now.
Even though the movements in this place like feels really good, it's still just I don't know. It still bothers me. I get so nervous running through here.
If you're going to get into a random encounter you never should have gotten into, this is the place for it.
Yeah. And then, like, in this next room that we're in right here, you can run into one by going a little too high or a little too low. And then if you, depending on which one you get, if you try to just keep on going the course, you're going to hit another one. So you almost have to backtrack a little bit and then go around it.
Yeah, this area feels good when you do it right, but it does have a lot of extremely picky encounter tiles that unless you've just poured over the maps for a couple of hours, you never really know where you are or what to do.
Now, Dine is starting, I'd say the first real actual grind. And it's barely even a grind. We're only going to do this fight 7 times. It's very quick, as you can see. We're mostly doing it to get Cat Attack on Ayla, and that unlocks Volt Bite. And that's, I would say it's a pretty hard requirement to do Nizbel to fight correctly.
Nizbel 2 and even leading to Black Tyranno, because Cat Attack just does such good damage on its own.
It really does, yeah. If you didn't have Cat Attack and Volt Bite, you would be forced to use Lightning. And this fight would just take
and it does significantly less damage.
Yeah, Chrono is, even though, so like Chrono's ultimate attack, Luminaire, it has a higher damage multiplier than Flare. But Chrono is just a very crappy mage. His magic stat is very, very low. So relying on really any magic for damage with Chrono just isn't a good idea for the speed run.
Mm-hmm. And as you can see, we were like level, 14, 15 or so from Magus. And this little grind helps boost us up just a little bit more, which is really nice.
What do we get to after this? Are we like 17-ish by the end of this?
I think we do get maybe 2 levels.
Which also is nice because we gain stats upon level up. Characters will gain certain stats at certain levels. But your level also plays into the damage formula for a lot of techs. So it's kind of, you're getting damage on 2 fronts from any potential strength level ups, and then also just from the level multiplier as well.
Now, the good thing about these grind fights is not only is it quick, it only takes 2 attacks. We also get, this is probably one of the higher TP gains, especially for ease in this area. And since we're learning techs, we're getting that double tech point thing that we were talking about before, because we do learn numerous things. So even though we're getting 18 here, when we learn something, we're actually getting about 36 on it. So we try to put that into the road as well.
Anytime you can cut out a fight is nice.
Yeah. Magus only gives the Magus fight gives 15 TP, and each of these encounters are giving us 18?
Yeah.
It's crazy. And we
all that work for 15 TP.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that's what it was, but now I feel sad about it.
Yeah, I think Slash and Flea are only 10 each?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yep. Pre-Magus, there's not a lot of encounters that really give you the goods. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you don't see above 20. I think Black Tyranno is your first above 20 TP fight.
And good
So another thing we haven't really talked about a lot is because each character has well, not each character, but most of the magic using characters have their own innate element. They actually take less damage from. Oh, do we not do enough fights?
I seen the level up, and apparently I ran with it.
Oh, that's what saves are for.
Yep.
Perfect.
There, now we'll finish it.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, we tend to not actually count and typically wait for Cat Attack, but it's
so hard.
It is it's just as quick as this fight is. 7 of them does seem to. It seems to drag on. Yeah.
A lot of it too is I'm extremely famous for this, about talking about something and then just completely not doing it.
Yep.
Where it's all right, we're gonna learn Cat Attack, and I just off into the bushes I go.
Oh, Ayla leveled up. Perfect.
Yep.
Let's go.
Yeah, with the innate stuff I was talking about, so Chrono will take less damage from lightning than anyone else will if all their stats were the same, just because he's lightning elemental.
That actually has nothing to do with it. It's actually just separate bits flagged in memory.
What?
Yeah. So just because an enemy might use lightning elemental, it doesn't mean they necessarily get the damage reduction from it. Each enemy and character have separate bits in memory for how much they take damage for each element.
I feel like I've been lied to. Probably Hobbs that told me that.
It's a very common misconception because most of the game does present itself that way, especially for playable characters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, it's very easy to kind of get into that set.
Anyways, he takes less damage than everybody else in this fight. Moral of the story.
Yeah. You only ever need Chrono at 170 plus HP.
Whereas everyone else, you kind of want him to be above about 220 to be safe.
Yeah, roughly.
But basically, this fight is Luca heal up the person lowest on HP, 3 volt bites, then he'll electrocute, rinse and repeat. We want to make sure that both Ayla and Chrono are on volt bite for this, so that you can mash through, since they can get a bit of a speed tie. And at this point, Ayla would have just been on attack, and just attacking Nizbil here instead of... Not ideal.
Very sad. But yeah, like what Bidu was saying, like if you're unskilled with the run and you're like relatively new to it,
this is okay.
And you're not ready for Ayla, and you think that Chrono's going to be ready with bolt bites.
Yeah.
It can just spiral out of control.
Or it's nice to put Ayla on Volt Bite for the second one in the map, in the start of the fight. Just because so many times where it's like, all right, I think Chrono's going to get the speed tie and you just mash and Ayla attacks, and you're like, well, that sucks.
Yeah, that's really not a bad idea at all.
So here we're just killing with a fire sword, which preps us for Black Tyranno, and then we got Ayla on cat attack, also for Black Tyranno.
Similar to other RPGs with memory, it's nice to try and micromanage yourself to kind of get yourself ready for the next fight. So being on cat attack and being on fire sword will save you that time of trying to look for it in the next fight, since you're using the downtime of the enemy dying anyways.
Yeah, being on battle speed 1, it is very crucial to get certain inputs in with very minimal delay. So that is the main reason for it. Because sometimes when you're not sure where people are, you start fumbling around, and it wastes a lot of time, and you get extra attacks from enemies.
So we're coming up to another.
I hate.
No one talks about the skip a lot, but it's.
I hate this skip.
It's pretty lenient, but this is a skip. Yeah. I'm gonna go a little further over to the left.
I think you're good on your initial setup, honestly.
Yeah. You can't run. I think it's 2 encounters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't run from it. So it's a very good idea. Even skilled runners, you want to save before this, I think.
Unless you're just like ready to ride or die.
Yeah.
It is like 3 to 4 pixels. It's not as bad, but you need to hit it.
3 to 4, but there's not like as much to really line up with other than a little circle on the floor.
Yeah, it's very hard to get yourself. I don't know. At least for me, it's very hard to find a visual cue for it.
Yeah, I have 2 bricks and specifically 2 bricks that I go off.
I basically just go if Chrono's foot is at the same angle or like parallel with the circle, I'm good. But like there's a whole bunch of small things, like you can tell 3 people have 3 different ways to do it.
Yeah.
And it's all the same thing.
You gotta find what works for you.
Now, while Nizbel and Magus have roughly around the same HP, Black Chrono has 10,500. So this is by far the biggest HP sponge boss that we've encountered so far.
Everyone, if you want to go make some popcorn, if you want to go make some lunch, go for it. There's absolutely nothing that's going to be happening for about 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Maybe you need to go fix your car.
Yeah, the normal strat for this boss is to kill Azala first. But putting her to sleep will have the same effect. Eventually,
It's the same scripting as if Azala was dead, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So Tyranno will do the defense down regardless after 6 attacks or so.
So So a lot of this fight is just waiting for the defense to drop and just taking the attacks.
And Luca tends to get double chomp there like almost every time.
So here we're just going to try to get as many cat attacks and flame swords in as we can. We want 6 cats and 5 flames. Sometimes you can get 6 cats and 6 flames if you're on par, but it really just doesn't change the flow of the battle much. You're really just trying to maximize as much damage as you can with the time you have.
Like, really the only hard part with this fight is basically right off the start. You could tell Ayla and Chrono were pretty close to getting an ATB tie there. Diane managed to break it just by putting in Fire Sword at a specific time. Now we're fine for this little bit, but we're just going to be spamming this. But that speed tie can save you a little bit of fumbling around in menus, and you can save a good 15 seconds on this fight by just breaking that speed tie early.
You see it a lot.
We'll have to break it again.
You see it a lot in the second cycle, I feel. Ayla has a pretty good chance to outspeed Chrono, and then on cycle 2 it feels like Chrono's got that upper chance.
But yeah, this is known to the runners as probably one of the more resident sleeper fights. 'Cause, like, it's this, and then you wait. And then you do a few flame kicks, and then you wait. And then you just do this.
Yeah.
Now, the one big thing about this fight is we do want to try and end this fight off with everyone in low HP for a fight coming up. It also is nice to be low HP for when he does the chomp. He heals less since he has that drain effect.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of newer runners, they'll try to heal up a lot in this fight, but you ideally you never want to heal.
Because then that's going to make the end a little bit scarier with having to do extra damage.
Yeah.
Because here he'll only heal for 50.
Yeah,
But
instead
he
of
could
like
heal upwards of like 130.
150, 60, depending on the character. We're also doing flame
that's a
kicks because we need Chrono to at least have 2 magic points at the end of the fight. Or just for one of the next fights coming up. And if we continue just to try to do flame swords, flame sword is very MP costly. It's 4 magic from Chrono. And we're still not doing a whole heck of a lot of damage.
So this is the part that most people don't like. So it's just...
You're just staring into his wonderful eyes, watching him.
reviving.
Yep.
We're like young Glenn. We're just taking a beating and just be like, wow, I couldn't hurt you while you do this to me.
Meanwhile, Azella just sleeps peacefully.
No idea what's going on.
This is why we stocked up on so many revives too, because we need a lot for this and the Magus fight.
Yeah, these are 2 fights where you know people are going to die.
Oh. It's nice to have him for Mud Imp as well, but I would say that's mostly just safety.
So now we're into that speed tie thing I was talking about before, where it can get a little bit rough. Like, it looks like, always on these roars, it looks like you should know who the clear winner is. But the game's ATB is weird, especially like near the end and like when people actually get their text boxes to pop up, where it can be really misleading at times.
I just want this fight to be over.
I think we just need either one more cat attack or one more fire sword.
Yeah.
We're almost there. Usually once you get down to like 1, you start to get a little bit worried and you're like, did I miss damage somewhere? I wasn't sure about it, or...
Not the cleanest Tyranno lair, but I'll take it. Only lost 40
Okay, the
seconds
next
with those
boss
two
fight will be-
resets. So since we've never damaged Azala, apparently he's also just still very sleepy.
Well, he's waking up from a hypno wave. He was sleeping, then all of a sudden his dinosaur just disappeared underneath him.
I want to know how they
Basically
got
fell
the
out
dino
of the
up
top
there.
of the bunk. Pterodactyls.
I mean, Nizbel's pretty beefy.
Oh, telekinesis.
Ah, there you go.
Oh,
That move we
nice.
never saw.
Yep. Unless you do a mash reload, then you see it all the time. So this is where we get our first sign of Lavos. Ayla names it. Lav mean big, and Vos means fire. So the Reptites were really banking on Lavos to help them overthrow the humans.
And they just created an ice age.
Yeah. Up to this point, though, we thought that Magus actually summoned Lavos.
Or created Lavos. And then we found out he summoned him. And then we're like, okay, maybe Magus was the one that brought him in. And we're like, well, where did he come from then? And now we find out right here from space. Because I guess we couldn't think of a better place for him to come from. Which, the way that Lavos law works, that means that, like, in other universes and stuff, there's probably other Lavoses just going around destroying other worlds.
Yep. I always like this little cadence of the sound effect of you hearing Lavos' roar echo in the mountains.
Yeah, that's always nice. It really, like, ingrains him as, like, okay, that's the guy we need to get.
Yep.
Somehow.
So the question in chat, La would mean fire, so that would something fire for Ayla, and that was a theory we talked about before. Somebody looked at the game code, and Ayla originally was supposed to have a fire innate, but it was removed due to either development reasons or lore reasons. So it's probably
original magic.
Right. And I mean, I'm saying it was probably like before the lore reasons. But
Yeah, because lore reason, magic doesn't happen in this world until 30,000 BC because of the Sunstone. Or they just didn't want people, like, really doubling up on techs. Because outside of, like, a lot of Robo's techs are Shadow. Magus is just well-rounded but specializes in Shadow.
Man, wouldn't it be crazy if you went to some place that was just, like, magic incarnate?
Yep.
That would just be wild if we just got that after that conversation.
it would have made sense though, because then we would have had 2 fire, 2 water, 2 shadow.
So anyways, here we go to the magical kingdom of Zeal. Actually, these teleporters can be kind of annoying just in the sense that you have to make sure you're holding down. Because if you hold like down left or left because you're trying to move on the next screen, you forget about that one, it'll instantly pop you right back into the teleporter, and yeah, got to do a round trip again. And it's so easy to forget about that one little screen.
I believe magic was created due to the sunstone. Is that right?
Yeah. In 30,000 BC, they found the sunstone. It was fully powered, and it had the ability to give some people magic, and some people didn't have the ability to learn magic. And then they started harnessing it. They made antiquity. So the only difference between the people that live in the sky and the people that live in the on the ground is the people in the sky have learned magic, and the people in the ground have not. In 12,000 BC, they start relying more on the Dreamstone and the Mammon Machine. The Dreamstone just naturally absorbs magic because the Sunstone is starting to lose power. So they're looking for basically an alternate power source, which just happened to be Lavos.
Yeah, and you just saw Dine stop off on one of the little towns here, or I guess this little building. It's another little detour to get a speed tab.
There's so many of them.
Speed is so broken.
There's so many of them you just want to cut out, but
you need them.
Going into the final boss gauntlet with like missing 1 or 2 speed completely changes how the fight flows.
And it's already kind of monka as it is.
No, the Lavos piece was the Frozen Flame if you want to get into the Chrono Cross timeline. Or like the Keystone T2 timeline, I believe the compendium lists it as.
Wasn't there another piece of Lavos that isn't the Frozen Flame?
Yeah, we're trying to kill it.
You're the Chrono Cross expert, good sir.
Yeah. Well, no, this was Chrono Trigger.
So we have to see Shala use the pendant here, but you don't actually even need to go up to the door to be like, hey, we can't open it. You can just be like, oh, okay, I know what I need to do. Go and charge it up with the good old Mammon machine. Man, there's so much lore dump right here, isn't there? Like the Mammon. Oh, what's the Mammon machine, by the way? It's that thing. It's Freddy Krueger, but in machine form. Oh wait, that's Jason with the mask, isn't it?
Yes.
Ah.
You blew it. You blew your chance.
I blew it.
You had one chance, and it's gone.
I'll just do it. So here we're going to come up to a pretty tough fight. We are a little bit low on HP, but I'm sure we can make it work. Dino, he's got notes. He's got a plan. I think he knows what he's going to do. He's just got to, make sure we hit what we need to hit when we need to hit it.
I got
and
this.
then we win.
I picked up a speed
right?
tab. We're set.
We didn't use it, but speed tab's in our pocket. It's fine.
Dine, you got this.
So he only does iron ore. We don't even need to heal.
Yeah. Just kill it with a slash.
Yep, that's all we need. We got this. Don't worry.
Oh, God.
Oh, wait.
What did you do?
Wait. Slash is lightning.
What did you do?
Crap.
He has 103 health, doesn't he?
Yep. Oh. Well, we tried. Well, good run.
And they all just sit and gloat at us.
I would say that Chrono Trigger, while it does have some lore dumps, I felt like it's very well paced throughout the whole run, or throughout the whole game.
Compared to its...
Yeah, compared to Chrono Cross, which I do love the story of Chrono Cross, but it is definitely more centralized in spots for the lore dumps.
So you can win that fight with the golem. It's obviously faster just to die to it. That's why we wanted to leave the Black Tyranno fight with very low hit points. If we fight it, you're just wasting time, but you still end up in the same area story-wise. So here now we're just getting kicked out of Antiquity. So now that we got the pendant powered up, we can open up those Zeal boxes. The Zeal boxes are the black treasure chests that are scattered around the world. We'll hopefully only be opening one of them. We can use a second one as a backup if we get unlucky. But for Zeal, if you look in the far right corner, there's the blue triangle that also spawns in Medina Village. Those were two weapons made by Melchior that were supposed to be Zeal's pride of their weaponry or their arsenal. One of them is a sword that has very, very good offensive stats, and it gives Chrono +3 to speed. And one of them's like the Protect helmet, or the Guardian helmet, that gives you the Protect status. We'll obviously be going for the sword. And even though we've only dumped 2 or 3 speed tabs on Chrono, with the Swallow and the Bandana, Chrono's going to be at maximum speed. Which means he pretty much is guaranteed to get his turn first, or start the battles with full ATB no matter what, outside of like extraneous circumstances.
It seems like the wise men are each known for specific things they did. So like what Melchior's like the weapons mostly, while Balthazar's more of like the machines. Like he made the Epoch and
Mammon
the
machine.
Blackbird. Yeah, and then you have Gaspar who made the Chrono Trigger, and I think that's all he ever did.
He's like, I know you have revives, but do you have something that can bring someone back that has been liquefied? And he's like, I got you covered.
His entire life's work into
Yep.
an egg.
Hey, he also makes a song.
Oh, true.
So this detour to get the swallow is about 1 minute and 46 seconds, but it is very well worth it in the grand scheme of things. It's a very big attack boost like we were talking about. And Chrono is going to make a lot of good use out of it. Especially with the next area coming up in something like Ocean Palace. Even with this sword, we're still barely just going to be killing the enemies.
Are you sure you don't want that left chest, by the way? Because it is protective, and we have been taking a lot of damage lately.
You know what? I would like to take less damage, but I'm fully committed to the glass cannon.
I respect it.
As I run to the left and open up the wrong chest, now that we talked about it. Well, I guess I just should have played better.
New Dime strats with safe helm.
Oh, God.
Can you even imagine?
I can, and it's a very bleak future.
2300 has roses and sunshine compared to what we're going to be going through if we do that. So now we're going to go to that place that we've never actually been to before, but we remember seeing a thing in that place that we've never been to before. Because I guess the game like expects you to go down the sewers.
It expects you to go down there during the first visit here for unknown reasons. Like, I don't even think the game directs you that way.
It doesn't. It's just like basically pure curiosity to go down there.
Well, it is the only time to see Balthazar, because if you don't see him, then
He's just a new.
Because he dies from the time that you are first able to go there to now. He dies.
Spoilers.
No, it's okay. He comes back on another timeline.
Yeah, he's still alive somewhere, B-dude.
So it is faster to run across this, especially with the speed that we have. Before, when we came through here, you're forced to do one race with Johnny. Oh, I hate these eyes.
I know, the blinking is so creepy.
Okay, that's the last time we have to see it.
Says you, I'm going to get into this third encounter just to bother you. I lied.
Say unless we have like some bad Black Omen movement or something.
I always forget this room exists, and I don't know why. It's like,
I saw this.
as soon as I'm done that screen, I'm just like, oh, everyth's okay. I haven't saved in a while.
Time to go to the sewers.
Yep.
I saw the slow walk down and I knew immediately what it was.
So all these enemies are just very weak.
Again, because you were supposed to come through it here shortly after the trial cutscene and beating up Guardian.
Chrono Cross does have a lot of side content. I would say outside of the DS release, the DS and PC release, Chrono Cross probably has more side content.
Better, it's like a completely different generation of game that can fit more.
Yeah. Chrono Trigger side content is just much more integrated into the game, I think. And it doesn't really feel like side content.
I don't know. Getting the main character back definitely feels like side content.
Well,
This whole room is a giant debate. If you interact with anything, even the save point, you get into an encounter. I know little casual dying as a kid was like, oh, yes, a save point. Everything's okay. Stepped on it with like 20 hit points and just got nuked by some nerds. And I was like, well, we had a good run.
You can run over that cheese?
You can.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
yeah, B-dude, when did you figure that out?
I don't know, when I was like 6? When did you figure it out, bud?
Probably like 3 weeks ago.
It's funny the little things that even after speedrunning for a while, you just don't really know.
I spent so many months trying to avoid that cheese.
Anyways, there's Crawley.
Yeah.
He does have like one pretty scary move that brings you down to 1 HP if you're a little bit slow. But since we can just hit him with a flame kick and call it a day, usually not too bad. This is actually one of those areas where it's really easy to get your movement to be pretty relaxed. And then you start running into stuff because you're like, oh yeah, I guess there is an encounter there. So you just want to start taking corners a little bit tighter, maybe not stick to the walls as much. And then you just need that little humble reminder.
Yeah.
This room is already causing PTSD for me last night.
It's okay, Hops. You're in a safe space.
Thank you.
Okay, you're not the one running.
Yep.
These aren't your problems. These are Dine's problems.
Dine, get the clone.
Now we're going to be getting up to, well, I guess basically our first vehicle, right?
Yep. Second.
Yeah,
You can count the pterodactyls as vehicles.
I guess, yeah. And I guess this one doesn't really move yet.
it's debatably a vehicle.
Yeah. It's like a Cadillac with 4 flat tires.
Yep.
Not going anywhere, but you look good doing it.
Yep.
So I was like a week or two old when I found out that it's actually pronounced epic, but I'm still calling it the epoch. But I had to put into it like a pronunciation thing on Google, and I'm like, huh, that's actually how that's pronounced. Literally everyone I've ever heard has always called it the epoch.
I mean, that's how it's labeled to you as.
That's my little info dump for the day. And so we got kicked out at 1200 BC, or 12,000 BC. We're pretty stubborn, and we're going to go right back.
Yeah, Shala,
We have our own devices.
Yeah. Yeah, Shala pointed us in the direction of Mount Woe. So it was kind of stuck in our head to get there. Did she mention about Melchior being there?
I think she mentions
so.
about him being trapped up there because he started to question Queen Zeal's motives.
Not specifically Melchior, but she says the guru of
Whatever.
whatever.
Oh, Dine failed the kid boss.
Oh man, that kid boss is impossible.
We're doing a nice little save reset here because this saves so much.
So
Aching
much
pain.
time.
So much. So Mud Imp, casually, is probably also one of the worst boss fights in the game. But in the speedrun, he can just get massively trolly. Along with the rebels on Mount Woe, so we're going to want to kill one rebel. Which we'll get to that a little bit further, but just Mud Imp healing negates an entire turn of everything that we do. So when he starts healing 4, 5, 6 times, you lose a lot of time. Let alone the fact that, even just having to heal.
So the only way to accidentally hit a race save is to plug in a second controller and do a key button combination.
Start select, I think.
Yeah, so unless you're like accidentally holding a second controller and accidentally hitting start and select, there's no way to like really delete your saves.
And then accidentally hitting A on the first controller.
Like you'd have to do a lot of whoopsies.
But the way we do a manip run is we actually get rid of all the saves and then restart the console, and then you start on the same RNG window every time. Not even just...
Yeah, a lot of them,
it's also a good one.
The glitched runners, because of the way the manip route is set up from the start, you have to start with 0 saves.
So a fun part about this fight is not only does the manip just like work out really well, the ATB really works out well. where like you're not really trying to do a really quick input or like really worried about like the timing of everything. Everything just works out with the ATB, and it's nice. This would probably be one of the first fights I would tell someone to like try and learn manipulation a little bit, just to like kind of see how it works while still like not worrying about it way too much.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the easier manipulations to pick up.
So as you can see, like we have to wait for the Mudimp to kick a rock. And by that point, we have Fire Sword up. So okay, I'll put in Fire Sword while he's kicking the rock. Then while Fire Sword's going off, we're like, oh, Ayla's up. I guess she can do the attack on the Mudimp, so on and so forth.
Yeah, this is figuring out the bright load is a little tricky. It's a pretty, not a very generous window, but it is a nice window. And the fight just flows very, very nice.
Like I said, we avoid all heals. We avoid, the only heal that we really do in this fight is the Ayla Kiss, and that's just because the Kiss also wakes up characters that are asleep, which is the main reason we do it. And other than that, it's just offense, offense, offense.
Non-manipped, I've lost so many countless minutes.
Yeah,
on this
you
fight.
can lose. I've lost a minute and a half, 2 minutes, just from him getting in a healing phase over and over again.
It's such a ridiculous fight to lose time on. Like,
I think I lose 3 minutes on all endings.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like Magus time loss comparison.
And you don't have to worry about the rubble running away,
Exactly.
which is very nice for the upcoming segment.
Not only do we not have to worry about the Rebel running away, we also get the Chrono crit right off the hop. Mid Ether's fine.
You had ether in the notes. I didn't know if we had any left for some reason.
That's just me being lazy.
Okay, fair enough.
So we're gonna get a crit here. Chrono crit is the only thing that would kill him on one turn, and it just so happens that we get the Chrono crit. That's the best Rebel you can really get.
Yep.
I believe Halation also said that this is set up for a second crit as well, if you wanted to get a second Rebel. But since we're doing the non-manip tech route, it's not a good idea to do that.
Yep. Kill the rebels before they run away is the only way to do it.
And they give a lot of tech points and a lot of experience. And because of that experience, or the tech points mostly, we basically got 200 tech points off of that fight, which is huge. Especially considering the people that we have on, because we want Ayla to learn Charm eventually. Chrono needs to learn Lightning too. And Luca is still working her ways towards Flare, which is why she's been with us for 90% of this run.
Yeah. Having one character learn... The speedrun really shows you, like, if you're just running from point A to point B, how much tech how many tech points you need to really get the character's, like, ultimate tech. And it's hard work getting one character where it's just... I don't think, like, it would be feasible to try to get 2 characters' ultimate techs for whatever reason.
But the big thing we got out of this is probably the most busted thing you can get at this point in the game. Falcon Hit.
Falcon Hit is just ridiculous.
It's mostly due to the swallow, though, right?
Yeah, so Ayla's stats don't play into Falcon Hit. It's Chrono's spin cut damage multiplied by 2, which spin cut is already double damage from a normal physical. So Chrono's dealing 4 times normal damage in a very, very wide area for 4 MP each, which is just absolutely ridiculous. So it's one of the few dual techs where it only uses one character's stats and then just completely ignores the other.
He's just there for the toss and the cheer.
Yep.
Thanks for the crit, I guess. We're coming up to now we're not as worried about boss fights for a little bit because we have the levels, we have some better gear, we have some pretty good techs now. Like Giga Guy is not really one people worry about too much aside from like just misinputting something, I guess, but that's just a human error thing.
Thanks, B dude.
Oh, did you do one recently?
Yep.
Oh. Well,
Falcon hit it the head and then got like double attacked, and I was like, well, it was a good run.
oh, well, there you go. Pushing down is hard sometimes.
It is. Giga Guy is just so happy to be here.
So Hobbs, if I was a new runner, what would I need to know about this fight?
Falcon hit.
Falcon hit.
I mean, you do need to be very quick with. You need to be relatively quick with inputs. But you were kind of already touched on that, though.
Yeah. Another thing to kind of note is the hands right now, they have 2,000 HP. After we kill them, they're going to come back with 1,000 HP only. So as you can tell, we do just over 1,000 damage. So just kind of works out nice and beautiful that way. It also just so happens that we have the exact amount of MP that we need to finish this fight.
Mm-hmm. And also, when Giga Gaia's displays the message that he's regenerating his hands, you're able to get one more Falcon hit in before he regenerates the hands.
Unless you sit there and contemplate about if you should go for one more or not. Then by that point, it's too late.
Yeah. I think, though, if you... In most cases, if you input the Falcon hit before the hands are starting to regenerate, it's still I think it still calculates as before the hands are.
Oh, fair enough.
At least on the first one.
Ooh.
Still good. Still good.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just a little slow.
Yep, just like that.
Come here,
I
buddy.
mean, it still makes me nervous.
Oh yeah, no, it
Yeah.
makes me nervous. I've done this fight this way numerous times, and it still makes me nervous.
Because you're just like, what if he just
Yeah.
gets that attack off like right away?
What if I was 3 ticks too long on something?
Yeah, this is like the best damage output, and it's not only that it's really good damage output, it's a fast animation for the damage output.
Yeah, it's like 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds.
Or like if Luca were to do like a fire or something, fire itself is like 5-6, and it would do 200-300.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that people ask all the time is why aren't you doing something with Luca? I mean, the answer is just why.
She doesn't make it so we like do one less Falcon hit, and her attacks do or take so long to do. All that for Aussie?
I wouldn't say it's the highest DPS in the game.
Oh, that's
Well,
Melchior.
per second, since Omega... How many seconds is Omega Flare?
Oh, for damage, yeah. Damage versus time. Omega Flare is like...
That is what DPS stands for.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I mean, like, at higher levels. Like, Falcon hit at level 40 only does, like, 1,700, where, like, a Omega Flare does 5,000. So it would need to be at least 12 seconds long for it to match.
But I guess we will be coming up to one more break here once we're finished up with this whole little cutscene thing happening.
Are we pausing before or after the cutscene?
We'll go after, just
right.
so you can actually pause. Get our last little lore dump. We can take 5 minutes, kind of take it all in. You know, a lot's happened. Got a time machine. We beat up some floating arms, and then a giant floating mountain came down, splashed a whole bunch of stuff. So it's tough to take in.
I'm definitely a little rattled. I'm just thinking of all those rubbles we left on that mountain we can no longer go back to.
That's like 400 or 500 tech points we still left up there.
Yep.
And this is like one of the few times, I think Shaw is like one of the only people that really like interacts with the Earthbound ones.
Yeah.
Everyone else is just, mightier than thou.
They can't learn magic. They're not worth my time.
Telling you, they should have written in Shala to replace Chrono. Would have been awesome.
That'd been cool.
Yeah.
Well, then how would we get Chrono Cross?
All right. Well,
Make Chrono Cross better.
But there we go. I think that's about our break time.
All right. Well, gosh, this run is going fast. This has been a blast. I hope everybody's having fun. And yeah, so stick around, grab a water, stretch your legs. We're going to be doing more Chrono Trigger when we come back. And we are back. All right, it's time for some more Chrono Trigger. But first, a couple of announcements just for everybody who's showed up since the last break. SGDQ 2022 on-site volunteer applications are closed, but if you'd like to help with our off-site volunteering positions, keep your eyes on the website and Twitter for more information. It's going to be coming up soon. If you're watching this on YouTube, come on over to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick. Check out our live content. It's real fun. It's about as fun as YouTube, except that you get to experience it live with thousands of other people, and everybody's having fun. It's great. Most weeknights, we start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and weekends, we tend to start at 1 p.m. Eastern. Your subs, your gift subs, your Prime Gaming subs, and Bits Cheered all help support weekly hotfix content. Consider supporting our daily content if you enjoy these hotfix shows. Games Done Quick Highlights is a channel that features highlights of the GDQ hotfix shows. Use !highlights in chat to learn more about the channel. The word highlights doesn't mean anything to me anymore. It's great. I can say it as much as I want, no meaning whatsoever. Finally, Monday is going to be our next show at 7 p.m. Eastern for No Category Left Behind. It's a show about category extensions, unusual category speedruns. It's really fun. I always learn something new about whatever game it is. Even if I'm an expert at the game in question, I learn something new and fun. You'll want to make sure that you catch it. All right, so Shala's gone. That's bad. Lavos is going to destroy the world. That's bad. Chrono's alive. That's good. So I feel like, Dine, you probably have everything well in hand. I'll pass it back over to you.
Thank you very much. Oh.
Did you talk to Melchior?
No, I did not.
Oh.
That
Actually,
might
didn't know
be
about
the reason why.
I didn't know
forgot
about the
that.
invisible wall.
I didn't know about that either.
He kind of has something important to give us right now.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm totally sure it's not going to turn into Frog Sword that he's currently using.
Could you imagine going all the way through and then realizing you don't have a knife?
Oh man, that would be horrendous. I also like how Luca's kind of standing on the table.
Yeah. And looking at the camera like, what you going to do about it?
Yep.
So now that Melchior has given us something to sabotage Zeal with, and Shaw has opened up the doors that we can get into Zeal, I guess it's time to kind of start our early FF7 stuff here and start attacking the high and mighty government organization, really.
Back through the good old teleporters. This little island here always felt like a kind of a waste.
Yeah, I guess that's where you get the one rock, right?
I don't think you get anything there.
There is something with books. You can do the books in 2 different buildings.
Yeah, isn't that the building where we pick up the speed tab and then like the main castle? It's been so long since I've done that.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting it exists until people talk about it in marathons. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a thing.
So we don't do it in the speed run, but I think it's the first time you visit Zeal. If you go to the Blackbird, you get a whole other extra cutscene with Dalton.
That's the first time you like should meet him,
Yeah.
and he doesn't leave a very good impression there.
No, he definitely shows that he's a jerk. This is a really nice. That's a heal tile right there, and we're doubling this movement down here to talk to this NPC, telling her to plant the seed. I think the seed was given to her by Malkier.
Yep.
Right? And you'll see later what the seed ultimately becomes, which is Ret Knight's lair.
Now, if you miss doing that there, you can do it again later. It's just slower, whereas this is just like, it's on the way, more or less, compared to after the whole Blackbird situation. So this fight is fun and interesting in the sense that Dalton's pretty much just going to be having people's HP until his very final attack. The way that double attacks work is he's going to attack the person who initiated the attack. And since we want to use Falcon Hit because it's so strong, you just want to make sure that you don't do it with the same person. So you saw Dyne do it first with Chrono and then with Ayla. Luca got in some damage, but he's doing it again with Chrono here. What? This is the killing hit. And he's going to hit you with his belch attack, I guess.
And Chrono just barely lives through it every time.
Chrono can die on it, but it doesn't really matter.
So, not to get too much into the Chrono Cross lore, but Dalton, I believe he's the one that invades Poor, right?
He finds his way back to Poor in 1008 AD and arms it to take over Gardena, which is why Chrono and Marl are missing but presumed dead in the Chrono Cross story.
I would say that he is related to Chrono Cross, though.
He definitely kicked off a lot of the story points. I don't know if he's talked about a lot with it or not.
No, I don't even think he's even mentioned in the game. I think it was like extra stuff in the DS version, or am I incorrect on that?
I don't know much about the DS version in the editions.
So this is probably, I know a lot of runners like doing Ocean Palace. There's just some fun movement. It goes pretty quick for what it is, especially like casually. You can spend like a good couple hours in here. And here we're going to be spending maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah. It's got good music.
Yeah, it flows so well. If you're doing it correctly.
And it's actually got some really good equipment in here.
Mm-hmm. We just picked up.
Go ahead, Ops.
I was gonna say, what was the gear that we just picked up for Robo?
Kaiser arm. I think we also picked up an Aeon suit.
Aeon, yeah.
And the Aeon suit it doesn't deserve to be as good as it is for where we are in this game. So we are going to be taking 2 fights along here. This stairway can be a little difficult.
Take that extra save.
Yeah. Like you could have maybe gone. Sometimes the enemies get stuck on Chrono's hair, which is always annoying.
It's funny. Only the left side of them is actually a trigger, so you can you can be on the right side of them and be touching them.
So that fight was nice because everything like lined up nice and for one single Falcon hit. This fight can be interesting. I usually go into this just anticipating I'm going to have to Falcon hit twice unless they just decide to actually be nice.
I just Falcon it twice. I've been burned way too many times trying to get everyone like lined up. Which means
that's probably the smarter way to go.
You're down 1 Falcon hit for the elevator with the Jin, but I'll take it. Because there's so many times where it's like one will walk to the top left and you're just like, welp.
Or you just go right into it and mash Cyclone.
Yep.
And then they get all their counters off and yep.
This is like the one area where I keep forgetting that the memory cursor gets reset when you learn techs.
Oh yeah, I don't think we've even taled about that.
No, where it's
That
just
hasn't really been a big thing.
And like Chrono using a cyclone, much like Giga Gaia, we have just enough magic to get us to where we need to go. So using any other techs that you're not supposed to learn, you just go into your menu, use an ether. So it ends up being about maybe a 15-second time loss from healing, the cyclone animation, and then depending on how many attacks the enemies end up getting off. Why is Falcon Hit so strong? It's Chrono's attack damage multiplied by 4.
So we're going to be taking this particular elevator fight twice. We're going to get Luca to learn Fire 2. We see that she learns Fire 2 here. We know that her tech route is still correct. And then after that, we don't see Luca for the rest of Ocean Palace. Now, this elevator always has the same amount of fights as well, but when we get into Black Omen, that changes.
Yeah, these scouters and blue mages have, I think, anywhere between 300 to 320 hit points. They have pretty high defense.
We just hit like a truck.
Yep.
You also got to be careful of those mages. They're kind of the worst thing, because if you linger a little bit too much on something or you attack something else differently, they can tech lock you, and then you can't Falcon hit anymore if they do it on either Chrono or Ayla. And then all of a sudden you lose a lot of time.
So always just Falcon hit whatever you can hit, or whatever enemies you can hit the most of. So we did the bottom first. The top won't die with a single Falcon hit. We end up breaking, I believe it's the Jin's physical barrier, which allows them to, or the Bargists.
If you were able to get the Lasher fight, the one that would potentially group up in one Falcon hit, you'd have more extra MP to just do one Falcon hit extra here to kill them.
Is that just the... I feel like there's a good way to do it, but I've never been able to figure out like the ideal.
Yeah,
that's the best way I've found, at least time-wise. Another option is if you are able to get 3 of the Lashers with one Falcon hit, physical attacks there. I mean, ultimately it doesn't really matter because you're doing physical attacks here or there.
I just know my splits. If I do that fight with 2 Falcon hits, I'm not going to lose time. Like, I'm going to lose time potentially over other runners, but for something like that, I'll take that option any day.
Yeah, it's just a couple seconds.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Now, these are very dangerous. I think if you do any magic on them, they counter with some very dangerous stuff.
Yeah, they basically all hit you with a tier 2 spell, I believe. I know the water ones do water 2. I'm pretty sure they all do fire 2, water 2, lightning 2.
I think outside of Flare, there's no like, I guess Flare and Lumina.
So here's a skip that's this is one of those skips that takes a while to kind of learn, just because of how movement works and getting stuck on enemies. You kind of want to hug the one corner, and then you have to walk past them and holding right for a little bit, because if you try to run or you don't go right far enough, your hair gets stuck on the enemies, and then you can't actually get out in time, and then you have to run away from the actual fight.
It sounds so
So that's a
silly.
nice little... It looks weird, and it will make you mad. I'm not gonna lie.
It feels so good to get those 2 skips like quickly though. So doing a safety save here, I would say even for the top runners is not a bad idea. But
Pretty sure I saved there, but I also second guessed myself.
yeah, this fight can sometimes just say no. And I think it's one of the only fights in the game that can do this. So we're gonna start the fight off with Chrono doing Lightning 2, which will reset. I think it actually resets their ATB.
Yeah.
And starts them on using the next set of their lightning skills. But during that time, it'll give us enough time for Ayla and Robo to do Boogie, and Boogie will put a stop on both of the golems.
Yep.
And the stop also lowers. I think is it just physical or is it all defense?
I think it's just physical, but I don't have anything to back that.
Yeah,
Because we only do physicals in this fight.
Yeah. So the Falcon hit, should be doing like 1,300, each. If you happen to only get Boogie on one, you need to do Boogie again to get them both. But that can also cause problems because the other one can start doing attacks and killing people.
What does a failed golem twins look like? You hit start and select, and you load the save, and you go again.
Yeah.
So if sometimes you can get them in an AI lock with Chrono's Lightning 2 if you're fast enough, but their next turn they'll summon 6 or 7 little fireballs above their head, and they'll send it flying into one of your party members, which does about 450, 500 damage. And at that point, if it's on like Luca or Robo, because they're the ones we need alive, the fight goes downhill very, very quickly.
Chrono's dead.
No, it's just foreshadowing. It's fine.
Yeah. Yep.
I just don't want that to happen again. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Look. I'll try to be a better game dad.
He's the hero and the main protagonist of this game. What am I gonna do without Chrono in my party?
Life just falls apart. Like, he's been here for the last 3 hours and 22 minutes. I can't imagine a world without him.
I always thought this part it almost looks like a cult, really. Just because you have like, maybe it's just because of Sprite, whatever else, but like you have all the guys that almost look like clerics or whatever else all kind of around. They're all worshiping the Mammon machine tied to Lavos, stealing his power. And then we just kind of throw a wrench in the plans, but we throw a sword into the plans instead.
And we get to finally learn who the prophet is.
Don't worry, we'll do better on this fight than we will on that golem fight like an hour ago. I swear, we got this. We have Falcon Hit. Falcon Hit hasn't let us down yet.
Good thing you prepped it in the last fight.
I did. Oh, I forgot to heal though. Well, we tried.
0 damage, maybe?
Nope.
Well,
unlucky. So this Lavos is a completely different enemy than the Lavos you fight really at any other point in the game. This Lavos has double the hit points and double the stats. My only reasoning for this is they wanted to make him look a lot scarier than he actually is. Which is why he hits for, like, this is the first time in the game you'll see anything more than like 3 digits of damage like really done to you.
and they like make it not even close.
Yeah, like Chrono's at max speed and he didn't even get like half of his ATB bar.
The prophet was Magus all along, though?
Dang.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, I was going to say, like, so after Magus's fight, your party gets sent to 65 million BC to where you fought Black Chrono, and Magus was sent to his adult form back to 12,000 BC, to where he, I guess, infiltrated Zeal.
Became the prophet, told her a scary, spiky, red-haired character with a robot was going to come and destroy their master plans.
She was like, "Oh, okay."
You don't get I don't know, you get the developer ending if you beat him here, which is the same ending you get if you defeat Lavos just with Chrono and Marl. I wouldn't call it a boring ending. There's definitely worse ones you can get.
Yeah, it's the fun ending.
The credits in that part are the best
Yeah.
part. Or you want to beat the game fast? Read these credits. They just go flying. So after asking Dine not to kill Chrono, he killed him twice within 2 minutes.
I just can't be
And,
trusted.
actually, for good. I guess not.
He got turned into a magic tab. Look at that speed tab. It's got to be
You should
worth
have
like 4
revives left.
speed. Yeah, but we don't want to use those. We've used a lot of them so far. We might need them later on.
Oh, true.
So here Shala's just trying to save us by taking us all out of the Ocean Palace. And she's going to be the sole protector of Twinkle Chrono. He died as he lived, speed tab.
This is 120 seconds of cutscene. This is a bathroom break and a cup of coffee.
Yep. We haven't done any side quests yet. The side quests will be happening within the next 12 to 15 minutes. We're just pretty much just finishing up with the main storyline.
And honestly, once you get into the side quest and stuff, that's when the run just like really takes off.
Yeah.
It feels.
Magus is the first like big gatekeeper, just because even if you have a script for him, the time swing on that run or on that fight, you can have a 13-minute fight or you can have a 19-minute fight. It all depends on just where you are in the RNG and how rude Magus wants to be. So Magus always seems like the first gatekeeper, and then as soon as you get into the side quests, you start to pip up a little bit.
Yeah, this is definitely the main reason that I run the game.
So
I just love where they're like tidal wave, and they're like, wait, what? They all go outside? Yeah, no, that's a tidal wave.
what do you mean a large wall of water is coming our way?
They just didn't believe that guy, I guess.
Nope. They're like, oh, Fred, he up to his tall tales again. Is there any run category where you kill Magus? Surprisingly enough, it's called the any percent defeat Magus percent. Like most SNES RPGs, it was the race category back in the day when the community was very active. There's a glitch and glitchless leaderboard.
But that's just the first time we meet Magus.
Yeah.
Not the upcoming one we have here. So who's going to be the party leader now that we don't have Chrono?
Ayla.
This is actually part of why this part gets really cool, is because now you really get to start experimenting with different character combinations.
Oh,
I
boy.
never know how to do that party swap efficiently.
That was a lot of money you just spent there.
Like it's not like it's going to get stolen off us or anything.
And now that there's basically like this giant power vacuum of Zeal, Dalton just kind of swooped in and was like, well, I'm king now. And for some reason, everyone just accepts it.
That's right. Luca's the party member. Find a table to stand on.
Yeah, doesn't Dalton just call this like the land of Dalton or something?
Yeah. He's like,
And then
well, I
what does
lost
he-
my home. Time to conquer a new one.
Yeah. And what is he? Oh my god, the Dalton Imperial is what he calls the epoch.
Yeah. Not narcissistic whatsoever.
No, not at all. And he does give the epoch wings for us, so
The Blackbird is pretty sweet looking though.
yeah.
I must say. Too bad we destroy it.
With a tiny little ship.
Look, man, the X-Wing took down the Death Star.
This is true.
So all of our inventory, all of our equipment, all of our money is gone. We're just going to be going for our equipment or our inventory. That's one of the reasons we spent all the money is we're not going to get that money back. And it makes this section pretty quick.
And it's nice because we still have that air gun that we didn't sell way back after Zombor. We can put onto Luca, which makes her like a usable character in battle because you need to have just a weapon equipped. And we still have I think it's the Kaiser arm.
Yeah.
Yep. And the party placement here is very important too with the way Dine organized it. Luca and Robo are acting as like a barrier so the enemies can't touch Ayla.
So that's all we need to do is give each the party member a weapon, and then the game considers them usable in battle. Once again, just putting shelters to the top because that's one of the main reasons to get into the inventory.
Don't care about the rest of that stuff.
Nope, it's gone. We've already forgotten about it.
Man, everything Dalton does is a meme.
Pretty much.
So, if you don't pick up anything, if you leave here and finish the Dalton fight, you still do get your equipped gear back.
Best.
So here we're just basically just sitting here waiting, and then it's a nice scripted fight of nothing. Dalton, we find, is actually a really bad employer. Didn't know that the big boss that he sent to go and attack us apparently doesn't like heights, but he put him on the top of a plane. Which means even if we still had that boss and in this next fight he brings him out, he would still not be able to do anything.
Nope. So we didn't get put into jail with our weapons. Ayla, they can't cut off Ayla's hands. So that's why we brought Ayla into the Blackbird, because she can always attack no matter what. So then we used Ayla to open up a chest to get weapons for Luca and Robo. I almost called him Frog there for a second. I'm sorry, Robo.
How dare you?
I will never disrespect you again.
I do like that Dalton changes the music.
Yeah.
Like, no. That's not what we're listening to. So this fight is not really tough at all unless you fumble a little bit on some...
Or don't learn Fire Tackle.
Or don't learn Fire Tackle. Or just come into here with just Ayla. Then this fight gets really interesting really quick. So after the Fire Tackle, he's scripted to do this Ice 2, which doesn't do a lot, especially since we have Lapises. Feels like not too long ago we were saying like 100 damage was a lot of damage. Now we just took 200 and we're like, it's not too bad. Had a pretty nice power spike between, well, basically this last hour, eh?
Yeah.
But 2 Fire Tackles and a rock throw, and that's all she wrote. And the rock throw there is just basically to take off the little extra damage that we would have needed to actually finish him off, because 2 Fire Tackles wouldn't have killed. I think he's short just by a couple hundred.
Yeah, it's a very close kill regardless. And now we have our Epoch has wings, which means our Cadillac now has wheels. And this is the only time we get to shoot the lasers, unfortunately.
Because why would we want to shoot lasers at some giant space tick?
I know. Dalton's the reason that we can actually do the rest of the run and the side quests and explore the world.
Yeah, if Dalton died, we'd be like, okay, I guess we're stuck here now.
Yep. Luca and Robo would figure something out.
Take some of these trees and make a raft. So Magus can fly. What is he doing just looking over at the ocean?
He's
Not sure what he wants to do.
no, he's like looking over where Zeal sunk. He's like, I guess, reminiscing or something.
Gloating.
Yeah. We go up there and we snap him out of his depression.
So we saw the.
So
Go ahead.
I was gonna say we sell some pretty high quality items there that we don't actually end up using at all to get ourselves 29,000 something GP. And that's pretty much all the money we're gonna be needing for the rest of the run. We're gonna get stuff from fighting battles and whatever else, but that's it for what we need for money routing. Like the time hat, we're never gonna use. It just basically makes it so you can't get stopped or slowed. But we're gonna get stuff to prevent that pretty soonish anyways. The Kaiser arm is just a worse arm than what we're gonna be getting for Robo in a little bit here anyways. And the red katana, we've retired that thing hours ago.
So here we're learning just more about the history of Magus, and that Magus and Janus are one and the same. This is the original timeline of Lavos sending the wise men and Janus to different time periods. We're also coming up on, I think, one of the only actual run killers in the whole game. Where if Dine accidentally chooses to fight Magus, then and he didn't save, then that would be a problem.
Oh, I saved.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
There's a pretty good audio and text box queue, but it's still, especially if you're streaming to your own channel, just talking with chat and you completely overlook it. Or you think you have like one or two more text boxes to go through.
Audio, text box, and a visual cue.
Yep.
The PC version moves so quickly through the text. I found it extremely difficult to for this
I didn't make
option.
it that far. There you go. He did it. Yay! He did the thing.
Magus starts 10 levels higher than our highest level character. His damage formula is also much better for spells compared to everyone else's.
And he's 1/3 of the most broken, easy to get spell we can get.
Yeah. So now that we got our new character, we get introduced to the Black Omen. This will be kicking around for quite a long time. If you try to go there now, the first boss, Mega Mutant, his first scripted attack is to do Chaos Zone, which inflicts the confusion status. So it's really kind of nice the game lets you know that you really shouldn't be there at this time. No.
So we're going to be doing a lot of odds and ends here.
Magus just starts at this level in the speedrun. It's nothing like party averaging. It's just, this is what we're supposed to be close to this level already.
We're just not.
Yeah, it just shows you how underleveled we are in the speedrun.
Yeah, so there's going to be some things that look a little nonsensical because they're not really connected with each other, but it's just a lot of, we're here, so we need to grab some of this stuff. Like talking to this guy will get us started on the tools and the frog side quest, and also we're going to the end of time. Like, okay, sure. We'll get the time egg there. Then we go to like 1000 AD and grab a few things. It's really easy to miss a spot for the first little bit of this, just because of how disjointed it all is from each other.
Yeah, the pathing here is very intentional, especially with switching, with when you're switching timeline or time zones or eras.
Yeah.
Because switching into a different era will place you in close to where we're going on the next era.
And here, Gaspor's a little bit of a troll. Is like, well, there's not much I can do for you, but here's a song. Oh no, wait, I forgot. I have this egg that would work perfectly for this situation right in my pocket.
My life's
about that
project.
My life's project. Oh yeah, I forgot about that thing.
It's been so long. Specchio never talks about it. I forgot I had it in the breast pocket.
Like, not like Balthasar was like, time machine. No, I don't. Oh, no, actually, now that you mention it, the thing I've been working on my entire life is just in the back shop here, and it actually goes back in time. Do you want that?
Does that sound useful?
So it's probably happened to all of us at some point, but trying to get to like 1000 AD, it's really easy to just let off a little bit early. Then you go to 1999 AD, and you lose, what is it, like a
2 minutes?
minute and a half?
It's a lot. Yeah.
It's like 2 minutes. I totally didn't do it in the community race.
Hey, at least you get a cool cutscene out of it, okay?
So I totally didn't throw for content.
Yep. I think the first time I did it, I was freaking out so bad because I thought that you couldn't get out of it.
It's super disorienting because you have to say no twice.
Yeah.
Because it's like, are you sure you want to fight it? And then it pops up again. It's just like, no, I really want to get out of here, please.
So, like Bidud is saying, we're doing like a grocery list here. Stopped by Luca's house and got the Tabin helm and the Tabin other
Suit?
Yeah.
Tabin suit, yes. We also bought the jerky from the snail shop, which will be used later. We're picking up one more speed tab here at Toma's grave. Unfortunately, Toma has passed at this point.
Who's Toma? I haven't seen him in this run.
We've kind of skipped out on seeing Toma, but he does exist.
But since we already talked to the earlier part of the tools thing, we can just kind of start this now. And since we're here, we'll just get the Masamune 2, since we're going to be using it pretty much immediately for Frog's one and only other job that he has for today. And it still baffles me that you can get tools from 400 years in the future, bring them back, and guys like, oh yeah, no, I know how to use these.
Well, I remember
Easy.
talking in my chat once. They're like, tools haven't evolved that much in 400 years. I'm like, I don't know. I remember my grandfather having a hand drill and me being confused with it. So we won't fully be repairing the northern ruins. We're only going to be doing 2 repairs because the side quest is technically finished after we upgrade the Masamune.
Yeah, the right side of this just has decent equipment, but equipment that we wouldn't really need anyways. And it's not worth the time to try and get.
I think it's got like
But there is good stuff on the right
Ayla's
side.
ultimate bow.
You have to
Do the
level it up,
Yeah,
though.
you have to do the upgrade shenanigans.
Yeah, the Valkyrie.
Yeah.
And we're not even using her anyway, so...
So this part's fun because you have to deal with possible counters. And Grudge does about 250 HP, and you can also get hit with MP Buster. Ideally, you like to just see nothing for at least the first 2. The last one you don't care as much. And there's really nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the goal here is to do all of these fights with Magus living, because he does need all this XP. Because we need to get Magus to level 38 right before we fight the 2 rebels in the Giant's Claw. So if he dies here, then you got to make that up somewhere else.
It's also quite a bit
Like
of
just getting hit by that MP.
It's a lot of experience you get, especially from this 4th century fight.
Yeah, no, it's actually crazy how much you get off of this.
So even though we just got Magus, he's only overkilling these sentries by about 3 to 7 damage. They have 1,280 hit points. So Magus is just at that brink where we can just reliably one-shot everyone.
So we only saw 4 counters, so that's not terrible.
No.
No, that was good.
The timing of some of them was more so the worst part. Just because we had to do the double menu.
Hey, well, it gets a little bit more time in the sun.
I don't trust Meg. After I've had Megas nuked from 3 grudges in a row, I don't trust them. Not at full hit points anymore.
I don't either. I just take the time to heal. It's not worth it.
So it'll be that one time you don't, they're just going to double grudge. And you're like, well.
Yeah, the only other grind that we're going to do is in Death Peak. We're going to fight the eggs. And we're going to do that fight 4 times. It's pretty quick, but that's it.
The best grinding spot in the game.
Yep.
100%.
And if you don't believe me, I have a spreadsheet and math to show that.
Yep. B-Dude has spreadsheets for everything, so try and challenge him.
That was the all endings grind of like trying to figure out what was better between that and that conveyor.
The eggs on Death Peak are for tech and experience. The rubbles are just purely for tech points.
I wouldn't consider the rubbles a grind because you only fight the one and then you just fight 2 here.
Yeah. I'm about to say you're fighting 2 along the way. The only real grind I'd consider would be the Tyranno Lair one.
Yeah, it's not really a grind if you're killing it along the way.
Yeah.
It's when you're going out of your way to either do something or to do it again. It would be considered the grind. So like the second dino fight that we're going to do in Giant's Claw, kind of.
Yeah, the eggs are really only tedious just because of the setup that you got to do for them. Other than that, it's nothing.
How much experience do you earn across on the board? What board? So we finished Frog side quest. The Masamune 2 gets a pretty big damage increase, and Froggy still has the Berserker on.
So if he's a good Froggy, he'll do a nice little crit for us.
Yep.
On each of these next fights.
So our next stop is to Ozzy's fort. We won't be finishing the side quest. It's not really time efficient. Actually, I trust myself. On the Death Peak with the eggs, each battle gives 2268, and then multiply that by 4, so close to 9,000.
4 cracker fights get you 9,072 experience and 192 tech points in 1:51.
Thank you.
Yeah. Not that I have it written down anywhere or anything like that.
I mean, good grind.
Whereas the conveyor fight or stuff in Robo's little side quest area, you get less than that. You get about 800 less experience and about 50 less tech points for an extra 40 seconds of work.
Yeah, we do get a lot of levels in the last dungeon, the Black Omen, just because we are forced to fight so many things along the way. Outside of that, we're just kind of fighting the absolute minimum we need to either learn a tech to make a boss fight faster or just give us enough to survive it.
So I used to tell people this is one of the hardest fights because you have to put a certain amount of inputs in, the correct inputs in a certain timing to make it so you don't have to fight it. that used to be a meme until like people started believing me. And then I was like, okay, maybe I should stop this.
Yeah. I think I missed that.
Because I had like the input viewer and I would do the same thing every single time because I'd have just like written down and be like, okay, just like do it like this, make it look like I'm really concentrating. Like there, okay, we skipped the fight. was like, wow, I didn't know that. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I should stop this. It was a fun bit while it lasted. The important thing for the eggs fight, by the way, is to be able to get 6 of them instead of the 5. There is a little bit of a tech with that.
Ooh, frog.
We'll get to that when we get to that. Look at that.
Dang, good crits.
So if frog doesn't crit, we just need to sit through another attack of his. So this is a nice 4 or 5 second time save for each fight.
Yeah, both of these fights are absolutely free, unless you, I don't know,
Forget to
somehow
heal.
bungle that. Yeah, yeah. So you didn't talk about this yet, did you?
No.
Okay, so
I was
Dyna's,
too busy worrying about missing the party swap.
So Dyne's putting in these Frog, Ayla, and Marl specifically to get their HP to 1 on this guillotine here.
All for a full ether.
All for a full ether, exactly.
I need that full ether in my life.
And this will come into effect pretty shortly on 2 fights, Rust Chrono and Yakra 13. I guess we'll explain more once we get to that, but it's a good thing to note.
Because there is... Picking up Magus's equipment there, he has a really interesting little attribute on his weapon there. Which this is also his best gear in the game.
Yeah, it is extremely easy to get that extremely OP gear for him. But we'll come back later to finish up Ozzy's fort.
And yeah, like I said, we'll finish Ozzy. We do have to beat up Ozzy and his crew to finish off that side quest. But really, there's no real reason to do it aside from just the 100% completion. You don't get anything from it.
Now you can get the Aussie pants.
I was about to say.
And can you really call it 100% without getting the Aussie pants?
That's up for debate these days, I guess.
Yep.
all of our runs have been a lie? Is that what you're saying?
What I've been told.
So Magus can one-shot these guys pretty easily with an Ice 2. Also, like we were saying before, it's one of the fastest animations, especially for this point of the game. Might even just be one of the fastest animations aside from like maybe Slash. Gonna swap in Marl here, 'cause she's gonna need a little extra TP before we hit the rubbles. So we're gonna get her to learn 2 spells really quickly using that, I don't know, what do you want to call it? Like a TP overflow?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a duplication.
Yeah, duplication is probably a better word than overflow.
It's also important that Magus gets to 38 because he gets a very big hit rate increase. He goes from 26 to 40%. Which, I wasn't down far enough. Which 14% on your hit rate, especially when it comes to rubbles, is very important.
Mm-hmm. And everything that we've been working for, TP-wise, on Magus, I guess not so much Magus, but more so Luca and Robo, is for that blue rock that we just picked up. That's going to allow the triple tech Omega Flare with Luca, Robo, and Magus.
And Robo's also kind of on a bit of a tight string right now. It's because we're trying to get him up to Uzi Punch before we get to his little side quest.
Does 100% include every ending? No. All endings glitched is 9 hours and glitchless is 12. And we don't have that kind of time.
No one does.
No
I
one
say that, but I want to try one before the end of the month.
I know.
With the manip, I'm sure I can save a lot of time.
Oh, 100%.
So we learned Cure on the first fight. Marl gets 200 tech points on that. And because of that Dino fight that we took, should be learning Haste here, which is basically what... this is what her purpose is.
Now, the goal of the Rust Tyranno fights is, I mean, not only killing him, but Ayla, we're going to try to steal the red mail.
Or the wolf
And that will
sword.
be used, or the wolf lobe sword, depending on what you want to steal here. But the red mail will be used on the Son of Sun fight. And
If you don't know about that sword thing, by the way, it's very concerning when you're in a run for the first time.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is super disorienting when you see the text box pop up.
Yep. The wolf lobe sword, it's unlikely that he's going to steal it, but it still gives him the item that he wants. But it's just a glitched title. Oh.
I was so hoping for it to prove you wrong there.
It's basically all the first 4 swords of the game, all overlapping each other. Their text overlapping each other, and it makes it look like it spells out wolf lobe sword.
So, Magus with the Doom Sickle. When one character is dead, you get a 200% damage boost. When 2 characters are dead, you get a 300% damage boost. And this also stacks with the Berserker. So Magus right now is doing 4.5 times normal damage. It just so happens to work out for this fight because Rust Tyranno has that good countdown. That we have 5 of his turns where he just doesn't do anything. So a hasted Magus, dealing 1,500, you can just put the controller down and let him go to town.
And those juicy crits.
Yep. So Rust Tyranno has 25,000 hit points. And even without crits, you can still kill him without it. Crits just obviously save you time. We can't use this strat for all bosses. The reason it works for Rust Tyranno is after his roar, it's a very slow damage over time for the hit points.
Easy fight.
Yep.
That's another one of those fights where you can
Disappear
go and grab
for
some water or something.
Yeah, you can definitely grab a quick drink or.
So did we get the steal or no?
We did.
We did.
Okay, we did. Well, I think right is fun.
No.
What'd I get? Yep.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
I thought I was stuck on left.
I only go left if I need to get the mail. Otherwise, I'm not looking that direction.
So you can go up the left, up a couple of flights in the tower to a Zeal treasure chest to get the red vest if you missed the steal off Rust Tyranno. We got the steal, so we don't need to worry about it. Once again, just making a detour for a speed tab, which should just be the
sneaky speed tab.
should just be the category name.
Speed tab percent.
Yep, just detours for speed tabs.
So when we were talking about the odds and ends and stuff, remember that jerky that we bought while we were just doing a whole bunch of random stuff? Well, this is why we got that jerky, so we can give it to the mom so that we can reap the benefits from it, I guess, after a couple of boss fights.
Yeah. Actually, this boss fight.
Just the one. Just the one.
Such kindness.
Well, we did give them a 10,000 GP piece of meat.
Yeah.
So this is the one fight where you don't want to wiggle. You want to run dead straight up because Luca's positioning matters a lot in this fight. We can't really deal any. We can't do anything until the first shuffle roulette. That's when the game flags the correct flame to actually deal damage to Son of Sun. So we start off with a flame toss. This will let us know if one of these flames are the correct one to hit. Unfortunately, no. Nice.
There he is.
Which leaves us just to a 2 guessing game.
This is one of the first fights where I kind of dip my toes into the RNG manipulation, since doing the RNG manipulation for this, you know where each flame is going to be for you to hit. So you save the time on not seeing the counters, and you also don't have to deal with the trolls of maybe it always being in that fifth one that you're trying to find.
This should be a 6-hit.
This is one of those. This is definitely one of the fights that can spiral out of control quickly and lose you a lot of time, which is understandable why B-Dude wanted to move to manip on this pretty quickly.
Oh, I got greedy and it paid off. I won't attack with Luca because his next turn's roulette shuffle. And I want all the time I can get to try to figure out which is the flame to hit. You need to hit the correct flame 10 times. Crits don't add anything. Crits are just wasted animations. So the top right didn't counterattack, so we know that's the one we have to hit. So this is attack 8.
2 more hits, and that should be all you need to do.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't see a laser.
We will. His AI doesn't change until after his next move. So if it hits Ayla, or if it hits anyone, I'm really just going to have to... Oh, no. All right. Now we just wait for the light to die out.
That was best case scenario right there.
Yeah.
Yep. Very nice. Yep.
Yeah, like we were saying, that fight can really spiral out of control if, you know, someone goes down and then he starts throwing out some flares and some lasers and you're trying to kind of recoup and you're like, okay, now he's rouletted a couple of times and you want to find out which one it is, and then he starts attacking more and
especially
it snowballs.
Especially if you get like the fifth fire. Like even though it's a 50-50 shot, you still have the chance to choose wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately though, that's the reason we bury your Ayla. Because with the red mail and the barrier up, Ayla is technically can't die until the barrier goes down.
At full health. Can't die at full health.
Can't die at full health. Well, due to like the order of his attacks.
Yeah, thankfully he just follows the same loop over and over again. So there's really no funny business that's going to happen.
Yep, she'll get healed and then laser will hit her and then she'll get healed.
Egad, the rock's gone.
I hope it really went to a generous family.
I'm sure I'm sure it went to a good home.
I don't know what's worse, the fact that this guy just gives you this thing for free because haha, or the fact that he just has no idea what he's holding.
Or how'd he get that far to get it back?
I respect the wait. So you can try and leave that house pretty quick, but there is a chance that the game just doesn't quite put in your inventory quick enough, and then you have to backtrack to go get it. So just waiting for even like the blue flash and the sound to kind of hit.
Yeah.
You'll get it.
Yeah, I wait for the sound effect, and I'm like, all right, I haven't been burned on it yet, but I still wait for that one day.
I do the same thing.
This is one of those risk reward things. Do I want to save a couple, maybe even a couple of seconds waiting, or do I want to just...
I'll always get it on a bad run, but it will be the good run where the game will say no. So here we end up getting the Wonder Shot, or the Blunder Shot, or the Why Did We Shoot, depending on which damage rolls you get. And we end up getting the Sunshades as well. The Sunshades is a universal 25% damage increase. The reason we do this quest now is because we want to also get the Prism specs coming up from the next side quest.
Now we get to come up to, remember when we fought Gatto?
Yep.
You might want to go do the game first. Back when we fought Gatto way back.
You said
before
Gato, and I was
Saltwater
like,
Bridge.
time for the house.
I was wondering. I was so confused.
All right. Why is laughter?
Another crucial save point.
Yes.
You lose way more time than you think you would by failing this game.
Yes. Yeah. So the amount of money you spend by losing to get the clone is incremental. If you fail right off the bat, I think it's 60,000, which we don't have, but we do have 30,000. So after failing 4 times, it only costs the 30, which is what Dine's about to do. So failing within the first 4, I think he takes all the money anyway, but
Yeah.
we don't get the clone. Yeah.
All right. Now back to the house. Wonder
Off the
shot damage is dependent on the first digit of the seconds value in the internal game clock. So if you get a 0 or 1, it does 0.5% damage. 2 and 3 is 1 damage. 4 and 5 is 1.5. 7 and 8 is 2, and 9 is 3. It has nothing to do with her magic points.
And the fun part about that is the in-game clock only shows you minutes
Yep.
and hours. So you wouldn't even have any sort of idea where you are unless you,
Knew how to manipulate everything.
yeah.
It's really only task level because in-game time doesn't flow the same as real time. It also pauses during animations.
Which would make it very tough to actually keep track of
Yeah.
throughout everything. Just so you can get a good shot. So we're kind of going to be doing the same thing we did on Rust Tyranno. We have Marl and we have Frog still in their 1 HP. Magus is all nice and healed up. Still has the Berserker on. And there is a little bit of hope and pray in the next fight, but only really for the first attack, really. Meanwhile, the King's on trial because he's like, we don't have a rainbow shell, even though there's a completely new basement that I guess really isn't new because it would have been there the entire time, which he doesn't know about somehow. This is one of those time paradox things that I try not to think about too much.
Hey, what's in the basement? Don't worry about it. It's just more thrones. Yeah, pauses for every battle animation.
And you can. This is another fight that you can lose a lot of time on too. Just for, it doesn't seem like it would be, but like if you fail in getting Ayla's haste or Marl's haste off,
Or just if Marl lives.
yeah, for sure.
We found out the one day that you have, what was it, 20 frames to get the haste off?
Yep.
Yeah,
It's a pretty tight window.
But it just, at that point, it just comes down to Magus crits. If Magus doesn't crit, yeah, he dies.
Yeah, definitely doing 1,500 damage compared to 3,000. Even though Magus gets his turn fast, it's still just time loss.
Yeah, it's just one of those fights that when you're learning the game, you're just, it seems like a free fight, but it's, and in most cases it is, but it can go south very quickly.
My favorite part about that whole trial scene is the guy walks up to the Chancellor right beside the judge. It's just like, was I convincing?
Did
Uh-huh.
I do a good job, boss?
We're going to be trying to avoid these fights just because these are things that would have been in the cathedral right at the beginning of the game. And they take forever to pop up just so that you can hit them once, get an entire yay, we beat them screen, and then keep on running. And they threw in 3 of them. two of them are actually pretty sneaky. I'm pretty sure pretty much everyone on their first timer is going to get hit by the first or the last two there.
If the first one reminds me of the second one.
It looks like the king is about to be guilty, even though we found out that there is actually a rainbow shell inside the castle. And we didn't sell it to the guy who was oh so convincing. What do we grab that's actually...
It's like a rainbow shard. And we're like, look at the small piece. The rest of the shell is definitely down there. Please believe us. I really want a cutscene to see how Marl got to this place.
And how she survives jumping through.
Yeah. She's
the
like,
glass.
this 1,000-year antique window, I'll show you.
I like to think she's just like scaling the outside of the castle. Although what she's climbing, I have no idea.
Looks really happy about it though.
So the best part about this scene is just keep your eye on the judge.
Yep. He does some good ninja vanish.
He sees what's about to go down. He's like, you know what? I'm out.
Oh yeah.
I've actually I've never noticed that before.
I noticed that like 3 runs ago and I couldn't stop laughing.
So here we're hoping for Frog to get hit by the first blizzard, which he does. So yeah, now this fight's it's in the books,
Yep.
more or less.
So now it's just controller down.
Hope Marl gets hit next.
Yep. This fight is
If
less.
Marl doesn't get hit next, it's not a huge deal. It's just a little bit of a time loss thing.
I'd say on average it's like 30 seconds lost. Or
Yeah.
so, which now you can just hope for crits to make up the damage.
So you can see
He does
Mega's
have a
got.
quick attack.
You can see that Mega's got 3 attacks off before Marl got even her ATB back, which just shows the power of high speed and haste.
Now, if Marl was dead, we'd be doing 1,500 damage instead. So it is like a 500 damage loss per hit, which is where you lose that 30 seconds.
Even though
But there's not much you can do. You can't attack your own characters like you can in a Final Fantasy game per se.
Sometimes, yeah, I was about to say, sometimes it's definitely worth if Marl's still alive to heal. Like it,
just in case.
yeah. This is the attack. That's the dangerous one.
Yeah.
Of course.
Marl who? I don't see her in this fight.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we should be okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's the damage.
Yep. Probably didn't need it anyways.
That's why if we didn't heal at all, that last attack would have killed us.
Yeah. I lost a minute on that split. Wow. Oh, I guess I did go to Chrono's house too. So that
And now
little
we get some heart-touching family heart-to-heart talks here.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to the end of old side quests. We got 2 left? 3? No, 3.
Yeah, I guess our break will be coming up here after this cutscene. Get our legs stretched, get some new drinks, get some snacks before we pound out the rest of the game here. And basically from this part on, it kind of cranks itself up to 11.
Yeah. We got like
There's going to be some good skips,
we got Death Peak.
hard fights, Death Peak, and then Black Omen.
And
The only slow part is just like, saving Luca's mom.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Yeah.
and wondering if Robo will get a 5 because I have to heal him to max or not.
Yep.
All right, we'll call it here for the break.
All right, sounds good. So, like you all have heard, it's going to be a whirlwind of a run when we come back. So, stretch your legs, get a snack, get a drink, get real comfy because we're going to be seeing this through to the end when we come back. And we are back. It is time to finish this run out. So I'm gonna speed run these announcements. You all have been hanging out. You've been enjoying this killer run. So SGDQ 2022 on-site volunteer applications are closed, but off-site volunteer applications are going to be opening up. Watch our website and Twitter for more information. It's going to be coming up pretty soon. If you're watching this on YouTube, come on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. Watch our live content. It's super fun. You get to enjoy it with your friends. It's going to be really fun. We want to have you here. On weeknights, we tend to start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and on weekends, we tend to start at 1 p.m. Your subs, gift subs, Prime Gaming subs, and bits all help support weekly hotfix content. Please consider supporting our daily content if you enjoy our hotfix shows. GDQ Highlights is a channel that features highlights of our GDQ hotfix shows. Use !highlights in chat to learn more about that. And finally, our next show is going to be Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. No category left behind. It's a show about category extensions and unusual category speedruns. It's super fun. All right, so to recap, we saved Shala, that's good. Lavos is still going to destroy the world, that's bad. And now Chrono's dead. That's bad. Run's getting worse, so I'm just dying. This is your problem now.
Oh God, no.
Yep, it's your turn. It's your show. You go.
This was not the hot potato. So we did beat Yakra. This isn't part of the category definition, but it's a very good upgrade for damage.
And defense.
Yes. We absolutely need the Prism specs, or the Prism helm, sorry, to even just get into Black Omen with 2 of our party members. Megas with the Gloom hat. Can't get confused, so we're not worried about it. The Prism helms, we're just looking for the status immunity, and we'll be using them quite a bit, especially on one character.
And they have an absurdly high defense stat as well.
Yes.
Like, there's pretty much no reason not to grab them.
And then we also get the Prism specs, which just universally boosts all damage by 50%.
That's twice as good as the Sunshades.
It is. And then the Rainbow is whatever.
Yeah.
Unless you're doing all endings.
Yeah, then it's something.
PSA, don't do all endings.
Do you like to fight a boss 13 times? Do we have a run for you?
Hey, we have 3 different ways that we fight them in those 13 times, though.
True. Using Antipode 3 is really nice.
Now that we've done this, I guess we'll go and get Chrono back.
Do we have
He deserves his time in the
to?
sun.
Dad, can't we just avoid him?
We said 100%. We have to get all the characters and we have to do all the side quests.
Fine. Go get stupid Chrono.
Could you get Shala back instead?
If you could tell me how to do that, I'm all ears for it.
So who kind of knows how this music glitch thing actually happens? Because I know that this is one of the spots where you're kind of worried about just because of how we move around here.
Oh, the music's off lock?
Yeah.
So it happens when you transition from one track to another track quickly. So that's why in a lot of runs you'll see people park a couple of tiles away or a couple of pixels further away than like optimal. it's just to avoid changing from like overworld into like this dome music. Sometimes the game just can't correspond quick enough, and you end up just kind of sitting there in the void.
And it really feels bad. I've only had that happen once, and it wasn't even my fault.
It's never your fault.
Yeah, to answer the question in chat about the rainbow, it is a good sword, but it's just not needed for what we use Chrono for. And at the end of the run, the swallow is actually good enough damage because we only use him for the first 4 phases of
3.
Lavos Shell.
Yeah, and he would be
yeah.
losing speed putting on the rainbow as well.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oop.
So it's just not worth it. It's just not needed.
This is when we get to see how good some of this equipment is we're actually putting on.
Yeah, it's a very big. No one's really gotten any new equipment in the last like hour and a half, and we've been through a good chunk of the game beforehand.
Now, one thing I didn't know casually is you don't have to activate the. Oh God, what are those called?
Little dolls.
Little sheeps. Yeah.
Pozo?
Yeah. Those things. Yeah, you don't have to activate those or turn them into the tree.
So grabbing that power tab between the 2 trees is actually pretty tight. It does take a little bit of practice, and you can actually leave the first tree a little bit before the sound cue actually finishes up. That should give you an extra second or so to grab it. It's rough.
Poyozos, thank you.
So here we
There's a
start.
lot of fun.
Oh, go ahead, Ops.
I was just gonna say there's a lot of fun movement in Death Peak, but go ahead with the Lavos Shell.
So Lavos spawn is just, as it says, it spawns of Lavos. For some reason, he likes to reproduce on Death Peak. So these are all just mini porcupines that are looking one day to go out and find their own world to inhabit. You
Is
really,
this not roughly where he crashed?
I don't know, like geography wise. That would require more effort than I'd like to put into it.
I'm like 90% sure.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Cool.
You just want to be really careful not to attack the body, because he'll counterattack with an AoE needle attack. That does a lot of damage.
Luca almost took a dirt nap after 1.
Yeah.
I think Robo dies after 2.
Your run dies
Something
after
like that.
2. I think everything but Magus. Ooh, wasn't hugging the wall close enough.
I wasn't sure if I wanted to run a bit on for this runs today. That fight is unavoidable.
He did everything right.
So in terms of TP, Death Peak is just very hard to miss in the speedrun. Because of the TP duplication glitch, that level spawn is technically worth 240 TP for Luca and Robo. And then we will be fighting another one. And then also with the Lavos egg grind, you gain about 600 TP for Robo and Luca in this area.
Oh, so lava spawns are good for TP then?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Yeah, that fight is not flagged as a boss, so we can run from it.
they kind of forgot to put a no run flag on it. So see you later.
That was the intern's job.
Yeah, and this is the egg setup that I was referring to earlier. It's not too difficult, but you do have to be somewhat precise with it.
It takes a little bit of time to kind of learn, but once you learn it, it's good. You need to get the 6 eggs. You'll see the bottom one will kind of shimmy up a little bit.
Yep. And you get
And
what,
that's how
48?
you make it better than the conveyor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this.
in each of these fights, 48 TP.
So kind of just hide in this alcove, wait for the 4th one, run into him.
We're going to be doing this 4 times. Basically, once you see Magus learn Magic Wall, you know you've hit what you need to hit, and then we can continue on. Yeah, these guys give an absurd amount of
XP
tech
too.
points and XP. For the amount of work we're putting in, so easy.
Even though Magus doesn't need, we're not going to use Magus's magic wall for anything. It's more of just a visual indicator when the grind is done. Magus won't be using really any of his attacks. Dark Mist will be using once.
Yeah, it's basically a key indicator if you're kind of on track for the Dark Mist for that one fight.
Yeah.
Well, this should be the last one.
Yeah.
This is kind of like the other Tyranno fight where you don't really count. You're just like, oh, once I see the thing pop up on the top, I'm good.
Yep.
There it is.
I would
now
say like
we're cooking with gas.
just seeing Magic Wall there is, it is nice to know that you got the 4. But I would say in tandem with seeing the Mega Bomb and the Heal Beam on the first lava spawn with the Magic Wall, you know that you're like 100% good.
If you don't learn Mega Bomb or Heal Beam off that first lava spawn, you're going to have to just take extra egg fights just to try to make up that lost TP.
I lost 120 TP.
Yeah. So once again, 2 Magus physicals, 2 fire tackles. Don't hit the body because that's bad. I thought I hit the body. He was going on like a weird angle. I was like, oh no.
Just trying to keep you on your toes.
Yep.
It's such an easy fight until you're destroyed.
That is definitely a fight where it's easy to just let your mind wander for like just a little bit, and the next thing you know, you didn't hit a right input at all, and you're like, uh-oh.
My second run ever, I lost 4 minutes to that fight right there.
So normally you would replace Luca with Frog to avoid the hugs. But I can't submit this run for a PB anyway, so we're going to enjoy the Luca hugs because Luca is best girl.
Yep.
Yeah, the people.
And you never really get to see it a lot. It's heartfelt.
I can't Robo Hug Chrono.
I'd love to see Robo hug Chrono.
Do you know roughly what this would lose over
Like
the
20
optimal
seconds.
parties?
We're about to find
Okay.
out. So this is where the Chrono doll comes into play. Apparently we can save someone's real life by replacing them with a piece of fluff.
Trying to make sure they're in the same pose.
Yep.
Then it's all good.
And that's why is laughter.
It's the answer to the whole game.
Yep. It's the most philosophical question of the universe.
Don't worry about Chrono. He'll get his color back when once we bring him back into the normal people dimension.
He just needs a little bit of sunlight. He's still good. Just need to crisp him up in the oven.
So when Gaspar gives you the Chrono trigger, doesn't he say that he says that it's to restore the life of someone that's
Close to you.
important? No, that's important to like the savior of the timelines or something like that. But you can beat the game without Chrono. So that's where the theory comes in that it was initially meant for like maybe Shala or someone else.
Yeah, because
Or maybe it just shows that destiny doesn't matter.
That too.
yeah, 'cause the only difference between like ending 1 and ending 2 is they're like, hey, we got to go find Chrono.
The hug.
I'm sure it's not awkward with Ayla and Robo just sitting there watching Luca just pour a heart out. Well, kind of pour a heart out.
I mean, technically, chat's right. Like, Lavos isn't, like, inherently evil. Lavos is just like a parasite.
He's hungry.
Yeah, I mean, the real villain is probably Zeal.
Yeah.
Basically weaponizing Lavos.
Like, Lavos is not the villain, for sure.
And now, every runner's favorite place. I know we've had Falcon hit time. We've talked about Omega Flare time. But if you guys have not lived until you see Ice 2-a-thon.
Ice 2 Factory.
With probably one of the more precise timed movement sections that we have to deal with.
Every time I see you save, I'm like, oh, he's going to do some new manip?
No. It's in case you get like a freak power outage or something.
Yeah.
It's getting kind of windy at my place, so I don't trust it. So basically, as we talked before, if we can outright kill something with Ice 2, we'll always use Ice 2 just because of the fastest cast animation. So Megas is also getting a 50% damage increase from the Prism specs.
And I think he's barely killing here.
Yeah. So
And in case anyone's wondering about like damage differences, if we had Marl in here with the Ice 2 and the Prism specs, she'd be doing like 600.
yeah, Marl's like 10.8 times, and Magus is 13.2 or something like that. Like Magus' spells are just inherently better than the other characters in the damage formula.
All right, B-Dude. How do you think this conveyor skip's going to play out?
Fourth try.
First try, no. First try, no shot.
Wait, first or fourth? I heard both.
The not runner said first. The runner said fourth. So if he gets fourth, he's just throwing for content.
I'm just showing how tricky it can be.
How tight is this run actually? Don't you know the frames that we have left, Hobbs?
Wait, for this skip?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's only 6 frames of leeway. So, and I don't know exactly how many, but every bump or bonk that you slow down, it's like what, 2 to maybe 3 frames. You're basically allowed like 1 or 2 bad corners maybe.
Yeah.
And by bad we mean like not really bad at all, but just noticeably not full speed.
Mm-hmm. So you saw Dine go off to the right first. He opened up a door and then he hit a switch. That's setting up for this conveyor skip. Normally what you would do is go through this factory and reverse the conveyor belts. That way you can get the electricity to the pod. But with very precise movement, we can do that without reversing the conveyor belt. And it ends up saving like 2 minutes, maybe a little less.
It's about 2
Yeah,
minutes.
I think it comes down to third or fourth try breaks even with doing it the casual. Ooh, we got the glitchy robot.
Yeah. So this is definitely probably the tightest movement that's in the run. It takes a good bit of practice, I would say.
Good thing it's 4.5 hours into the run.
Yeah. So this is when you're very, very tired and probably tilted by other stuff that's happened. And now you're required to do like extremely precise movements.
This
is where you really learn how broken your angles and diagonals are.
Yeah.
Because if you try to do this with just straight lefts and rights and ups and downs, it's not going to work.
Yeah, if you can do this movement, you can get good at all of the movement in the rest of the game.
Like we're going to be holding up left here, up left on that corner. Then we're going to want to get just around this corner. Really?
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, that was close. But the corner leading directly onto the conveyor belt, I think is probably one of the more important ones. Although it looked like you hit that one correctly.
I've been having some very big issues with that. Oh.
Yeah, this should be fine.
And I bonked worse on that than my first run.
I was gonna say I had less faith in that second one
So
than
did
the first one.
Those are the ones that always work.
Like, I bonked hard on this little guy right here.
Yeah, it was still a good attempt.
Wait till that robot hits the last pillar there, and then you can do this little bit of movement. And he basically always tries to go straight to where you are, regardless of where the walls are. So with this little bit of movement, picking up a speed tab that we need to pick up anyways, he should just be meandering his way over. There he is.
Not a glitch.
The developers knew how buggy it was kind of doing the escort mission with this guy, so he doesn't have a lot of collision detection for a lot of things.
And he still controls terribly. You will see him get stuck on a corner, and it will take you 30 seconds, 60 seconds to try and get him out of that corner, depending on how deep he got himself in there.
When this factory goes well, it feels really good.
Wait, we're basically through like the tough part of this area. Now it's just a bit of a mash fest for a little bit. We can take a bit of a breather. You know, we made it through the conveyor skip.
Yep.
The big thing that we're going to be looking for now, with the Atropos fight is very simple. We're just going to be mashing Uzi Punch. But at the end of the fight, we need to, we're going to look to see what Robo's HP value is. Specifically the ones digit. We're going to want to see a 7, 8, or a 9. And the reasoning for that is due to the Crisis Arm that we're going to be getting after the Mother Brain fight. The Crisis Arm increases damage. What's the percentage on that again?
0.5 times whatever the digit is.
Right. So that's why the 7, 8, or 9 allows you to kill the Red Knight in just 4 Uzi punches, essentially.
Yeah, whether you get 7 or 8 or 9 is irrelevant, just because the extra damage really doesn't save you in animation. This is also another deceptively scary fight. If you're just a little bit too slow getting Robo into his tech menu, you do have to heal up, which causes its own kind of issues, but this fight, definitely if you're slow with attacks, can go downhill very quickly.
I haven't really seen it, but is there, like, if you have a little bit of ATB leakage, can this fight go badly?
Yeah, because you get Uzi punched, and then they get another turn off, and then the explosion kills you. Thankfully, like after the first Uzi punch setup, you can just mash A to your heart's content. But her Atropos move after this is Uzi punch. And then if you kill after that, Robo's sitting at about like 50 hit points.
We're happy.
I ended in an 8. I'm very happy about this.
Oh, yeah.
I just got to remember not to throw a full tonic.
And then you also have the choice of picking up an extra Mega Elixir here after this fight, which I'm assuming Dine's probably going to want to do.
Yes, I don't trust Lavos.
Especially
And
after the last
Magic
couple
Tab
of
if
nights.
you, like, really want.
Yes,
Yeah.
I don't trust Lavos. Not after my Lavos fights.
Lavos has been pretty brutal last couple of days.
Been a bit of a rude dude.
Yeah.
Thought the game soft blocked there for a second.
I was a little bit worried too. I was like, do I hear anything?
I was like, why am I stopped?
I have never thought that I should use these fights to get my tech set up.
Oh, for Luca?
Luca and, yeah.
Well,
And
Robo's
Magus.
already on Uzi, so...
Oh, I guess it's because she's just too slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you can't. Yeah, you can't set Magus, but he's already on tech, so.
Since we got 2 of those dolls, we can put them on both sides here, because apparently that's the key for reasons
Yeah, sheep dolls.
in a factory entirely of robots.
Yeah,
Now,
exactly.
this boss fight in itself is pretty easy.
Yeah, just like Elation saying in chat, the music not starting up is always a big monka in the game.
You can tell because we all held our breath and just didn't say anything for like.
Well,
no, that's not.
I guess we're going back to Atropop. So these.
So you know how you're not supposed to kill all the mirrors or all the monitors in this fight? We're gonna kill all the monitors in this fight. Right off the hop.
This is one fight that I've actually never seen go bad. So I don't want to say. I'm afraid to say it, but I think this fight's free with this setup.
You would have to have really bad ATV management, I think, for it to go bad.
Yeah, like if you're fumbling horribly, maybe.
Nice. I
think
skipped
I've
to
been hit by-
the panel attack.
Very
go.
nice.
I think I've been hit by 2 of the panel attacks and it was still fine.
That boss fight
Didn't get
still
hit.
gave less TP than the 6 eggs.
Now that we've done that, we really only have a couple odds and ends to tie up before we go hit the Black Omen. We're gonna go hit up Ret Knight before we go finish up the old Aussie quest because we're gonna be learning Flare off of this guy. Unless the core runs away, then we don't learn Flare. Then we're making up some strats.
Well, I guess we're going back to Death Peak.
Yeah, I've definitely just started like waiting for Robo's last Uzi or last ATB, and then killing the core, and then using the last the upper part, just to ensure it doesn't run away.
Yeah, because if the core runs away, you don't get the TP, and the core's TP is a large chunk of that fight. And we don't have a lot of wiggle room to play with for Luca to learn Flare.
I think I've lost more time trying to get into the Red Knight fight than actually with the fight itself. So
it's kind of like chasing after a lost puppy.
And trying to navigate on all these cyclones is a little awkward as well.
Prism.
So this guy can be a little bit of a troll just trying to get started off, depending on where he spawns. Sometimes his detection's a little weird, and you'll be like right beside him, and he'll just be like, all right, well, I'll see you around next time I try this. And then other times you can be like a mile away, and he's like, all right, let's do this.
It was like that one time Hobbs started the battle music, but didn't actually start the fight.
yeah,
I forgot about that.
yeah, that pretty much solidified the rest of that run for me.
That's when we also learned that the earthquake does 40 damage.
Yeah. We learned a lot of things on that run.
So because we have a nice high ones digit on Robo there, we're going to be able to do this fight pretty much exactly the way we'd want to do it.
200.
I think the any percent gets most of these treasure chests.
Yeah, this is one of the places they stop for the Green Dream, and it's just got a lot of good items.
Right, and then we don't for glitchless we don't pick up any of them, except for the one magic tab or speed tab.
I was a little bit worried on Luca's shot there, and I don't know if I even needed to be.
I was waiting for like a 10 to pop up.
Yeah.
So now that we've learned Flare, we can finally use Omega Flare. The reason we couldn't use Omega Flare before was because we didn't have Flare. I don't think I need to spell it out too much, but that's basically all it is. Now we're basically putting on the Prism Specs and the Sunshades on Magus and Luca so we can bump up that damage, and we're going to see probably the biggest damage spike increase that we get in the game.
Yeah, Omega Flare itself just has a very, very high damage multiplier, and it is the biggest bulk. It's also Robo's Laser Spin, which is whatever, and Magus's Dark Bomb, which is whatever.
I think, yeah.
Each character also gets a 25% damage increase inherently because of the triple tech. So Luca's pretty close to dealing 1 3/4 times normal damage. And then Magus and Frog are kind of just whatever in the situation.
Set Magus to Ice 2 for later on, so we can just have a nice little mash fest as well.
Yep.
And, that's the Three Stooges.
It goes a little differently if you attempt this fight earlier on when you're here the first time. So part of the requirement for the 100% is to see these final cutscenes with Ozzy. Specifically, you do need to attack this switch here, and then you need to come back up and see the final cutscene.
I appreciate the crit, Magus. It's a little too late, though.
Sorry, I think you got it this time, Dine. I think you can take him out on the shot.
You know what? There's only two switches left. We got this. Hopefully the second one doesn't activate the self-destruct.
Chrono Cat to the rescue.
You know what? I never would have thought it was the far right switch.
Savior
I
of the
really want to know
universe.
what that middle one does.
So even though it is quite the time trek to leave Ozzy's fort and then fly back to it, it's still much faster with the way the battles flow in Chrono Trigger, just to nuke it at this state in life. Even with maybe a perfect fight, you might save a little bit of time, but...
Now we can start up the good old Fiona's quest. And this is basically the last side quest before the final quote-unquote dungeon, which is also technically a side quest, but we'll just call it the final dungeon. Robo's tilling the fields. And hey, look at what he did.
What a good little boy.
Dine, remember, it's Zabi.
Okay, thank you. I almost forgot that. Here I was going to do LARA.
Yeah, what were you thinking?
You know what? The notes just don't say anything about it. I'm clueless.
Blame B, dude?
Yep.
Usually what we do.
Yeah, so this is where the cast starts talking about the entity, where everyone thought beforehand it was Lavos that was causing the time portals. But since Robo's had 400 years to think long and hard about it, he's starting to think there's a different force behind everything that's causing all of this to happen. Probably one of the more iconic scenes is this campfire in just video game history.
How many times has Luca fixed Robo now? This is the third time? Guy just can't keep himself together?
I mean, he held himself together for 3 hours, 3 and a bit. Call that a success.
That's a win. And we didn't have to do a really long side quest to bring them back like we did, Chrono.
I mean, he also got like beat to pieces by his brethren.
If he would have had a step in, he'd be less beaten.
I really like the portal is red, by the way. Such a small thing, but it makes it just seem far more mysterious for what this entire scene really is.
Yeah.
I think this is a potential soft lock as well here.
What?
Yeah, I've seen it soft lock there with Luca, the little girl Luca, running back and forth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Today I worry.
Yeah, so that I'm not sure what causes it, but I've definitely seen it there.
One more
I'll
thing.
just add that one to the
Yeah,
list.
one more thing to worry about.
One thing that's really hard to remember here is you actually have to hold down left and then talk to Robo.
Thank you.
I know, I've stood there for like, I think my record is like 10 seconds. I'm just sitting there hitting A, just like, okay, looking at the notes, look over. Oh yeah, I gotta go talk to Robo before I start hitting A.
That usually happens to me at the beginning when you're talking to Marl up in her room. I'll just sit there because I accidentally pressed left or something.
Oh yeah. All right, now we're gonna go to where runs die.
Yeah, there's a lot of RNG in the Black Omen.
It's also just one giant grind. We get so many levels going through this area.
Hey, at least there's some good music.
And there's some really good, well, like, there's a lot of mega elixirs in here. There's a couple of pieces of equipment that we pick up in here that's pretty good. But there's also a lot of movement. There's just a lot in here. You got your movement tech, you got a lot of fights that you want to take and not take and dodge around. The battles themselves, the boss battles actually aren't too bad for the most part.
Yeah, I would
because
say
Omega Fight's busted.
Right. I would say like everything that you've like learned and used throughout the entire run is like kind of put into a capsule here in this dungeon. Like,
This is definitely your test.
Yeah, for like especially for the final like bosses.
Good thing we have those prism helms. We are going to be stealing 2 speed tabs and a golden earring. Two speed tabs, right? Not 3?
2.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then we pick up the other one. Okay. Yeah. So not this fight, but the upcoming fight, we're actually going to do... We were talking about how you can build up your run meter while inside the menu. So you can actually do a thing where you're holding L and R to run away, but as you mash out Charm, you'll get the Charm off and be able to get a runaway immediately. Now, there is a chance that A, Ayla doesn't steal, or B, you get the rare steal, which is a Hyper Ether, which is not what we want. We need that golden earring for Robo so that he can get to max HP.
I've totally never stole the Hyper Ether and just continued on like everything is normal.
I would say I'm kind of torn whether it's worth to try to steal again or just.
It very much is for Lavo spawn.
No, I meant to reset it.
Oh, I'm already
'cause, like,
having the run set up anyways.
Yeah, I'd say reset because their missile attacks is super slow.
Yeah. I've had decent re-steals, but it's definitely kind of monka.
All right, so far we're doing pretty good on our steals. 2 for 2, where you can lose a lot of time just in the last fight, this fight, and the next fight, just by Ayla deciding that she wants to go the route of lock and not steal.
Yeah, I don't know her steal chance. At the end of the day, it's still just RNG.
Sometimes it's better to not.
Yeah, 100%. Well, it looks like you missed 12 90% steals. That doesn't make me feel any better.
I don't think there's a rare steal off of these panels.
Nah, I think it's just speed tabs.
Yeah.
It's just the speed tabs.
And if it says the thought that counts, I believe you can steal again after.
So this room, we're looking for the eyes, if they're going to be open or closed.
It was a little too far up there.
If the eyes are open right when you enter the room, you can go out, reset the room, and come back in until the eyes are closed, and it will be faster after probably 3 or 4 attempts instead of doing the fight.
I just run through it, and if I get it, I get it.
Oh, so that was just a YOLO, not a I forgot.
No, the first one, I forgot which room I was entering. The second one was, the eyes are always, it's the second one, it's always better to wait. For that first eye, I've lost 20 or 30 seconds just by having them troll me. With like, you go through the room reload like 7 or 8 times and they're still blinking at you.
That skip just entering this room is also pretty tight because it's all about if the enemy on the right actually sees you. So you have to be right on the tail, the one that's moving. Hug the wall on the right and make your way up. There's a lot of... This is one spot where I would say new runners should have a save state and just work their way through this over and over and over again. Because there's just a lot.
Yeah, we are done with Ayla for now. And I think we're going to be using a couple tabs.
Yep.
Yep.
Get Luca up so that Luca's just so slow, but by this point, sure, or by the end of the run, she'll be 1 point short of max.
Yep.
Yeah. But with those two
But we've
speed
also
tabs,
I hate you, Black Omen.
oh my.
So these are the elevators we're talking about where you can get random amounts of fights. You'll get somewhere between 0 and 3. In a perfect world, you probably get 1 between the 2 elevators. Just to avoid a little bit of a slower fight later on, so that we can get everyone up to the levels they need before we start the boss gauntlet fights. So this doesn't happen on PB attempts.
No.
To get the
You get like
elevator.
you get 6 encounters and you cry. But yeah, Black Omen's just a lot of really, really nice movement. Some rooms are pretty tight. It is hard, especially for a new run, to remember like which room is after which. I still constantly forget a couple of rooms. But it's very nice when you can get through it with only with skipping the vast majority of the encounters.
It's just crazy how big this place is compared to like every other dungeon in the game. 'Cause I don't think nowhere else actually compares to this.
Should have waited a little bit more.
I think maybe if you hugged the corner, you might have been all right too.
Could have waited another 2 and had a little bit more of a gap. Yeah, these eyes. You can run against the small eyes and wait for them to close, but this is another room where I've lost so much time here repeatedly, where it's kind of just I'll take the time hit from the eyes if they're open.
Yeah, this is one of those rooms where it's kind of runner's choice on what you want to do, but there's a whole lot of different theories on which one's better or worse, and at the end of the day, it comes down to, gee, I sure hope I get lucky.
Yep. If the first eye is closed, I'll try to force the second eye, just because it feels like the game's kind of giving you the go on and pass, but...
We're coming up to one of the rooms where it's like... I found it to be one of the hardest rooms to learn. I think it's 2 rooms after this, just because of... Some of the skips seem not as intuitive as the other ones, and there's like 2 or 3 of them in a row.
Are you talking about the skip with the alien? We have to go like up and left. Yeah, that was so counterintuitive to me for a very long time. There, I was just running back and forth because I was waiting for the turret to change its line of sight.
You won't get that fight unless he's looking at you.
Yep.
I do like that little bit of detail. Like, you have some fights where if you run past them, the sound wakes them up. If some enemies look at you, that's when they'll notice you. Nice little bit of detail for fights. This is the one spot where it's a little bit tough to... You kind of learn scraping that corner you kind of set up right. Because if you're a couple of pixels down, you get that fight. And then this one's a little awkward.
There was a backup elixir back there, but I would say it's probably never needed. It's not a bad idea for new runners, though.
It feels like you never need an elixir. You always need a mega elixir.
Yeah, you already have so many elixirs, it's really probably not ever worth getting.
All right, feeding some more speed tabs into Luca.
And he also put the haste helm on Robo. On Robo's first turn, his ATB will be whatever his speed is. But on his subsequent turns, it will. I don't even know what it actually puts it out to, but it's like faster than Magus's.
It's so fast.
Yeah.
If you need someone to do some emergency thing, Robo's probably your go-to guy.
Yep.
And that's pretty much what he's used for, minus Omega Flare, of course.
Like the big
for the
fight
rest.
you'll see it in would be for this lava spawn fight we have coming up. You'll see how many turns he gets compared to everybody else.
Just
It's
Uzi
actually
punch.
bonkers.
Yep. Uzi punch over and over.
I golded that by like 20 seconds, even running into that one encounter.
Wow.
0 encounters. Or
Yeah.
0 elevators.
Yeah. Oh, no. Here we go. So here.
Also, it goes with...
go ahead,
ahead.
it helps.
I was just going to say, it goes without saying, but TP is no longer a thing. We don't have to really worry about it. We're just focusing on XP at this moment.
We also switched Magus's Gloom Helm to the Prism Helm. This reduces his speed by 1. I hate you.
Oh my.
So if any speed ties were to happen, so Luca is now the fastest character, so we can just mash out Flare with her. So I am going to have to take the Goon fight coming up. Getting 2 no encounter elevators does kind of suck in a sense, because Magus is just 180 experience short of a level up. And we really need Magus to get to level 46, even with all these fights we're taking. So normally you would skip this. I have to take it. Magus and Luca both missing that level is you lose about 400 to 500 damage on Omega Flare, which doesn't sound like a lot, but even though with Omega Flare routed, we're still barely killing the bosses. We're maybe overkilling by 100 or 200.
It's very tight.
Yeah, like we're...
And you don't realize that until you have the 45 megas. And they're like, I thought I counted the Omega Flares right. Then you look and you see it do 4,500, and you're like, oh no.
Yep. And then you overkill by like 4,000.
Yep. Also throwing... Flare is also not a cheap spell. It's 20 magic. And Luca's got enough for 4 before you need to kind of throw like an ether or something to give her more back. So even trying to fit into a couple of boss fights, an extra Omega Flare is very rough.
Like most of the game, we've spent like maybe 2 to 6 MP each.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden this.
And you get to the big text. We're in the big leagues now.
We're going to be fighting the panels as well as the goons. Because we do need at least 1 encounter plus the panels.
Yeah. No, we have to fight the goons and the panels. So it does make like your splits also in this area kind of inconsistent, which sucks a little bit.
Okay, sum of best is always a lie anyways.
Yep. Terra Mutant, the bottom half of it will absorb shadow damage, but thankfully the bottom half dies when the top half dies. So we only have to worry about dealing damage to the top half, which Omega
For
Flare
Mutant,
doesn't care about.
are we going to do something? Are we going to do something different here?
No.
Oh, okay. We're just gonna Omega Flare again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, it's worked for us so far. I refuse to do something different.
Hey, I didn't see B-Dude complaining about Falcon hits.
You know what? That's true. But Falcon hit is Falcon hit.
Yes, Salation.
It's actually crazy to think that these things have like the same amount of health as Black Tyranno.
Just healing Robo up to full. Because I mashed, Magus also gets a little bit of extra hit points. This Lavo spawn you can kill in 2 attack rounds, or you can kill in like 4 attack rounds. All depends on how much Wonder Shot wants to do.
Of course, on this run, Luca's going to be hitting for like what, 2,500 each hit.
Oh yeah, of course. I got double. I got no elevator encounters.
Yep.
Flat shake attack.
Oh
did
god!
178 to
I knew it.
Of course, of course. Why not? Why not give me the max damage roll with the crit?
Yeah, I sure can't wait to have this not happen in a run
I
later.
know, right?
No, to answer in chat, we're talking about the 5 panels right before Zeal.
And here you can see just how fast Robo is. Like, Luca probably has like roughly half ATB there. Robo would have beat her out, for sure. If we didn't, get the God fight there.
Wonder Shot followed by a semi blunder shot.
And so this fight can be optional depending on how many elevators you had. Because we didn't have any, we definitely are taking it. It's worth 4,000 experience, which is a lot.
It's basically 3 elevator fights. The elevator fights are worth roughly 1,500.
I love the save points in this game.
They're magic. I'm gonna give this to. So it's very important. I put battle speed to 1. And also that Robo is your party leader. For the 3rd fight in this Zeal Gauntlet. If not, you can try the good old Uzi Punch, but the fight just isn't the same.
You will feel pain if you don't have Robo in the middle. So the way that Zeal works here is going to start off with a halation attack. And then she'll do a bit of an MP drain. Because of the amount of damage that we've done to her by that point, she's going to want to do another halation, but we're just going to be at 1 HP anyway, so this isn't even that scary. And by that point, we'll have killed her. So this, and honestly, this fight is probably less scary than Mammon Machine, and Mammon Machine isn't even that scary either.
No.
As long as you're quick on the first little bit.
I also learned I never saw any extra attacks in this fight until like 2 runs ago.
Yeah, you're just skirting on the edge of her doing some actual like damage dealing abilities.
Yep.
And we basically get a free Mega Elixir that we can use to start the next fight.
How thoughtful.
Man Machine, I mean, even though with bad inputs you can get hit with the energy, like even getting hit with that energy, everybody's going to be at full HP, so it's really not the end of the world.
No, it's just a minor
lose a
time
little bit of
waste.
time. Yeah.
Generally, the big concern about that is not so much for this fight, but for the next Zeal fight, things can get a little bit dicey depending on the damage you took. That's kind of where it gets a little scary.
A little scary was my monitor went out during that ATB roll.
Easy fight. You shouldn't even need to look at what you're doing.
Nope, blindfold percent. Let's go.
But this only takes 4 Omega Flares, which is perfect because Luca has enough MP to get off 4 Omega Flares. Then we can worry about healing her up next time because Megas has such great starting ATB that he can give her some MP while Luca and Robo use probably one of the stronger dual techs of the game. I don't have the confidence to call it the strongest.
What?
But double V-bomb is
Is like the 3rd or 4th strongest tech in the game.
Yeah, okay.
It's
Double V-bomb is based off of Robo's area, so with him being in the middle, means we're only going to hit the head, we're not going to hit the hands, and then we don't have to deal with the counterattacks.
I believe I remember hearing that was found out when someone was playing the rando.
sounds about right.
Yeah.
I know Hannibal Graham has done, like Hannibal Graham did I think he introduced the Flame Toss strat for Son of Sun and Golden Earring strats for Robo for Black Omen. I know he's done a little bit of work on the route.
So this is one of the first fights where we're like really worried about ATB management. Just because things can get, well, there's mostly just one attack that we're kind of worried about seeing if things get a little dicey, and that's Hexagon Mist. And it's mostly because of all these like the Sky Gate definitely does damage to Robo pretty hard because Robo's magic defense is kind of abysmal.
Non-existent.
Non-existent, yeah.
Yeah, I think. Oh, B-Dude mentioned the. Did you already mention the battle or the lag animations here?
A little bit earlier we talked about sitting in tech.
Yeah, I think this is one of the fights where you definitely see it the most.
Skygate, when you're sitting inside there, takes forever.
Yeah, so that's why you definitely want to be outside of your tech or item menu during these animations.
I was actually worried that was going to go to Robo.
Same here. I was like, no, please don't do it.
So this is a scripted halation attack that we wait for. We're going to Mega Elixir immediately after, which is why we're just sitting on Megas on a item. Then it's just going to take a little bit more, and we do have an MP Buster to deal with, but again, Megas is there ready to cover for us. It should be one more attack, and that should be it. Anything Zeal does, we have an answer for, assuming it goes according to script and not off script, because then the answers get a lot more far and few between.
Yeah.
Easy fight.
All right, now we get to the fun part, the Lavos Gauntlet. For anyone of you that have missed Falcon Hit, don't worry, we got you covered.
Oh, yeah, we didn't mention that. Having Magus in your party there does give you Magus's theme there. If you have anyone else there, you would get different music.
Yeah, I think you just normally get the Boss 2 music.
That's a fun little Easter egg.
But since Lavos is injected with the DNA of all the creatures across the eras, we get to see all of the bosses and magically in the order that we did them in the story. Even the robots.
Even the robots and the robot DNA. There's the man of the hour right there.
Oh, hi there, big boy. Who wants some scritches?
So the gauntlet to start off with isn't too bad. It's not usually until about the halfway point of the gauntlet where you kind of get to a point where you're going to gain or lose time. And it's because of our dear old friend, the Magus fight as well. But for now, it's going to be a couple of Falcon hits.
Yeah. You can also lose time on the final phase as well. If you're if you're lacking on MP or you're not paying attention to your MP, you can the final phase can dish out some damage. So you do got to be careful.
That is one of those things, like when things go according to the way they should, the last bit of that gauntlet doesn't feel scary at all. And then you realize how tough he can actually be once you're like, oh, now he's throwing out the big boy attacks and I'm not ready for them.
I don't know what you're talking about. He's always been kind. So we will have Luca throw a mid-ether before we do the Falcon hit. This just gets her back to full magic for the next fights coming up.
Probably one of the toughest parts for this split after, or just this entire gauntlet, is Luca MP management.
Yeah. It's very easy.
And depending on how some stuff goes, you have to kind of adjust a little bit. So yeah, it's using a mid-ether versus a full ether versus a hyper-ether can maybe change depending on how things go.
And that was the last Falcon hit of the game. Enjoy it.
Bassman's always got to get one in there, eh?
He's just got to let you know who's boss. So Nizbel, same as always. We need to do a lightning attack to reduce his defense. There's just not much to really say about these fights. They're extremely cut and dry. Do what you need to do to have Omega Flare do the big numbers.
Now we will need to do a menu after this fight where it's going to be swapping around the blue rock onto Robo and Megas gets the Sunshades. It'll raise our damage up a little bit, and Robo doesn't need to have 999 health anymore. So this is where we find out if we're actually going to have a good Lavos fight or not.
Hey, he bucked up.
Nice. Giving you everything you want in this black.
Yeah, 0 elevators, Shadow Element. So Shadow Element is the best one because we can one-shot him with this Omega Flare. Whereas if we got Fire, that's kind of the one that you'd like. It's not too bad. Water, Lightning, you pretty much just try to get him to reset. Or reset the fight to get a different barrier, not the game.
Yeah, I've lost 20, 30 seconds there just from getting non-optimal barriers.
Just like the Black Chrono fight that we fought originally, we're going to kill Azala, and then we got to wait for the defense down again. Otherwise, Omega Flare is not going to do the damage we want it to.
I think this is the one we Omega Flare the most, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 times.
3 times, yep.
Even Final Lavos is only 2.
Yeah, I think it's just because of the damage reduction that Chrono actually gets off of it.
I got scared that I did the first one again before his defense got lowered, so I was like, I'm going to wait for a number to show up. I have a bad habit of just like, as soon as Azala's dead, just going to town. And actually, if you do 1 extra Omega Flare, you do need to also restore Megas's magic. Because Megas just barely has enough to get you to the end of the gauntlet.
And you totally could heal up your MP between fights as well, but that would be slow. So you're trying to go nice and quick throughout all of this.
Yeah.
That's where the management struggles kind of come in.
So we'll have Robo throw one more full ether on Luca.
What to say, your HP actually looks really good too.
Yeah.
And Robo's good because he has that crazy speed with the auto haste from the haste helm. All right, now for the fight we've all been waiting for.
Oh no, not destruction.
Last time this did like 1,300 damage. Oh. Someone got nerfed in this patch.
I see you have also been affected by the update.
So anyways, that was a Lavos fight.
You showed up and you tried. That's all that matters. That was a gold fight.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, no, I was very happy with that gauntlet. Getting Shadow over the fire barrier from Mega saves you like 20 seconds.
And I think
overall,
an ether too.
Yep.
Black Omen was very, very friendly. That was great.
Extremely friendly. I saved almost 2 minutes.
Wow.
I can't wait to be salty about that on my next run.
Why couldn't you do this to me on a real run?
I missed it. Are you keeping battle speed 1 here?
Yeah.
Okay.
For safety, you can go to battle speed 2, but Dian's been around the block once or twice. He knows what's up here.
I know the backup strats. Well, I have an extra mega elixir. That is so much safety.
Yeah, this fight probably has the need for the tightest inputs, I would say, out of the entire run. Maybe like our series, but especially in this first phase.
Oh, and he gets the ATB?
Yep.
Robo just gets nuked.
He was close-ish. He only died by like 500. So the name of the game for this one is to try and kill the arms as quick as possible. The big problem is the right arm can cast, or basically disable your protective status. You know, the gear that protects you from getting any sort of ailments. The game can just take that away, which is kind of unique, I think.
It's for the whole battle too, which, yeah, I don't know many other games that do that.
So as soon as we can avoid that, because the
that's
next thing that we immediately have to do.
Extremely good ATB.
Yeah, what the heck is this?
Because we need to, the defense won't drop until Lavos does obstacle, which basically puts chaos on your party. So when he makes it so someone can actually get confused, that's going to be a lot of time lost, which, because we're on a bit of a nice script here till the end of the fight. We're gonna do a couple of Omega Flares until we see a flame battle. We can do a nice little heal up, and then finish him off, and then we're ready for the final.
B-Dude, I didn't mash Fire Tackle. Are you proud of me?
I'm so proud of you.
I need to know if you're proud.
Oh, not just Hobbs is salty about this Black Omen.
No,
and
we're all
everything else.
salty.
We're all salty.
It's not just Hobbs.
Yeah, I only sound salty because I just dealt with it last night. It's fresh for me.
There's the flame battle, so we know that we're, that's kind of our cue to know he's about to do his Shadows of Doom attack. Pretty quick.
Yeah.
And that's basically what we're trying to race to beat. And we
Nice.
did.
Very clean. Yep.
Not gonna lie, I got a little bit worried with trying to get to Robotech there for a second. Like, no, we're good.
I got a little worried too. The input, I kept mashing it, and I was like, oh, please don't go to Magus.
And seeing the Shadows of Doom isn't bad. It just requires you to do another revive, Mega Elixir, and then you go and do it.
Oh. So I guess the goal for this fight is
Don't die.
right away. Yeah, well, yeah.
Don't die.
the right bit is actually the core, so that's your main target. It's got what 30,000 HP.
Yeah.
The left bit, he's gonna do an Uzi punch and one Luca attack and try to kill that right away. What that does is it forces the core to lower defenses, allowing us to spam more Mega Flares. But in the meantime, the middle is the big problem. He can do some time warps. And what we don't want to see is immediately going to 65 million BC, which you'll notice from the background.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Oh.
Oh,
So the Luca
why?
attack off the
Why?
hop is pretty nice.
Why?
Of
Why?
course.
Why? Why can't I?
Time, be salty.
Why?
Be salty. So we got 1,000 AD time warp, which is pretty much the best RNG.
I know the defense isn't down. I'm just getting this in case he wants to change.
He's gonna go to Evil Star next.
So
Which Evil Star isn't like terrible because it just does half HP. It just takes forever.
I'm so salty.
Yep.
So
At this point, it's pretty much GG locked in. Dine just needs to get 6 Omega Flares total while the defense is down, and that's pretty much the fight.
Frog Flare strats would require Frog to actually learn magic. And also keeping Frog out of 1 hit point out of 999 is quite difficult.
Getting Frog up to 999
Yeah.
is difficult. So these guys usually come back pretty quick, just as per normal. Not that it's a huge deal because we have the right ATB now where we just, we're gonna nuke the center. We're not gonna worry about the left bit anymore. We're just gonna eat a couple of X strikes. But by the time we actually do enough damage, the X strikes aren't gonna actually kill anyone. If we even get close, you can just change who does the Omega Flare, and it's kind of the same thing as
I
before.
didn't mean to do that.
Oh, uh-oh. Dine has activated Dine mode.
Yep. I see it still works. Apparently I was mashing X instead of A. I'm not happy about this either, but here we are. Okay, we got this. Just minor time loss. It's still good. It's still good. I just wanted to show you the space loss standing to the left. You know, you never see this animation often.
It looks pretty majestic.
Yep. You always just see them from the front. I think the portfolio looks better from the left.
Not if you just kind of hang out for like half a second, almost.
Yep.
Exactly. He just brings up his defense and he's like, oh, okay. Brings it back down.
All right, one more. I lost track.
I technically lost track too, but I don't know. I just go until it dies.
Yeah.
It's within the next 2. But it goes without saying, this fight can be very devastating.
Ah, time.
GG's.
GG.
That was a 5-minute PB. I'm so angry.
Hey, congratulations on the 5-minute PB
Thank you.
segmented.
Yeah, congrats.
That was
Dine.
Aren't you
Awesome
happy? I
run.
bet you're real happy about that.
I'm a little salty about it, but I'm happy it was such a good run.
Yeah, it was a killer run.
That was very clean for a lot of the parts.
All right, just do it again.
It's easy.
Yeah, now you just have to do it all in one shot. You clearly have every single segment down, so now it's time to just go pick up a free world record.
No, that was a lot of fun. It was a very good run. Thank you for Games Done Quick and Tina for allowing me to showcase this run. Thank you to my commentators.
Oh, thank you. I've wanted to have you on the show for so long.
Oh, it means a lot.
It was definitely a blast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Big shout outs to B Dude and Hobbs. Be sure to follow them. Excellent streamers.
Thanks for having us. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, make sure that you're following everybody here. Follow Dine, follow Hobbs, follow B Dude. Amazing streamers, great runners.
That was actually a crazy good run.
That was such a good run.
Yep. That beats me.
Just got to do it again and then get double elevator and not get 65 mil into 1200, into 600, into 2300, back to 65.
You've had some magical lava spikes.
Yeah, I'm glad this wasn't one of them.
The chances of all that to happen again.
I know.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the odds, they're not great.
No.
But that's fine. You can just do it. Just get a good run.
Get
It's
enough
fine.
time saved going into it.
Easy.
World record falls off Death
Yeah.
Peak. I can save time there. It's okay.
But anyway, that is, I think, going to do it for us for today. So one last time for anybody who's showing up right towards the end of the show, just some quick announcements. SGDQ 2022 on-site volunteer applications are closed. But if you'd like to help out with our off-site volunteering, we're going to be opening up information about that pretty soon. So keep your eyes peeled on our website and on our Twitter. Information is going to be coming up pretty soon. If you're watching this on YouTube, which at this point you're watching this show on YouTube, it's pretty much guaranteed. There's probably something going on right now at twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. Our live content is super fun. You can join in the excitement when things like this run happen because it's fun. Our shows tend to start weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern, weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. Your subs, gift subs, Prime Gaming subs, and bits, and there's been a lot of that today. Thank you all so much. Help support the weekly hotfix content that we put on this channel. Please consider supporting the daily content if you enjoy the hotfix shows. GDQ Highlights is a channel that features highlights of GDQ hotfix shows. Use ! highlights in chat to learn more about that. And finally, tune in Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. We're taking a day off tomorrow, but Monday we're going to have No Category Left Behind. It's a show about category extensions, unusual category speedruns. Super, super, super fun show. You are going to have a blast if you catch it. I'm going to be there for sure. And with that, I think that we are going to have, in just a moment, a raid that is going to be happening. So stick around because there's going to be more speedruns for you to enjoy real soon.
Also, shout out to the man behind the scene, Railcoon, for taking care of all the technical stuff, making the stream possible.